We will call our May meeting to order. We are in St. Johnsbury Academy, and we are here especially to honor our student member, Callahan Beck. She invited us, and a couple of us were able to attend morning chapel this morning and get to see some of what makes St. Johnsbury Academy special. Thank you. And we're going to start with just a call to order. So we'll start. I'm Krista Hewling, chair from Jeffersonville.
I'm John O'Keefe from Manchester, Vermont.
Callie and Beck, student member, St. Johnsbury.
John Carroll from Norwich.
Dan French, Secretary of Education.
Oliver Olson from Londonderry. Peter Peltz, Woodbury.
Kim Gleason, Essex.
Okay, thank you all. And so just looking at our agenda real quick, are there any amendments people need to the agenda? All right, seeing none, we do have Tom Levitt here to sort of welcome us as the headmaster from the school.
So welcome, and thank you for those of you who came to chapel. That's the way I begin every day. And as I look to enter my last year, in starting this July will be the start of my last year, that part of our day is something I will miss very much. That's a highlight of my day every day. Great energy and a great way to bring the community together. So thank you for coming over to see that in Fuller Hall. So this St. Johnsbury Academy, some of you were not here the last time I welcomed you. So I just want to give you a little bit of background of the kind of school it is. Some of you know it very well, and some might have some questions about the kind of school. So we're an independent school. This is our Stuart Black Box Theater and the Morse Center for the Arts, and all the facilities you see were privately funded. So every building, every piece of property that we own has been privately funded. And we have a great mix, I think an ideal mix of publicly funded students and privately funded students. 700 publicly funded students, they're day students. There are some that receive, that come as boarders from other towns like Lyme, New Hampshire, that are also partially publicly funded, but 700 day students that are publicly funded. 50 day students are private pays from various towns that have a public high school, and then 250 boarders from 26 countries that are privately funded. And that mix gives us a diversity, both socioeconomic and cultural and religious and nationalities, that I think is really appealing here in rural Vermont, where the diversity factor is pretty low without that. So the population size allows a breadth and comprehensive program. We do have this art center. We also run a tech center, a regional tech center. We have 24 APs, but we also serve all levels of special education, 5 levels of English language learners. So both from the learning support and then the enrichment and advancement part of our curriculum, we have the full range here. And so many of your decisions have a huge impact on us, as you know, and so we appreciate the work that you do to make education accessible and excellent throughout all of Vermont. Before I see if you have any questions about the Academy, I do want to just talk a little bit about Callahan and brag on her. She's missing my English class right now, so she's pretty happy about that. Her classmates are taking a grammar review, so she has that to look forward to. But I first met Callahan in a program that we had privately funded for every 8th grade student in St. Johnsbury as they moved from 8th grade to 9th grade. It was an aspirational program trying to teach them the soft skills that have been coined 21st century skills, but also to give them a job in manufacturing and culinary arts. So it was a 3-week program. 1 week they did community service, but the other 2 weeks, 1 week they ran a restaurant, and the other one they produced hardwood products from our wood shop and made $100 a week and had to bank some of it and learn how to manage their money. But Callahan went through that program as she was entering St. Johnsbury Academy, but then became a counselor. And it was in that role that I saw her leadership ability. And so when I saw that there was a student spot on the board, I thought that she would be great. And she had to choose between senior class president, which she could have been, or junior class president, student body president, which she could have been, kind of on the short list of people that would have been elected to that role. But she chose this role, which I think speaks to her character and her commitment to high-quality education. I have her in class, as I said, she's bright and articulate and confident and thoughtful, and I'm sure you've seen those traits here. So I want to thank you for allowing me to give that shout out and to honor her by having this meeting at her home school, as is your tradition. I think it's a great tradition. And I thank you for all the support you've given Callahan in her role on this board. So I don't know if you have any questions about St. Johnsbury Academy.
Yeah, one of the things I think would be great, and I bet other members have some questions too, is as we went around with Act 46, we heard a lot about other schools trying to mimic some of the magic that was here. And it was interesting ways talking about, well, we'll just go recruit from another country and bring students, and that's how we're going to bring up our numbers. And so can you talk a little bit about the success of how you've recruited students from 26 other countries, and what does that entail, and what really does that look like and entail, especially in this political climate where we have maybe students' families not wondering how they're going to be received, and are rules going to be changing when it comes to visas and such?
The landscape is changing, and it's very challenging for recruiting boarding students. There was a time earlier in my tenure that we had 275 boarders, and next year we're budgeting for 240, and it's a challenge. The big market has always been China, but that is now dissipating for a lot of reasons. A lot of other countries run their own schools and get behind the independent schools in their countries, and so they help them recruit. Canada and Australia have been really great at that. When we travel over, it's the Canadian government that hosts fairs for their independent schools, where we've never done that. There are more schools like, as you mentioned, public schools or Catholic schools that are doing boarding programs and kind of homestay programs. There are other international companies that will rent a house and board students in that house and then send them to the local public school as day students, or to the local Catholic school as day students, with the whole boarding piece being off the radar of that day school. And they undercut our price. In this bricks and mortar boarding school market, it's rare that you have a 4-year boarder. Most of the time it's because it's very expensive to come here. So what we do is we travel extensively all over the world, and we have some partner educational consultants in those countries that families who are looking for an American independent school or just an independent school will come to them, and they will make the connection between the schools. Similarly, you'll see other consultants, educational consultants, that'll do that in the U.S. too. They will have somebody come and they'll look for the best fit school. More and more, since we've been doing this for forever, really aggressively recruiting students since the early 80s, we have a lot of family networks now, and so that word of mouth helps as well. Some other things that we've done that has helped is we have a partnership with the Republic of South Korea. They are looking to set up an education city in Korea so that their students wouldn't be traveling to the U.S. and losing their Korean roots and so far from their families. So they established an education city on Jeju Island, and they are looking for English-speaking schools to help populate that island. So there's one from the UK, one from Canada, one from Korea, and then we are the American school. So it's St. Johnsbury Academy Jeju. They built the campus, we provided the curriculum and the brand, so to speak, and that has helped us recruit more students from that part of the world. So there's, it's now a multifaceted process, so that it's not just going out and recruiting students, but you have to have other ways, other channels to get students to come here, either for a semester or for a year.
So it's not just as easy as putting up a "we're open" sign.
Yeah, no.
Okay, that's
more than hanging your shingle.
very curious. Thank you. So Oliver.
So just to piggyback off
Yeah.
that, I mean, knowing what you, so given the environment as it exists today, if you did not already have a well-established boarding program and you were just a day school, do you think you'd be successful in starting up a boarding program like you have today, or are the barriers just too great?
So the demographics are challenging across the world. So the number of students who could come are fewer. I don't want to say that this would be a good thing to do, but people just undercut us on price. and so they offer a bargain, and so that makes it easier for some to recruit students, but it would be much harder to get in those markets if we weren't already there. I do know that there are some people who are trying to do that even still, to start boarding programs.
Peter?
So you're not a designated school for local students. So there are challenges on that front as well in terms of a decrease in population and how does the mix, there aren't a lot of schools that are that kind of blend and what it, in terms of, particularly from the international market, is that appealing, or is that, how does that all
So it's
transpire?
a challenge, because when they come here, minus the dress code and the campus, then the size looks like a public school. And what we say is that the private pay students, the international students, add a level of diversity here. The day students also have a level of diversity, but the size, the fact that the size of our school allows us to have a tech center, which independent schools don't have. They allow us to be innovative, setting up a field semester that's a kind of a school within a school, or a virtual reality classroom that's a school within a school. Allows us to experiment with some of those things because we have the mass of students that can populate those. And
And the mix.
in the mix, in the mix. So diverse interests, so there's always enough students to run a program, and that makes it better for both the day and the boarders.
John?
Tom, it's a very impressive place, and thank you for having us here. The board is trying to understand more about independent schools in order that we can provide effective oversight, just as we do with public schools. One of the questions that many of us don't know much about is school governance, independent school governance. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how your board of directors is, or whatever you call it, is structured, and its relationship to and oversight of the management of the school.
So we have a 21-person board when it's full. It rarely has been full. Typically, we have between 18 and 20 on the board. By our bylaws, at least half the board has to be from Vermont or the 3 northern counties in New Hampshire. Those are called local trustees. And so by bylaw, they have to have that local flavor, and the rest can come from around the world, and we have 1 international trustee right now. The board meets 3 times a year, once in October and once in May. They have the full-fledged board meetings, and in January they have a strategic planning retreat. And they have several standing committees that oversee different policy areas of the school. One is in charge of curriculum instruction and personnel. One is in charge of finance and facilities and investments. One is in charge of the audit. One is in charge of fundraising and development and advancement. And they meet, only one of those meets monthly. Most of those meet just those 2 times or 3 times a year. I am the only employee of the board. Everybody else works for me. So they get reports from me and evaluate me, but I'm their only employee.
So you are an ex officio member of the board?
I am.
And does the board have a treasurer?
They do, and they also have an assistant treasurer who is my assistant head for business services, the assistant treasurer of the board, but the board has a treasurer.
And that treasurer is not an employee of the school?
Is not an employee of the school.
And you mentioned an audit committee.
Yes.
Does that group supervise the work of an auditing firm?
Yeah, so we do have an audit firm that we employ. We actually had 2 audit firms, one that was auditing our retirement plans, and then one that audits our finances. So they employ the auditing firm and oversee that
The
work.
board employs
The
the
board
audit
does, yeah.
firm. Interesting, yes. Thank you very much.
And just one last thing, I know that on our agenda today, we're going to be talking about 173. And just wondering how 173 and the idea of moving from block grants for special education, I know that affects maybe your school maybe more uniquely than others. So is there anything that we should know or be looking at as we're looking forward with 173 and its implementation?
Well, I know that Secretary French is going to meet with independent school stakeholders later after school is out in June. And a couple of very interesting things have happened in this process is that it turns out independent schools are not eligible for the block grant, that it'll have to be a reimbursement model. We found out something similar that I'll be talking to Jay Ramsey about later today, is that we're also not eligible for Perkins funding, which for tech centers is federal funding that has to come through an LEA. It can't come directly to an independent school. It has to come through some other method. So because it's going to be a reimbursement model, the only thing that I can say that will be in effect is how rate setting will be the only thing that will really affect us. I know for smaller independent schools, getting ramped up and able to meet the needs of those students, I think that there'll be some training that has to happen there, but we've been doing special education at all categories, all levels for a long time. So it's really just going to be the rate setting that we'll have to pay attention to.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that? Is that situation with Perkins been always the case?
So we just heard about it last week. And so my belief, because I've been here for a long time, my belief is that the money used to come through an LEA, and then 20 or so years ago, it didn't. It started coming directly to the tech centers. And I don't know what the change was. So we know that right now there's reading the federal language. That's the way we see it right now. And like I said, I'll meet with Jay later today and we'll figure some stuff out.
Okay. Anything else from board members? Well, that was more than a welcome. So thank you very much. And then for those that didn't make chapel, we also had Elton John welcome us for a performance that was going to be happening, I think, this Friday, Saturday?
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday.
Come see Amelie.
Yeah, and Elton John serenaded us to start the day. It was quite interesting. So thank you very much for welcoming us.
My pleasure.
Congratulations on your long tenure here.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Enjoy your meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, so next we're going to strategic vision planning. So last meeting, we were able to sit down and have some smaller conversations, and one of the big takeaways that, and this is where I need people to check my bias, was that the idea of wellness included into some of the ideas about what we're looking at, not just how are students doing on tests, but how are they doing when it comes to behavioral risk survey, how are they doing when it comes to, if we're looking at equity, we have our trans communities at the highest risk for suicide in the state of Vermont, things like that. So if we're looking at data like that, and not just on test scores, but how do we look more holistically at how the student is doing, and not just if a student is doing well, but are they managing the stress of doing that well? And Callahan, you were pretty brave in talking about some of the stresses that some of students that you're around are put under, and what does that mean for your mental health? And so what are we asking of our students, and how to do that in a way and move forward. John is going to be taking some of our ideas and putting together sort of an update to the strategic vision, so that way we can use that. And I really want to talk a little bit about process about the strategic vision and get a consensus from the board about how we want to move forward. So once we have this. So with the process, we had anticipated, and this is going to spill into a little bit of looking ahead, but strategic vision is to have this vision and then look at data and how we can, while looking at data, come up with some action plans and make them more SMART goals. And that's the objective, is to have the vision, look at data, and really think about what should we be doing to achieve these goals. And so we are going to have the SLDS that's going to be coming up online in the beginning of June, correct? It should be.
We call it the report card, will be coming out in June.
Okay, so the report card, which will have a lot of the data which we can start digging into. And so I had asked for a doodle poll, so if we could think about, when do we want together and come to as a retreat? And it really seemed that September might be the best time that people could all come together for a retreat. And if that's the case, I'd like to make sure that we put that as the goal and then think backwards about the process that we want to do to have strategic vision and what we want to do at that retreat to really be ready for it. A June retreat would seem a little premature. We're still trying to make sure the report card, knowing that it's in the final stages here, never can what's going to happen as it goes live, and then just being able in June to even have a training on how to use the report card and think about looking at that data. We also, if Secretary could remind me, we have reports coming out in July and July and August on 166.
That's correct. 2 different studies. The final versions will be out.
Yeah, and that plays into a lot what we've talked about with equity and the pre-K with 166. So I just want to hear that we have a consensus that the September meeting would be appropriate time to have that retreat. And then that way, if that is so, let's talk about process and what we'd like to make sure we accomplish to be ready for that retreat. So is there anybody that had any problems with moving the June retreat to September?
Depends the date and when I get it.
And the what?
The date and when I get it. So I'm in the final year of my commitment to coach soccer. I just want to make sure I don't have a game on that day. So if I get it soon, I can make sure the schedule accommodates that.
Well, we could do that right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's fine. And do you have any say over making your schedule, the soccer schedule?
Oh, I'd love to say I do.
I was gonna say,
But
as
can
a
give 'em
former coach.
I can give them blackout dates and say, don't put games here, and I have an assistant coach, but
Okay,
it just
so,
makes it a lot easier.
and then also one of the things we could maybe do accommodate is to have it further down south. And
And I think, we'll.
yeah, because Oliver's brought, he has some ideas about where he'd like to have a retreat, and that might be in your neck of the woods, which then
Still be summer down there in September. It doesn't snow
true,
down south
it's true.
in
Going
September.
going south, and I'm just looking at the dates, and we can just have this right now. The doodle poll was up, but September, the third Wednesday was the 18th, and so we could do the 17th, 18th, or 18th, 19th, and I believe each of those days were amenable to people. So is there anybody that has a preference for the 17th or the 19th? Yes.
I believe our school board commitments will be the first and third Tuesdays, so the 18th and 19th is better,
Okay.
if that
Does that work
is
for everybody else?
agreeable to everybody.
Okay.
Deal.
Excellent. So September, and let's just make sure we get this 18th and 19th, correct? And then, in that way we can have, at that point, we'll have our reports from the summer, we'll have the report card, we'll know how to use it. So it's better to have that training before we get to the retreat, so we've actually had time to dig through that. So knowing with that date and process, we have the June, July, and August meeting to really make sure that we are going in and ideally leaving with a strategic plan. That would be the ultimate goal. So just as a board, it'd be nice to think about if John, if you want to have that rough draft, could you have that for June?
Yes.
Okay. And we can talk a little bit about the draft. So if we have that draft for vision, would people be ready to potentially vote out a vision for June, a revised vision? If we get that in advance, have time to review it, we could edit it as a board, and then potentially vote that out as a vision.
Yeah, I can do a draft.
Okay, excellent. And then I know, Secretary, we've been discussing that once we have this vision, and then I mean, you are the holder of the agency, you know of all of these resources, and as a way of answering our vision, would that be enough time for you between, if we have our vision sealed by June, by August, having some sort of information for us about how the state is already meeting that vision or not?
Yeah, I think so. We're also going through our own visioning process inside of the agency, and I could share that work out as well. Yeah, I think so, absolutely.
When would you want to share that, just so we know?
We're kind of aligning our work. I have some draft information I could share with you now, but it would be a draft. What we're trying to do now is bring it down to all the teams into the agency and then sort of bring that feedback back into a loop. We're trying to deliver all of that together in a coherent place in time for our move, which is still scheduled for mid-August. But any time before then, I could provide you an update on that. I mean, you'd get a sense of what's in there.
Knowing that the legislative session is in its waning days, would you want to commit, I'm not sure if June would be appropriate, but July?
Yeah, if the board's comfortable with just seeing a draft, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
You know.
So you'll have the draft strategic plan for the agency?
Well, it's more of sort of mission and vision kind of statements. It's not a strategic plan. We don't, our plan will come from what the legislative demands are, as well as the governor's vision for the state. It doesn't, it's not like we develop our own strategic plan.
Okay.
But one of the things that's sort of just a pause, we have a sort of a visioning piece that's going on to bring coherence to our work. We're also endeavoring after the legislative session to sort of map out all the major initiatives that are going on and get them on a sort of a work plan. That document might be of interest to the board as well. I'm not quite sure how long it'll take us to do that. Part of it is just to let the dust settle on the current legislative session. As you know, there are a number of major initiatives before us, and most of them have some sort of delay involved. So we need to figure that out sort of on a master project plan. But I think the board would find that interesting as well. It's almost sort of a separate piece of work, because once again, that's not something we necessarily control per se. But we have to implement the law, so.
So a legislative work schedule, do you think by July?
Yeah, I would call it sort of like projects, or I would call it education initiative project plan, We'll be working on that. We certainly probably will have an outline, we'll keep embellishing it as we go forward, but you have a piece of work before you today that's centered to that, which is Act 173, so we have to spend some time sort of sooner rather than later figuring out where we are with 173 relative to what the legislature figures out here today and coming days.
As the minute.
Yes.
Is the October meeting on the 16th, by the way? I'm sorry to,
Oh,
I'm just trying to figure out this.
it is always the third Wednesday, so it would be the 16th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect, okay.
Okay, John?
I don't know if this is the time, but thinking about strategic, a strategic vision is sort of outward-looking. It's the board looking at the world of education in Vermont and trying to create a lens or a set of references for evaluating how well we're doing. Early in this year, kind of in the recovery from Act 46, the board, many of us individually and even together speculated about should we be rethinking what the board does? I mean, we, for example, I think had some clarifying conversations about getting a little more up to date about what is the relationship between the board and the agency. It is not what it always used to be, and still has vestiges, however, of kind of the old model. And some of us, speaking only for myself, have kind of bitched and moaned about our oversight of, you can edit that, our oversight of independent schools.
Now we've got a PG rating.
We are now off public access, that's it.
You didn't see public access in a while then.
So independent schools, the board spends a fair amount of time overseeing the agency's work on independent schools. And we've never really brought that conversation to a conclusion about how would we rather it be if to be changed, or should it stay the same? So this, and Oliver did a lot of work with Bill on looking at rules. This seems to me there's some follow through that we need to continue with on rules, very possibly be prepared to go back to the legislature when it reconvenes in January with some proposed housekeeping changes. Certainly 162 or whatever it is that sets forth what the board does could use a lot of improvement in tightening up and shortening. So there's this, what I would call kind of inward-looking function about what do we do, how do we do it, and should we be doing things differently, not doing some things that we've always done? Those are questions that I wish we could make time to address and sort through and come up with, by the end of a strategic process, a plan for reinventing how the board does its work, to whatever extent there's consensus to do.
So an idea that I've been thinking about and like to run by everybody is to take our strategic vision, so if we have that by June and we can come to consensus, in July, then taking all the things that we are mandated to do under legislation and having a little puzzle game. Where do they fit in those boxes? And if they don't, put that in a separate box and then really think about if it doesn't fit in that vision, how do we then see that as our role in having those conversations? So I think that could be sort of an interactive piece that we do in July, once we have a firm vision. Here are the things that we're doing. If it's asking us to write reports on, I'm just trying to think, some of the random stuff that's in there, that has nothing to do with what we're doing, it falls outside that category. We really need to then address that with the legislature. These are all the things that really have fallen out. So I think that's part of this process. And I would see us coming out of our strategic plan really with a plan for the legislative agenda. I think that's another advantage of having it in September, is that we can look at facts, look at data, look at what all these pieces we're putting together, have those good conversations, have the time to have those conversations, come out with a great working document to get us ready for the fall. And I would love to have something going to legislatures in December that is more robust than that we've done in the past, with just a yearly update of what we've done, but really a plan forward, and that might be with some amendments. Oliver?
Yeah, and maybe at some point, it might be useful for us to go through like a stop, start, continue exercise, just, on a whiteboard with some sticky notes, and just take everything that we've been talking about and continue to talk about it and figure out, just to distill it down into, where we want to focus our efforts.
Yeah.
But also, I was sort of thinking that same thought as well, but if we took the last 2 years of our agendas, maybe we could go through those and highlight what we think we should be doing and what we think somebody else should do. Because that would be that's sort of a list of what we've been doing, and I'm sure there's, we've had these discussions where we look at the agenda item and state law says we should be handling these items, but we all sit here and say, why? And maybe go through with like a green highlighter and a red highlighter and a yellow highlighter, say these are the things that we think we should have been doing, and these are the things we think somebody else, like the agency, probably should have just handled instead.
And I love what I'm hearing everybody too is talking about being very tactile and kinesthetic and wanting to physically highlight and move things around.
Move
so I'm
things.
definitely taking a note. And and that's what I was saying, even really, I was thinking of cutting out the different things that we do and putting them in literal buckets and moving them and making things that don't fit. Peter?
Yeah, in reference to that, 3 or 4 months ago, we got a printout of what,
Right.
what our role is in 16, and it was voluminous. I mean, we had a lot. We never went over that, I don't believe. I mean, some of it may not have any relevance, but there's a lot there that we're responsible for.
So if that's an acceptable working plan, so to have by June, really having our vision piece together, and then with July, having the secretary talked about just seeing what the draft state mission and vision is, and how maybe comparing that with our mission and vision. Because there's also, we're really thinking of our strategic vision for the board. We're not directing the agency in that way anymore. I mean, I think that's a distinction. There is, when the legislation was written, it had strategic vision for the state, but we are not overseeing the agency anymore. But what are we going to do as our work plan and workflow as a board? I think would be very helpful to pull all that together in a new context of how after Act 98.
And
Yeah.
Peter, Peter and I were both in the legislature at the time that split was made, and Peter was on the Education Committee, so he can speak more eloquently to this point. But the key point was that the idea was that the secretary should reflect the governor's vision.
And be part of the cabinet.
And be part of the cabinet. It was very clear that education vision would be set by the governor, not by the Board of Ed. So when we start talking about sort of a strategic plan and our vision, it gets a little interesting, because that was a very deliberate decision that was made, and very clear that the governor is, basically the source of the vision.
And it is also then the state board was, what are we going to be tested? And what, as we're coming up with policy, what are things that are important to us? So if we're saying it's important that we have quality for our students, that we have equity, that we have some sort of efficiency so there's a stable system, and this new idea of wellness, that our students, as we're evaluating policy, that when we're making decisions, we're keeping all of those things in mind. And so, and as a board, again, what's our workflow? Looking at what's designated to us. Kim?
And just thinking pragmatically about timing, if education in the state of Vermont were subject to the whims of a 2-year cycle versus our 6-year term. I think it'd be really important that our vision, it takes into account and has sustainability through what could be a 2-year cycle. So I would feel pretty strongly that we articulate a vision. as
Can I just
well.
interject that when we were linked with the department, that we possibly had more leverage then. And I think we're kind of struggling to find out what is our
Yeah.
role right now. And it's what we make of it, which it will be interesting to see, how this unfolds. But that was always the dilemma, because when we gave the governor the appointment for this was very contentious.
Yeah.
And we, from one point in terms of elevating the stature of the department to an agency, and in terms of our concern about education being really prioritized, it also put us sort of in a bit of a back seat right now relative to having more of a direct role in all of that. So.
Yeah, John?
Well, I'm very interested to hear what Oliver and Peter have to say, because you were present at the creation, and it seems to me that we are coming to realize that we are leading without authority. That's a phenomenon that exists. There are some organizations that have found a way to do that, and a lot who have failed. So it seems to me that from what I'm hearing Oliver and Peter say, and Kim as well, it seems like we need to begin to think of ourselves as an independent voice about education that has no authority, in fact. We have some rule-making authority, but in terms of directing the executive branch, we have none, so far as I'm able to ascertain. And that either means that we should go out of business because we don't do what we used to do, or we have to, I think, kind of reinvent our understanding of who we are and create for ourselves, if we wish to, and if the legislature will benignly allow us to do so, ourselves as an entity that coalesces a vision of education in Vermont, independent of the administration, and there are some other state boards in this exact same situation. And you remember the NASB people talking about the power to convene. And I think that is something that we tend to be very much in response and in reaction to what's put on our plate by habit. And it's possible that after we've talked this all through in the summer and the autumn, we will start to see ourselves as a body that convenes, that is proactive, that we have our own agenda totally independently of what the agency needs and asks of us, and we become a third voice, if you will, or another voice for education in the state, independent of the legislature, independent of the administration.
And I would say the legislature is asking for that. So the legislature, I think, would appreciate more of a direction when it comes to initiatives. That's why I'm saying this fall, we need to really have a stronger message. Because when I get called in, they ask me, well, what's the state board's vision for this? And it's like, well, it's not something we've talked about. So then they'll come in and be like, well, what about your vision on this? And it's like, well, that's not something we've been directed. So I'd like to have a lot more conversation with them, because then they call you in like, well, how do you feel about this? And it's like, well, we are a board that meets once a month. Our vision is much more longer. This is our vision overall, and using those lenses, this is how I would look at it. But we don't have a position statement on these various topics. So if we did have a stronger statement, again, reaffirming what our vision is, and what would we want to see 3 things happen in legislature next year, and advocate for those things for the state of Vermont. And I think that would be actually appreciated by the legislature, and they're asking for what's another narrative for moving policy forward, or just how do we see, if we're looking at our lenses, if we end up having 4 of them, what are 4 things that the legislature could do in a session to advance closer to those goals. And it might not be contrary at all to what the agency's trying to do, and it might, again, be right in line with the agency's trying to do, but having a more forceful message that we can go in and advocate for. What we've seen really this session is they're also reacting. So they're not given any initiatives, they're reacting to what people are giving them. And so I feel like this is a little bit of a quagmire. We need to jump ahead of it for next session and come in with a little bit more leadership as a state level. Yeah.
So I think there's potentially a role for us, and we just have to be careful and remember, and always remember, that we found ourselves in this position not by accident. It was a very deliberate decision made by the General Assembly to take the role of visioning away from the board and vest that in the administrative branch through the governor and his or her appointed Secretary of Education. So we just have to be a little bit.
But it still is actually in those things that we have to do. It still is in legislation that we have to have a strategic vision by law.
Yeah.
We have to have one.
They haven't done their homework in the statute.
Right,
Yeah,
and so that's
I
the thing.
think
So we
there's,
have
but
this.
yeah, but
we have
but
this weird.
There's a weird
yeah.
thing, and that needs to
Yes.
get cleared up. But my point is, it was because all of the discussion at the time was around, do we want to have education be governed by an independent board, or have that vision be set by the governor, whomever is the governor at the time. And it was a very deliberate discussion and decision that was made.
Who was the driving force behind the switch? Was it the administration? Was it schools?
It's been governors for a number of years, and it was an initiative put forth by the governor at the time, and ultimately supported by the legislature. So that's what all the discussion was all about. It was about, do we want the secretary to take their marching orders in terms of vision and mission from the governor at the time, or from an independent board? That was almost 90% of the discussion. So I want us to be a little bit careful there. Now, that being said, I mean, the process we went through with Act 46 was a really interesting one, to say the least. And I think it was I think the board was the perfect entity to handle that final phase of the process, right? Where it was an apolitical, independent board that ultimately had to make some really tough decisions. And I think, there are potentially other types of things, activities like that, where, a board like this can be really effective. So again, I don't mean to suggest that we shouldn't have a role to play in visioning. It just gets really complicated given a very specific decision that was made.
And I think we have to be clear again, it's visioning for what is the board.
Right,
As if we're going to
exactly.
evaluate policy and moving forward. We are not writing a vision for the agency.
Right.
We are not saying the agency needs to do these things. It just says as we're moving forward and we're evaluating policy, this is how we're going to do that. Peter?
So, basically, our status is not that different from lobbying. We're, we don't have any legal stature, but we can certainly offer what we can at the time. But I think we really proved ourselves with 46, and they know that. They know that we can do the job, but I think it's going to be selective. And for those of us who've been in legislature, it's a hothouse, and you're not going out and looking for people to help make the decisions. Oftentimes they're doing it themselves, and how you fit into it is sometimes by chance or by purpose, but it's not. There's no certain path for us to be able to say this is what we're going to do. You know how that goes when we go in there. they're often talking about something that we're not prepared to deal with.
Well, and so I think one of the advantages we've had as a board and why the legislature is seeking out is that we've taken hours and hours of public comment. So that goes back to John's statement, is how do we had a we went in depth to areas around the state that as a board, we had never gone that deep into the weeds. And that's why when I was asking Tom about the question, we're reading reports all around the state saying, well, we're just going to open up to, we're going to recruit people from China. And that's how we're going to pay for our schools. And you're like, okay. So you know what reports I'm talking about because we've read those together. So I think how do we maintain that level and depth but not get in the weeds? And that's the idea of power of convening is what are these big topics that we want to bring people in and continue that high level of public engagement that we had so we can be voices as a looking at policy. So I think that really needs to figure in and that plays into your.
Could I just, this is a great discussion, and if time permits, I wondered if Oliver and Peter could talk further about the climate that led to this change. I mean, I presume it was more than simply a power grab by the administration, because the administration's been trying this for a long time, but finally it fell on fertile ground and happened. So what was the climate then, the attitude toward the board and its role? And number one, and number two, is it still that attitude or have things changed since then?
I think we have to be very careful too, because there's what was put into law. So I think the best way of answering that question is going to Act 98. So Act 98 is where whatever that conversation, what it led to, that's where we have that clarification.
I understand that's the law, but I'm just trying to understand the climate that I think Oliver was trying to alert us to.
If I may,
yes.
there was a lot going on back then. This is when 153 was really being which was a major piece of legislation in regards to where we ended up with 46. The issues of education, which had often been a political football in terms of, trying to restrain cost and everything else and blaming each other or whatever, finally there was sort of a consensus, we got to do something about it. And so I think that brought everything sort of up to a higher level of concern and political importance. I don't know how you feel about it, but it was a sort of a pivotal time in regards to just what are we going to do about funding and preserving quality education in the state. But part of it was how best to who's in control and who's calling the shots.
The other big one was, there was I think there was a recognition that education was sort of an island, right? And from, the governor's perspective at the time, and I think governors prior to that, and current administration, really had the feeling that education is, it's a huge piece of our state budget. Number one, it's one of the largest components of our state budget, our overall state spending, and we need to be looking at developing and growing Vermont in a more integrated fashion. And it was really challenging if you're the governor and you have a vision for how you want to move the state forward, develop and grow, our assets, our economy, et cetera. Yet one of the biggest pieces of that puzzle is sort of orphaned off and overseen by a separate entity. It was a challenge, and that was one of the key arguments.
And all those governors wanted that. They wanted that. They wanted to bring it into the cabinet, and the legislature resisted for a lot of years.
And I think, the funding piece, I think before Act 60, I think the independent state board overseeing the agency made a lot of sense. I mean, obviously, the other side of it is, I think in any state, there's always the concern that education becomes political. If it goes into a politically elected governor's office.
That was definitely part of the.
That's part of the argument at the time. Peter knows I was around. That never resonated with me as a superintendent, as president of the Superintendent's Association.
Yeah.
Because I reported to 56 locally elected school board members. I can't imagine education in the state becoming more political than it already was.
Yeah, I know.
So it was,
But you see some states where the
Sure.
state board of ed is picking out the science textbook.
right.
I think that was one of the concerns that that anybody has in any state. But I think it made more sense once education became such a huge piece of the state budget. I'm sure that had some influence on the governor's thinking because, there was something that was in the budget, a huge number, but it wasn't.
I think what's also
they didn't really have any
notable
control over it.
is that they also wanted to speak to Kim's point, that they still kept the state board that had a longer 6-year term to be that in-between factor. So that, I think that was the mitigating factor, so it's not so political, is that you still have this board that is the sort of institutional knowledge for some of that too. I think that it is helpful because since I've been on the board, I've had three secretaries I've worked with.
I would disagree, and I'm curious what Peter's thoughts on this. I think, and we see this in the various artifacts, and Emily pulled together a really good summary of all these things out here, and it's the discussion was so focused on. It was 90% of the discussion was about who the commissioner, soon to be secretary, would work for. That was all the conversation, and I think because all the effort was there, the state board and what the state board's role would be going forward was an afterthought, and you see that in these artifacts that are remaining. There really wasn't any discussion.
And part of the artifact was the selection process. The board felt very possessive about making the ultimate decision who's going to be the commissioner, and they had a hard time relinquishing that. The other thing is that what was going on then, 153 really didn't do much. Now, I can't remember, was it 183 or what bill was that we passed out?
883.
It was 183, wasn't it?
Well, 883.
883, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that had a date certain on when things had to happen, which was really what 46 did. And it passed the House but did not get out of the Senate. And then Shap put this summer committee together and really amped it up in terms of, and it had a lot of people on that committee that were resistant to this change. And by crossover in 15, it was done. 46 was passed. I mean, it happened really quickly, for better or for worse. I mean, from what we received, it could have been probably done a little better. But I mean, that's sort of just how the sort of the floodgate opened, and it had to do with leadership, and it had to do with at the executive level and at the assembly.
But that's where there was a really deliberate decision made.
Yeah.
As far as the state board's role was with Act 46, because they, the legislature knew, everybody knew that at the very final stage, those were the decisions no elected person wanted to have their fingers on. So who makes those decisions? And there was a state board. It was the perfect entity.
So Kim, you.
I am thinking about best practice around visioning and the notion of convening and engagement, and wondering if as we draft a vision, there's a way to share it and capture feedback. We just spent a year visioning in our unified district for the previous year, and it was a lot of engagement to begin to reflect the values that you want to see in your vision. So just a thought about the process. I don't know to what extent our timeline will allow for that, but just a thought.
That may be something that if once we have that vision in June, maybe inviting stakeholders in July to give us more feedback. Especially our partners and those who operate out of that which we put out into the world. Yes. Okay, so we can add that for July. All right, so just looking at time here real quick. And so what I have right now is by June, we'll have sort of really that vision piece done. We will then in July look at the couple different things, legislative work schedule. We'll look at mission visioning of the agency. Also try to get some stakeholder feedback from our vision statement from June, and really thinking about, at that point, delegating in some sort of tactile way, I'm hearing from everybody, about what we are, by law, we're supposed to do, where does that fit in those buckets, and if not, sort of like the red light, green light, yellow, what are those maybe that we want to propose to the legislature in the upcoming session that maybe could use some changing tweaking, so that could be the start of that conversation. August, we might want to have more of a, maybe see what comes out of that July meeting and narrow that down, so we'd be ready for September to have a really stronger working document coming out of September for the fall. And maybe articulating some of these concerns that we have, but we would actually have, these are our concerns, these right here, bullets right here, we don't think is appropriate for the state board, or these things right here, maybe it's the yellow, as John was saying, that needs some clarification from the legislature. Here is, and I think, Dan, you've done a really good job about showing the overlap in some of these things, that there really needs to be, legislature needs to make a decision. They have us going in both ways. And so it can be very contradictory, and that might be some of these, here are these ones, look at that.
I just,
and
to
give us some-
echo sort of Oliver's term around integration, I think it's important, as useful it is to revisit the past, which is interesting. I think we also have to acknowledge that we have major policy initiatives already in play, and all of them are pointed at major structural reforms to our education system. So it's a different, you have a different work before you than prior boards have had.
Right.
And part of my challenge as a secretary is to bring coherence to that so the governor's vision can be enacted. And I think the board has a role in helping us figure that out, especially if we're talking about an integrated model that puts education at the center of social and economic development for the state. That's the moment of time we're in. So it's not going to be helpful to have multiple visions going on simultaneously if they're not bringing coherence to the work of our school districts and our communities.
All right, any last words on that? All right, do we have any, I'm just looking, public to be heard?
It's such a polite question.
I know, polite, nobody, okay. So no public to be heard, so why don't we just take a 15-minute break, so if we say 10:10, come back and we'll resume, starting with our discussions on item E. All right. All right, we come back to order. I will ask the secretary, there's been interesting development at the State House in terms of all education. And Mr. Secretary, do you want to share what is now going on at the State House?
Apparently they lost power for a while.
They lost power. Really? And phones. Oh, gosh. So.
That's it?
So this is the last week. They're trying to get stuff done, and now the electricity's gone out. I wonder if somebody pulled it. Right? Yeah, this is an act or something. All right, so we are missing John. Okay, but we can get going. So we have right now a series of waiver requests, and this came forward, and I guess we have representatives from Wyndham Southwest, correct? And then Wyndham Central is not here yet, but they plan on being here. And then Southwest Vermont and Battenkill, okay, it's here. So if it's all right with the board, is it all right if we start with the Wyndham Southeast, E2, just knowing that the Wyndham Central is attempting to drive here, so we don't want to, maybe want to push that back until they get an opportunity. So with the E2, that is in your packet, the Secretary has made the recommendation that pursuant to 16 VSA, the State Board of Education approved the request of Wyndham Southeast SU Board to waive the 16 VSA 266 default requirements for appointments to the board, and that the membership would be as follows. So one member from who resides in Brattleboro, one from Dummerston, one from Guilford, one from Putney, and one from Vernon. And so this also, we got a late request today from, I think, Dummerston, saying that they approved completely. So that came in at 6:30 this morning. So that was a last-minute late night board meeting translating into an early morning email. So any questions or comments at this point? We do have representative, and I'm told you're here not just to be at this meeting, but you have another meeting you're going to. Thank goodness, because I didn't want you to come all this way for that. But any comments or questions for the board? Peter?
Yeah, just on the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union, it's interesting, alternates, how that played in, and because I know that's, there, in my district, that's been controversial.
Oh, wait, if we're just on E2 right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so if we're just on, because we have to go through each one individually.
You're doing each one separately? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So this is the E2, again, the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union. If there's no comments or questions, is there a motion to be made?
So moved.
So moved by Peter to accept the Secretary's recommendation. Is there a second? Seconded by Callahan. Are people ready for a vote? All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, so thank you, that has been approved. So now we have, going back to E3. So E3, the secretary recommended that the State Board of Education approve SVSU Board's request. First, that the State Board rescind its 2013 waiver of requirements for the SVSU Board composition and the provisions of 16 VSA applied to the membership beginning on July 2019. And second, that the State Board endorse the appointments of representatives from the Arlington and Sandgate school districts to SVSU Board in November 2019. So the SVSU Board can begin to operate on November 15th, 2019. As explained, board serving will be the new SVSU constituency. Okay, so any questions or comments on this one? Yes, Peter.
So, two things. First of all, on the top of the page of page 2, there is no constitutional requirement of proportionality for membership on an SU board. I don't know if that's commonly understood. I don't know if amongst, throughout the state. It seems like what I've heard is all about proportionality and everything has to be done. Anyway, that's just, I don't know how that's being, emanated or discussed. And I also like the way they've done with alternates. I know in our district, there are very small towns that would like an alternate if they only have one vote in case that one person can't attend. And that's not always. But the first one about you don't need there's proportionality in the SU formation. It's interesting.
Any other comments or questions or motions to be made? Yes, sure.
Madam Chair, I move that pursuant to 16 VSA, Section 261D, State Board of Education approve the request of the Wyndham Central SU. Did I hit the right one? Sorry, thank you.
Or you can just say adopt the secretary.
Madam Chair, I correct myself and move that we adopt the Secretary's recommended action.
Okay, and again, this is for the E3. This is for the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by John. Any other comments or questions?
I guess
All right. Yeah.
I will just say, having read them and being less familiar with an SU structure, I appreciated that it doesn't make it more disproportionate. As a matter of fact, helped that situation. But in none of the situations did it actually bring it any closer to proportionality with like two people and each having a half vote or anything like that. So that is just an observation, but certainly support it in that it doesn't make it worse and begins, I guess, to help improve the situation.
So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, so it's been approved. Now back to E1, and do we have a representative now from Wyndham Central Supervisory Union? Okay, thank you. So we have for E1, we're waiting, we knew you were coming this way, so that's why we're a little out of order, the E's. And so the Secretary's recommended action is that the State Board of Education approve the request of Wyndham Central SU Board to waive the 16 VSA default requirements for appointments to the board, and the membership of the SU shall be appointed as following. So 2 members from Marlboro, 3 from River Valley Union School District, 1 from Stratton, 6 members from West River Modified Union School District, and 2 members from Wyndham School District. So any questions or comments at this point? And again, we do have Superintendent, who I'm glad you were here for other training. Oh, not Superintendent, sorry. Chair, okay, sorry. Any
Would the gentleman wish to speak?
Yeah, so, and you're here for the other training, correct? Are you here for the other training, or did you come up just for this? And is there anything that you want to let the board know?
No, you know, we think this is a lot fairer than, you know, what statute has, because there's, you know, different number of schools. West River, as you folks probably know, because you saw the Act 146 stuff we've done, has more schools and more students, and we want to recognize that both Wyndham and Marlboro, although they're still independent at this time, they do operate a school, and Stratton doesn't operate a school, and we didn't think it was fair for, you know, operating schools to have the same as a non-operating school, and we wanted to give it a little bit more, you know, more representative of what we actually have for schools. We discussed this several years ago when the Leland and Gray towns were looking at a modified MUD or whatever back when the first thing came around. And then we've discussed this twice, and we had two motions. One of them was we thought we had to be more representative. We weren't aware that, you know, the statute required no matter what size schools. So we would ask that you folks would approve this. We've worked really hard to do something really fair. You know, we started from the boards, not from administration down, but from the boards up, to meet all the requirements of Act 146, and this would be the final piece. So we would ask that you approve that. And I believe the secretary and everybody from his office was good with it. So we would just came up in case there's any questions or if something was going to go off the rails.
Well, it's interesting. I'm glad that you talked about why 2 members, for the idea that not just that it's an operating school,
Yeah,
even though there were some of the smaller schools.
We currently have, I think, 29 or 30 members, and for the last several years, our Act 146 meetings, as soon as the law looked like it was going to pass, we set up a committee, and we had good representation from all the boards. But trying to get the super board together to vote on the budget and stuff, to get 15 people, has been really difficult. So we felt this was a good blend of good representation, but also doable, that we can get enough people to show up to the meetings, you know, when we need to vote on something. So, and we talked about changing it a little bit more, but everybody felt this was a really good mix. And also it was voted on twice. So we voted on it before we knew we couldn't do it, and then we voted to ask the state board, or for the secretary's office to do that for us. And then, so it's been kind of vetted 2 or 3 different times by our group.
And that was the one confusion I had, is on your board minutes, it had that Wyndham was going to have 6 representatives. I think that must have been a typo.
No, there's one gentleman who says that Wyndham's going to be way overrepresented because they get representation on the West River board, because they're a member of that for K through 6. I'm sorry, for 9 through 12. So they have representation on the West River board for the high school. Then they'll also have representation because of what we're requesting now. So one member said, well, this isn't fair because Wyndham's going to be way overrepresented. But Wyndham only has a couple board members, so they, you know, they would never, even if both members from Wyndham were on the appointed to the supervisory board, they still wouldn't have 6 members. I mean, there may be a couple at tops, or 3 at tops.
So what was that on because that was under the proposed change, under your board minutes from, let's see, April 24th, 2019, that Wyndham would have 6.
No, that was a member's comment.
Oh, I'm just looking at the chart that was on it.
No, then that's wrong, and I'm sorry.
Okay, so yeah, it's just that was my only confusion, because it was,
Oh, yeah,
it was in the
there was a
proposed.
board member from Newbrook that felt that Wyndham would be overrepresented because of their representation on the West River board and their representation through their 2 members that they got through our request.
Other comments, questions? Peter?
You asked how we felt about it. How are you all feeling about this document and the process? I know this-
I drove all the way from Dover.
Yeah.
I tried to find a parking space here, which is not easy to do. I'm parked
Yeah,
way
I
over
know.
there.
I think
And we really want this, and we didn't want it to go sideways or go off the rails.
Right.
Just
I'm
because-
just talking about how the process, how you arrived at this. I know it was probably.
Oh, how we came up
Yeah,
with
this
these.
document and this
Well,
agreement.
several years ago, when Stephen John was the superintendent, and we had that other MUD study, one of the things that group was concerned about was losing a lot of votes on Wyndham Central Board. So we actually had some meetings and some recommendation from the Department of Education at that time, and we come up with a plan that if that went through, then we would, request a certain representation. That didn't go through, and then with Act 146, there was some concern. So we, again, we met a few times, and we had really good turnout to these two meetings, the one in March and the one in April. We had over 16 or 17 members show up, which is really outstanding for us. We usually just, somebody walks in, we're like, hey, we can meet now. And everybody, it was pretty, you can see it was a pretty unanimous vote. There was just one dissident kind of, and he always challenges us and makes us think before he allows us to vote. So it's pretty unanimous. And
Any motion to be made?
Is the one dissident representative of his or her town?
I'm sorry.
Okay, you said one person disagreed.
No, I said we had one person that makes our, one dissident that likes to challenge us as before we vote, and that was the one that brought up Wyndham would have too many votes, but again, when it came down to a vote, it was a unanimous vote. Everybody agreed with it.
Okay,
That wouldn't have been the member from Newfane, would it?
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about.
Even walking in, you already knew that. It's funny. So any motions to be made?
I'll make the motion if no one else is prepared to do so. Madam Chair, I move that the board adopt the Secretary's recommended action with regard to the Wyndham Central's SU Board's proposal.
And is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by Callahan. Nice. So any more comments or questions? If we're prepared for a vote, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank
Thanks
you.
for driving all the way up here.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Rich.
All right, so we are now, if we can invite Emily Simmons to come up, and we have two sort of a post-secondary closing and academic records. So this is, again, part of the task that we're given under SA 16 is to assign where student records are going to go. And I know you've been collecting this information as of late, and if there's anybody you need to introduce or anybody to bring up, if you want to just go over what we are looking at.
So Emily Simmons, Agency of Education. I have for you a letter and a green sheet with regard to Southern Vermont College. And then you have a letter and an agreement from the College of St. Joseph, and also the College of St. Joseph's president, Jennifer Scott, is here. So I wonder if it makes more sense, Madam Chair, for you to take up Southern Vermont College first. Depending on the will of the board, you might use the Secretary's recommended action as the form of motion for the one that you do not have a green sheet for. And I apologize, I didn't have time to prepare a green sheet for the College of St. Joseph because those materials came in yesterday afternoon.
Yes, okay. If that's okay with everybody, that we take up Southern Vermont College first? Okay, perfect. Thanks. And do you want to go through what that recommendation is?
Yes, so in your packet, you have a green sheet for item F2. Stapled to that is a letter from Southern Vermont College's president, David Evans. Don't know if you had time to review that. It advocates for you to approve the Massachusetts College of Liberal Arts as the permanent custodian for Southern Vermont College's student academic records. I had the chance to review the executed agreement between those two institutions, and it looks like it covers all of the issues that could come up for those students. The basis for the Secretary's recommended action is primarily that although it is in Massachusetts, the Massachusetts College of Liberal Arts is in close proximity to Southern Vermont College. So for any Vermont students who are attending Southern Vermont College, it's not worlds away where their student academic records will reside. And I understand that most of the records are electronic as it is.
Okay, questions from the board? All right, if there, yes, we would need a motion.
Make a motion.
think Callahan should make the motion.
No, make the motion.
I move that the State Board of Education accept the Secretary's recommendation to approve Massachusetts College of Liberal Arts as the designated place for Southern Vermont College.
Okay, so is there a second to Callahan's motion?
Second?
Seconded by John. So the motion that permanently they would go to Massachusetts College of Liberal Arts. My one question for the secretary is, I know this is under consideration right now of the legislature, and has there been any movement around post-secondary school records? And there was some, I thought, sort of something broached with the Vermont college systems, or is this, I just want to make sure we're not doing something that will get in the way of something that's happening or in this week in the legislature.
No, this isn't related to that. It's part of a dynamic in the legislature right now, but this issue is not directly related to that. So your action here wouldn't run afoul of anything that's being contemplated.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. Any other comments, questions? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the records will be heading to Massachusetts College of Liberal Arts. And if you want to state, just because we don't have, you what? Okay, so we have a second school, but we don't have, and do you want to introduce yourself for the record?
Jennifer Scott. I'm the president of College of St. Joseph. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good. So we don't have a green sheet, just so you know, that's usually a secretary's recommendation for a course of action. So they would take your request, process it, but I guess it didn't come in until yesterday, so they haven't had a chance to process that request. So could you review for us where your institution is intending, I know you sent us this letter, but just for the record, just where you have made an agreement for records to go and you're looking for approval for?
Yes, of course. So we would like to have College of Our Lady of the Elms in Chicopee, Massachusetts, otherwise known as Elms College, be the permanent custodian of our academic records.
And so I guess how did that, could you just talk more about the relationship between the two schools and why that makes sense? I know in the past we've been just asking questions when our records are leaving the state, and how does that work for our students here in Vermont?
Because we are both Sisters of St. Joseph colleges, we have a shared history, shared founders, shared charism, and they were also one of our primary teach-out partners for our students. So the similarities in the schools and their histories and their course offerings, it made a lot of sense.
Questions, Oliver?
So I guess on one hand, it's good that there are similarities, but it could also be a detracting factor depending on the size. So I'm curious, can you give us a sense of the scale of this other institution?
I don't know the size of their student population. I've been working with the president of the college for a number of months in transitioning some of our students over there. I know that they have a rich history, and they're a long-standing institution, solid foundation, solid financial, and but I don't know right off the number of students that they have.
I guess I was really curious about their financial situation. If they're in a much, do you feel that they're in a much stronger position than you were in?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And President Dumais is also a commissioner for NECHI, and so he was very helpful in advising us on the process.
And I'm just asking the question because I don't want to get into a situation where the records go somewhere to another relatively small school, and then that school dissolves, and then I'm not sure what happens in that scenario.
Right, because it's in another state.
Exactly,
so I think that's been our
yeah.
concern. We've looked at, this is the third that we've looked at, and the first one's going to Arizona, then another Massachusetts. So just being mindful that different state laws have different protections for their students.
When we package up our records and move them to a different state, does the state lose jurisdiction over them? And then they're covered by the other
state's
state?
jurisdiction, yes.
Yes.
I believe so, Emily, right?
So this is not like a 100-student school. It's much.
No, it's thousands. Yes, I can comfortably say it's considerably larger and more stable than our institution.
Okay, good.
I just looked online. It's 751 undergrads and
Okay.
380 graduates, and that was the 2018-19 student population.
And where is it?
In Chicopee, Massachusetts.
2 miles from downtown Springfield. Anything else? No.
Questions?
Yes.
Bill?
How are you going to advise current and past students that the records are now somewhere else?
Well, once it is approved, we will make sure that we make electronic notification as well as written notification. We will also have it posted on our website, and the Agency of Education would also have it posted, I would imagine, if someone were to call you folks. And also, Elms College will have notification on their website. If you have recommendations on additional measures that we could take, I would certainly be open to hearing that.
I would love to be able to notify the students that the records are in a proactive way. To the degree you can do that by email or something, that would be good.
Yes.
But I recognize the problem.
Oliver?
So one thing I don't see in this agreement that might be helpful is your so it mentions here that your website will have information, but who's going to become the custodian of the website? And what I'd like to see in the agreement is that Elms actually takes ownership of that domain so that they continue on a permanent basis to have control of that domain. So somebody looking for the College of St. Joseph's website, if they land there, they're going to be redirected to the Elms with the information on how to access their records.
Yes.
And it's not clear in here, so you could probably just do it in an addendum, I would assume, just to make it clear that they will take that so that when you close up, there won't be anybody around to pay to renew the domain, et cetera. So that information will be lost.
I guess another question I have is for the secretary. So traditionally, we have the agency gets this and is able to process it, but because of the late date it was received, it was not able to be processed. So do you have any recommendations? Because right now, with them, we're just pulling out what information we have, and we don't have the expertise of the agency being able to look this over and spend more time. And are you comfortable moving forward at this time?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then is there, yeah, John?
I'll offer a motion then.
Okay.
I move that the State Board of Education approve College of Our Lady of the Elms in Chicopee, Massachusetts as the designated entity pursuant to 16 VSA Section 175 to act as permanent repository of College of St. Joseph student academic records, with the understanding that responsibility for what's the right term here, Oliver? Website management
The domain, yeah,
The
the website
domain.
domain, that they also take ownership of that.
be transferred to the College of the Elms.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Kim. Any comments, questions? If we're ready for a vote, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and so the records now will be at Elms. Great, okay, thank you.
Thank you. And to whom should I send the addendum?
You
Can I send that to Emily?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are a little bit ahead of schedule. So Callahan, you have some guests coming.
Yeah, their classes get out in 8 minutes.
Okay, so potentially, maybe do you want to do your student report? And then that would leave us a little bit more time, or,
Sure, yeah, it's pretty simple, so just like a welcome.
okay. Oh, so did you have besides the student panel, or do you want us to wait for that? Would it make more sense?
No, I can just do it now. I was just gonna welcome you for my student
Can we
report.
just maybe take a short break?
Yeah.
Give a short
Wait?
break?
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
I'd really like Callahan to be in front of her peers when she gives her
Yeah,
student
no, that's-
report. I think being under the eye of her colleagues would make it more meaningful.
All right, so let's
what you
then,
That's nice.
so they'll be here in, say, 10, so
Yeah,
another-
they'll be here soon.
Okay, so how about we do a 10-minute break? All right, so we'll come back in 10.
Really
really concerned.
We will come back to order. I'm going to turn this over to Callahan. Callahan, this is your show. This is your last meeting, really running the board. We're honoring you by coming to St. Johnsbury, and you wanted to sort of take the lead of the student panel and hand it up to you and to talk about your report, introductions, and however you see fit.
Yeah, so I'm very excited. I gathered a group of students. They kind of represent a wide variety of the school. As Mr. Levitt was saying, we're a very diverse school, so they can come on up if you guys come on up. And, yeah. And if you guys, can you just all say your name for the record? So,
Pablo. Malik.
Rebecca.
Sean.
Gage.
Mary.
Maria. Perfect. Okay, so I gathered them all. I'm going to give you a brief introduction of all of them and kind of why they're so unique to the school. And they're all seniors, so this is their last couple weeks here. So kind of just to reflect on their time here. So we'll start with Pablo. Pablo's in my advisory. He came as a sophomore. And when I first met Pablo, English was not, he wasn't the best at English. But he represents our ESL program, and now as a senior, he is fluent. He speaks to us all the time. He's great, and he completely came out of his shell here. He was homecoming king in the fall. Everyone loves him and adores him, and he helped take our first boys soccer team to the state finals for 2 years in a row. So he's been a huge part of our school, and he's just full of life, and we love him here. And he helps represent the dorm day-student relationship, and he's friends with so many day students, and he's a big part of life here at the academy. And then we have Malik. So Malik is from Bermuda, and he's been here for all 4 years. He's taken up lots of leadership skills and kind of learned how to do that within the dorm council programs and orientation programs. He's also part of that soccer team, and he's won 3 state track championships here with the school. And then we have Becca. Becca kind of represents the AP Scholar side of the group. She has taken the AP path. She's also very into language. She's taken both Spanish and French and traveled to Nicaragua last year to test her Spanish skills. And she's also part of Student Government National Honor Society, and she's been a part of 5 track and field state championships and holds a school record in the 1,000 meter. And then we have Sean. Sean is very diverse. So Sean, you can look at Sean, and he plays football, baseball, so the athletic side, but he's also a huge part of our CTE program. So he's competed in Skills USA. He's going to nationals this year for the 2nd year in a row in Teamworks. He traveled to Cuba during his time here. He also took Spanish, and he was a huge part of the Brant View restoration, the big multi-million-dollar operation that just happened with that dorm, and he's actually using those skills. He works here every summer with our programs, and he's using that to be a civil engineer in the United States Air Force next year. So Sean kind of breaks the stereotypes that you see sometimes with jocks and CT. He has a big blend. Everyone knows him. He's friends with a very wide variety of people. And then there's Gage. Gage is very impressive. He's a huge part of our STEM program. So Gage actually, I talked to you a lot about my capstone with financial literacy. Gage did his on, he designed a virtual reality computer for the school. So very expensive, high-tech computer that he was trusted to design completely on his own. So I think that is completely amazing. And he's also an athlete here at the school and works with that program that Mr. Levitt talked to you about that I was a part of. And he was a counselor with me for several years in that program. And then we have Mary. Mary represents this beautiful building, the arts. Mary loves the art program here. She's very big into photography, and she'll be continuing her education in the art field, and she's won several Vermont awards for her photography skills, so she is very amazing. And then we have Maria. Maria's from Mexico, and she's just the friendliest face on campus. Her smile brightens everyone's day. She does a lot with orientation programs for new dorm students, kind of the icebreaker games. She's been a huge part, same with Pablo, in kind of blending the day and dorm separation that you sometimes can see at a boarding school. So as you can see, they're all very diverse and talented and amazing, and any questions you want to ask them about their experience here and kind of showing how the academy really is super diverse, and they're all my best friends, which I think is really unique, that my best friends are all so different, and I just think they're really impressive. So any questions you have, feel free to ask away.
All right, so I guess it'd be nice first, and thank you for the introduction, and thank you all for coming and talking with us and bringing your experiences here. And I know Callahan was really excited to show the board sort of some of the accomplishments to have from her school and from the students she's with. So can you maybe talk about some of you've got an introduction to sort of your academic and extracurriculars, but maybe a little bit more about the classes here and what programs have helped you sort of find who you are holistically, not just who you are as a student academically. I know we heard you did all the AP classes, but what has helped you really shape who you are and think about what are your core values and what classes have helped you find those core values?
Anybody can answer?
Anyone can answer.
All right, so I can answer this, and it wasn't like so much of like a classroom to help me find like my core values. So like in Bermuda, like I know that like in school in Bermuda, everybody holds everybody up to like a high standard. Like you have to act this way, you have to be a certain way. But like out here, like being a part of like the soccer pitch with like Pablo, and like becoming like a family and being like a whole community, that really helped me like find who I am and like who I am today. So like if you knew me like 4 years ago, I would never like be a part of any like student leadership, but now I'm like part of dorm council. So like the school has helped me like come outside and be who I am today.
So like as someone who's super interested in computer science, all that jazz, I've gone through pretty much every computer science coding related course in the school, and the teacher, Miss Laverty, who I've had for 3 years now for a bunch of classes per semester, those classes and her have pretty much like opened up my interest in computer science. Like she makes it like a lot of fun. She, if you don't understand something, she helps you out with it, and the opportunities, like my capstone, as Callahan said, I designed and built a virtual reality computer. She was there helping me the whole time. We were working together with that pretty much the entire semester of with my capstone presentation, and that just, it really helped figure out what I was interested in and what I liked doing, and she's a phenomenal teacher. So if we're thinking of like one of the classes, then those and Miss Laverty are the ones that come to my mind.
I also think that like the guidance counselors here really help because like the academy has such a wide variety of courses to offer that you're not limited to just like academic courses. So like you can try like woodworking classes and all these different classes, and the guidance counselors really help you like maneuver that and try different things that you might not be able to take at other schools. So like last semester I took woodworking, which I never thought I would ever take, and it was so fascinating and like helped me to like see like a different side of myself and like hands-on. And so just I think that like wide variety of classes that the academy has to offer really helps to like shape people, because you can explore different sides of yourselves and not just be restricted to your core academic classes, and the guidance counselors really help with that. So
I think that there's so much crossover between a lot of the classes as well. Like in my experience here in like doing my art classes, I have like projects that like cross over between different like mediums. Like I'll have my photography stuff can help like combine into projects that I do in like taking film classes, like for making movies. I was also able to combine, like for my capstone, I combined a lot of like, I did digital photography, which combined working with like the film photography teacher, and I worked with like graphic design and learning how to do that, and then I worked with like a different teacher to figure out how to like add more textural stuff to my photos. So it's like especially in this building, but I think in other areas of the school, there's a lot of crossover between the classes and teachers, and helps mesh things together to kind of come to your own conclusions and things, and creating your own things.
I also think that the teachers in the academy really help you like figure out who you are. When I came here, I was really set on the business side of things and scientific side of things. So when I took AP Physics last year, my teacher used to be a yoga teacher. So he was very like, let's meditate before class and let's understand that like school is important, but there's so much more out there, and like you have to like see like what your passion is, not just what you're good at, but like what your passion is, and see that like everything connects. It's not just like science or this, it's like everything intertwines. And they have such like cool stories about life like they can tell you about, so you can like understand better.
So I came to the academy. I kind of knew that I was a hands-on kind of learner, hands-on kid. I like to do hands-on work and work in general. And then with all the opportunities that I was opened up to sophomore year, like electricity, woodworking, automotive, welding, culinary, those are the 5 main categories that we have at our school. Those are the biggest programs that we have in our tech ed program. But when those opened up to me, I finally got to express myself as a learner, finally got to do what I wanted for the rest of my life, which is civil engineering. We have a civil engineering class at our school, which is in the science department. But all those things kind of added up to me finding who I wanted to be for the rest of my life. And for me, that was being a civil engineer in the United States Air Force. And I think our world-class technical program that we have here is really represents what we as a school should be and what other schools should be. We have a lot of accomplishments in the tech program. We won 2 gold medals in the culinary program in the last 2 years. We had 9 state gold medals this year in skills. So our tech program is really thriving, and it's really powerful and strong as the academy grows.
And I think just like as a whole, the academy really shows you that you're not just a student. Like you're not just here to test well on a test. You're not just here to take your SATs. You're here to figure out what you like to do. And I think, as Becca said, the guidance department really does tell you, people, what do you want to be? Like, what are you interested in? They help guide you. And teachers also, on the idea of mental health, if you come to a teacher and you're, like as a senior, it's hard because you think you're trying to figure out exactly who you want to be and you maybe don't know yet. They're very helpful and they'll guide you. They're not just your teacher, they're a life mentor. Like I took woodshop with Becca and he would sit down and tell us, okay, well, if you want this career financially, you can do this, this, and this. They go outside, they bend over back, they do more than they have to, and I think our teachers are really to thank for how our students thrive post-secondary education.
Question, Oliver?
So first of all, Pablo, I missed where you're from. I was
Spain.
Spain. Spain now. Okay. So you guys, this is a really unique school and a unique environment, and it's neat to have a mix of boarding as well as day students. But at the end of the day, you all, whether you're a boarding student or a day student, all had a choice as to where you went to school. And I'm really curious, both from the boarding as well as from the day students, what made you choose to come here?
So for me, in Spain, we have like this company that take our information and chooses. Let me choose for 3 schools, and it was between one in New York, one in California, and one here. And then I had a friend that came here and told me about the school, so I like followed his step and came here. And I really like actually here. I like love it here, and like the people here, like I felt like home. And it's just the way it is. And like also my dad wanted me to study in the U.S., so that's another reason I came here. So I came here because my mom wanted me to experience something different, and she like wanted to like open up my eyes and like kind of like get me off the small island of Bermuda. So I had a friend who went here, and he called me up and told me about the school. And I was in between coming to the U.S., or going to England for school. But I decided to come here, and like I found out that like I had family members who also been here, so I decided to come here.
From a day student perspective, so I moved up to Vermont in 6th grade, and kind of the reason why we moved to St. Johnsbury was because of the academy, actually, and my parents' work. But like the primary pull was the academy being here. And my parents really loved like the diversity, like we always talk about that here, the diversity that's offered, and like just the enriched experience that you get from that. And so that was like a huge pull for my parents. And then just like the quality of education that students who leave the academy come from, with like capstone, so you're prepared to go out into the real world, the dress code, you know how to dress in professional settings. And so just like really what helped to decide to go here was just how prepared the students come out to hit the real world, was the main reason that I chose here.
So the guys are all wearing ties, is that required?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I
who's
didn't know if
paying?
it was for us or.
So there's actually,
Not for you.
there's a big contest going, whoever can pay the most can get the dress down day.
Senior auction.
That was a fundraiser that's going on right now. So I think the bid's up to $1,000 or something.
Yeah, and we have a lot of dress down days and variety days as fundraisers. So once every few weeks, we'll have, to support a trip or a charity, we'll do a dress down day. It's $1 to dress down, and those are very nice days.
So, any of you could share what you're going to do next? You're at a pivotal point in your lives, both from what you got here and where you, not only just about possibly schools, but what you really want to do. How has this school affected you in terms of what you're thinking about your futures?
So I'm going to Norwich next year for a cybersecurity and digital forensics program, and a huge part of that was the guidance team, because as I said, I'm really into the programming, the computer stuff, and they knew that, and they looked for schools that would fit me really well, and Norwich has one of the best computer science programs in the country, and it's relatively close, and so everything just kind of fell into place, and so yeah, I'm really stoked about that.
I'm planning to go on into the art field, but mainly to be able to work on preserving film, which is something that I kind of discovered I really wanted to do through the taking the film classes here, because it's film itself as a medium is really nice, and I think it's important to preserve history, which is another thing I learned from taking the history classes here at the academy. And since film isn't really that much of not a lot of people are working preserving it, and also a lot of colleges are phasing that out of their curriculum, art colleges. They're getting rid of doing that, so I was just.
Where are you going to go?
RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology.
As I said, when I came here, I was really sad on going onto the business side of things. I was going to go to Northeastern for economics. And as Becca said, talking to my guidance counselor and stuff, we were talking about what I wanted to the future, and she said, it's not about what you want to be, but who you want to be. Yeah. What is the purpose of your life? What is what you want to do? Not just what job you want to go to, but why? What kind of person you want to be. And talking through things, I realized that what I really wanted to do was help people in a more direct way. So I'm going back to Mexico to go to law school and become a civil lawyer.
Great.
How many of you are commuters, and how many students in all are commuters versus the dorms? I don't understand that.
So I drive to school every day.
Yeah.
How many commute?
I live on campus. My dad is one of the culinary arts teachers here, and he's also a dorm proctor. So we have a house on campus. So it's a 37-second commute. I guess.
Timed it.
Yeah.
Be sure and put in a travel voucher for your...
How many of you are planning on returning to Vermont? I
Not
ask
what
that
they want to
question
hear.
every year. Yeah. And why not? And why or why not?
It's cold. You have to shovel walkways and driveways, and that's just, I don't know. I mean, the one thing that I'm kind of bummed about Norwich is that it is in Vermont, and I mean, I love Vermont. Vermont's great. The skiing, I'm a Nordic skier, so I love like getting outside and mountain bike, doing all that stuff. But it's just like something different, you know, like.
I was just wondering about the phrase, it's not what I want to be, but who I want to be. And you can't be who you want to be in Vermont?
I mean, I probably could, but I don't know, the opportunities are elsewhere, and it's not super high on my priority list coming back, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about you?
While there's like a really like vibrant art scene in Vermont, in particularly for film and preservation, there isn't anything. So I like have to leave the state. And I really like Vermont because I think it's really pretty, and in a perspective for making art, I think it's a really great environment. But in perspective for like getting jobs in the art field, it's scarce. I'm actually originally from Baltimore, so I'm used to having conveniences like being able to go down to the 7-Eleven down the street, and there isn't anything like that here.
So I'd like to just observe and commend. As you can see, I'm an old guy. And so I come from a time when people spoke very clearly and articulately, and you people seem to me sort of a throwback to that time. I just noted some of your language. You talk about an enriched opportunity. You talked about preserving history, talked about who you're going to be, what. You're extremely well-spoken, each of you. And I think it's an enormous asset going forward in your life. It will allow you to differentiate yourself from, regrettably, from many of your peers. And I'd love to know the magic sauce that caused this to happen. But I think it has a lot to do with your faculty. The expectations in the classroom, I presume, are that you communicate clearly with some precision. And here you are just talking to a bunch of strangers and doing it again. And it looks to me like you can do that the rest of your life, and I think it's a great asset. In any case, it's a pleasure to hear you speak. It's wonderful.
Kristen, I'll tell you the first time St. John, I was living in Boston and working in the governor's office, and we had an attorney that worked there who had gone to Harvard Law. We won't hold that against her, but she was wildly successful. She's now the chair of the State Gaming Commission, so she's in charge of all the casinos in Massachusetts, if you guys are ever looking for security jobs and cybersecurity. But anyways, she had talked about this place that she went to high school. And I looked it up, and I thought at the time, because I lived in Boston, this is in the middle of nowhere. How could somebody so wildly successful grow up in a place that seemed so remote to me when I was living in Boston? And it turned out she was talking about St. Johnsbury. And she had talked about summers on this lake, and it seemed so idyllic. And she had talked about St. Johnsbury as if it was like a little slice of heaven. And she actually now is on the board here. Kathy Judd Stein is her name. But she was just one of the most impressive people, and she was the ethics attorney, so it was somebody that you never wanted to go see, because it usually meant you were in trouble. But it seems like all of you guys are just like Kathy. And it always stuck with me. I always remember this moment that when she was talking about this place. And when you come here, you can see like what she was talking about. And I think you guys are really lucky to go to school in a place like this. And maybe someday, if you don't stay here, maybe someday you'll find a way to bring something back to St. Johnsbury, like she did. And she still lives in Boston. She lives in Winchester. But I assume she drives up here for board meetings and things like that, and she still gives back to the school. So I think that's also important too, to know like where you came from and what made you so successful.
So, yeah, Peter.
I'm going to possibly embarrass Callahan. But I think it might reflect on what I'm hearing. Perhaps the most animated conversation I had with Callahan when we were driving together was about washing dishes. And it was about washing dishes in terms that when you're doing it, you develop a system in terms of how you do it, and it makes it more efficient, you know, how you just process it and get it done and do it well. And it speaks to willing to work hard, and it also talks about that kind of situation when you're actually thinking and planning, and it's something which would be kind of menial, and a lot of people just wouldn't do it. But I think it speaks a lot to your character, and I think you all somewhat share that you're willing to whatever you do, you apply yourself, and it's going to benefit you throughout your life. So.
Yeah, and I think like the academy is really great at no matter where you come from, socioeconomically, like everyone's on the same playing field.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you come from or what you've done. It matters where you are in the moment, and every teacher really does. We're very committed to the idea of hard work. Like deadlines are deadlines, and teachers are very committed to making sure that we have good work ethic. And if you don't, they will call you out on it and tell you that you need to develop a better work ethic. And you will meet with teachers. Every student here, like Sean, is probably one of the hardest working people I know because the CT teachers really enforce that, and there's no tolerance for it here. So I think that's also like Alpha Becca saying everyone is very prepared to leave the school because of. We generally all are very hard workers, and if you're not, and that's okay, the school teaches you to become one.
That's a huge step forward.
Yeah, it's really important.
Could you talk about class sizes? So like when you're in a class, how many students are with you? And what is the range for different classes?
12 is like, 14 is like big. That's a big class.
I mean, like, I took an auto class for a semester, and the class is a little bit larger just because we have a functioning garage mechanic that we have to run. We have clients from the outside, so of course we have more people, but then if we have kind of a more niche class, then there's less people there, and then the teachers have more opportunity to talk to you about individual stuff, which I think is really, really helpful.
And what's that, when you said large class, like what is that? I mean, I teach classes of 28, so I'm curious. Like what's a large class?
Auto class was maybe 16 to 18 or something like that.
Yeah.
So like still not like huge, but like enough to do the work and do the work efficiently.
Yeah, Oliver?
So I'm curious, for the boarding students, how quickly what I'm hearing from you is that the boarding and the day students are well integrated, and I know in some schools that sometimes that can be a challenge for cultural reasons, and I'm curious sort of how long it takes for the dorm students to sort of feel at home and integrated within the school community.
Okay. When I came here, I was really scared. One of the reasons why is that I'm very shy when I meet new people. I'm very outgoing afterwards, but right when I meet people, I'm really shy. But I feel like orientation is a really good start for it. You have to sleep in the gym with all of the new kids, and you just kind of bond throughout activities. And when I came here, one of the reasons why I chose NJ is both of my brothers came, and one of the cool things is that they tell you that they'll make you feel at home. So NJ is gonna become your home so fast. And that's true. The second I got here, everyone was so open to meeting new people and so nice and willing to show me around and be with me. And I felt at home at the moment. It was amazing. The people here are so open to meeting new people every day.
So yeah, when I came here, I came a bit later than orientation, so like for like 2 weeks. And then, but like when I first like got into the dorm, like I got like old people like waiting for me, like three boys waiting for me, and then one that speaks Spanish and then two English to translate in case my English is not good enough. And then once the proctor talks to me and tells me the rules, takes me to my dorm and like everyone, and then the next day I go to breakfast with someone from the dorm. We have breakfast, and then he shows me like people around, and when I like sit down at the table, I was like red, like I was like no. And everyone was talking to me, and then like by the next hour, I was friends with all of them, and I felt like home already, you know. And then in chapel, I sit next to Callahan. Sorry, how cool. I sit next to Callahan. I just felt like home, you know, like I felt like this was my house for the next 3 years, and that's why I stayed for 3 years.
For me, it didn't really take me that long. Like my first day here, I came late too, and I missed orientation. So like my first day here, I had like soccer practice, and by the end of like soccer practice, it felt normal to me already. So it kind of felt like home.
Are athletics required?
No.
No, they're optional.
You have to have to graduate, you have to have 2 athletic, like, yeah, so, but you can get those, you take gym, and that's 1 credit, and then there's exercise science programs and classes, so you have to have 2 athletic, like,
So like if you don't
credits, but, like, if you play a sport, it takes one of them away, so.
Have all of you played on an interscholastic team? All of you. So you didn't have to, but you wanted to.
Yeah.
So what's the benefit of that?
Making new friends. I made a lot of my friends. That's how I met Callahan. I did cross country when I first came here. And I think personally for me, I think keeping active is really important to like health and stuff. So that's why I continued to do, like I started swimming here as a club, and then I did cross country and meeting new people.
For me, so I had a couple friends in town already, and we were hanging out like, hey, you want to do cross country? Sure. So we did. And then that turned into, you're doing track, right? Sure. So, and then it kind of kept going. So like it's a way to meet and to maintain friends. And I'm with Mary on the point that like my academic performance actively and visibly drops when I don't have something to do out of school. If I'm not, if I'm just sitting at home looking at a screen, it does nothing for me. And the whole exercise, it really does help, like noticeably. So.
Yeah, and I think meeting new friends is the truth. When I was a freshman, I was on JV basketball, and I had met a kid from Taiwan. And 2 years later, he left after his freshman year, and I kept talking with him on Snapchat or texting him. And 2 years later, I was down in Florida, and he was at IMG, and my house in Florida is 20 minutes away from IMG. And me and my dad and him met up for lunch 2 years later. So I think that speaks to the friendships that you make here, as well as the dorm to day student friendships that you make. You keep those friendships for a long time, and I still talk to him till this day. So I really think that sports and this school helps you meet new people and keep relationships.
Are you guys unique, or do most students participate in some
Vast majority, I think,
right?
Yeah. Yeah, like our school, our athletic department it grows every year. Our school is very good about opening opportunities to anyone, especially when there's open houses for 8th graders. They're very big about come play a sport, like don't be nervous. Like there's even JVB teams for some athletics where they're just so big. Like there's always an opportunity. So I think it pays a lot to our athletic department, and Mr. McGinn, Ms. Schwander, they're very good at just encouraging it. Because I think a lot of students in high school, they think, oh, well, I can't play a varsity sport. Like it's very selective, and here it is selective, but there's also several opportunities, and there's also clubs. Like there's a dorm student basketball team, like the international basketball team. And there's kind of a fun group of kids that just get together. Like it's very open, and I think it's no close off by skill. It's just if you want to do it, just do it. And I think that's why our numbers are so big. And I think that's why we have such great students, because they're always focused on something outside of school.
John asked about if athletics was required for graduation. Can you talk about what is required for graduation? Now you all have checked that box, you're about to walk across the stage, what do you have to do to get there?
Capstone.
But is there any other requirements? You have to take
Yes.
credits?
It's like-
What it-
4 English.
A couple math credits.
History,
3
3
math.
math, 3 science,
Four
4 English, capstone, we have to do computer literacy,
Yeah,
health,
freshman computer.
Health, yeah. Language isn't.
Could I ask a foundational question though first? My daughter goes to an independent school as well, and she only takes classes for half the year, and they're longer blocks. Do you take the same class all year long?
No, it's 2
Only if
semesters.
it's an
Okay,
AP.
so, okay. So it's the same kind of schedule, and you have longer classes, like an hour and a half?
Yes,
Yeah, 7 minutes.
Okay.
And there have been a few brief mentions of the capstone project, but I'd love to hear more about that. And
So basically, capstone is its own department in the school, and every senior has to take it in order to graduate. And it's basically like John said, we're very well spoken because you present to evaluators come from all over the state, legislators. John was invited one here, and basically you can present in all different venues, and you pick a topic. You have to research a topic. So. Like I did financial literacy, filling that gap, gauge, research how to build a computer. Actually, there's AP capstone where you have to make the you have to do the research project, and so she had to do a study to find data. So it's basically a semester long, or in Becca's case, a whole year, where you just sit. It's a class, and you sit and you have a teacher, and they guide you. You have to do different projects throughout the year. You have a final project, and then capstone day is when everyone presents. You dress up really nice, and it's a big event in our community every semester.
There's also art capstone,
Yeah.
which is slightly different because you make a product, like a piece. I had a classmate that made a comic book.
Sarah.
Yes, Sarah had made a comic book. There was a student last year who collected animal skulls and chiseled flowers into them. My personal project was doing a series of digital photos that were large, and I had to. They were professionally printed, and then I gold leafed them. So it's really diverse in that aspect.
And Sean's was really cool. I don't know if he wants to speak on his capstone. It was really-
So I renovated my grandfather's Harley that he used to. I've never been an automotive guy. Never really knew much about it, but he donated it to the school that summer before I did it. So this past summer, and I just saw a picture of it one day in a photo book at home. And it was me when I was probably a couple months old, riding on the Harley with him. And it was bang, that's what the idea was. So I renovated his Harley, and then I wanted to do something for the community or others, not myself, not gonna keep the Harley, just wanted to do something for somebody. So I ended up auctioning and raffling off the raffle tickets at an auction that we have at school that helps raise money for the Skills USA program that we have here. So it cost about $1,000 to renovate it in total, and I made over $3,500 on it. So with the money that I made, I'm able to pay for myself to go to Louisville, Kentucky this summer at the national competition for skills. So I think capstone is more about informing the public or doing something for your community or doing something that represents the school as more of it's not something that represents yourself, or it's not a selfish kind of thing. You want to do it to express the school or help the community.
With mine, it's been mentioned a couple times, but Miss Lafferty, the computer science teacher who I was talking about, the beginning of last year, or 2 years ago, said we might be getting funding for a brand new virtual reality lab at the school, and I need help pricing out a computer. And I mouth off enough that she figured I was the right person for it. So I did the research. I priced out a high-end and a low-end computer that could fit the needs, and then I did my capstone last semester, and she approached me at the beginning of the year and said, we got the funding, we need it done. So I designed and built a high-end PC for the school's VR lab, which, if you guys haven't already seen, is incredible. It's like it opens up like so many opportunities to. We have like a bunch of headsets that people can use to see, like, travel the world, basically, see other cultures without actually needing to go there. It's pretty interesting, and I had a lot of fun with it, and yeah.
Any last questions, Kim?
I come from a town in Essex where we also have a tech program, and I think we also heard at our previous meeting the aspiration of having the real integration in our with our tech programs and our high schools where they are hosting them. And I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit to that and how that feels as a student studying tech. Does it feel well integrated? Does it feel separate? It sounds as though you've been able to navigate extracurriculars in the context.
Guidance counselors recommend that you take tech courses because it's something that a lot of people don't experience. Not everyone experiences hands-on mechanic work on a car, or fine woodworking, or baking classes, culinary. That's not something that people see or do every day. So it's recommended, and a lot of kids do take the guidance counselors up on their offers and take a tech class or two. And I think the guidance counselors are mainly to thank for that, and they really do integrate tech with normal education as we see it.
And even on top of that, like, if you're in the programs for long enough, then you have opportunities to kind of develop them in a real world scenario. So the Hilltopper restaurant on Main Street, it's a restaurant that's open on Tuesdays through Thursdays, completely student run. They do the cooking, they do the serving, all that stuff, and it's incredible. And I mentioned the auto department. There is a 4-bay garage that they have clients. There's a foreman every week that does the scheduling, does the parts ordering, does all that. So it's really cool that, like, there's opportunities to kind of go beyond and kind of experience how it would be in real life.
I think, like, when you go to those classes, like, Beck and I took wood shop together, and this past semester, and Beck and I have been very academic focused in our 4 years here. And when we went to that class, we admired the students that are in the CTE program, and we looked up to them because I feel like people would always think that we would see ourselves better than them in a sense, but you go to these courses and we're amazed by them and the way the school just always appreciates our CTE kids, and always, like, if you go into the lunchroom right now, their work's on display. Like, I think the school always gives credit to them and always tells how, like, we always talk about Mr. Stark, how he designed in California. Like, I think when you get to those classes, you'll see AP students in there, you'll see artists in there, and we admire the work that's in there, and there's such appreciation here for the CTE program that I don't think you see a lot of schools. It really is, like, when people talk about it, they'll say it's one of the best programs in our school. So I think that is a huge part of it too.
Now, Callahan, I wanted to give you sort of the last word. You had a student report, and we also have something special for you, too. So we hope that you all can stay for a little bit. Yeah, you have to stay for this part. But if you want to give your student report, and then we'll...
Yeah, so I think my student report, obviously just welcome to the Academy. I'm really excited that you're here. I always talk about it, so now you get to see what it's all about. So welcome. And in the last meeting, when we were talking about strategic vision, I won't be here for that part, fortunately. I got Act 46, but it's okay. I'll deal with that this one. But just, I know I brought a lot about mental health, and when you're evaluating a school, if their grades are amazing, their test scores are amazing, that's great, but also how are their students doing? And we take that survey, the risk behavior survey, and kind of really looking at those results. And as a class, we lost a classmate our junior year to suicide. So kind of that was when our school took a big turn, and we really looked at mental health. The guidance department is great. They're always checking in on you, and there's a huge focus on that here with mental health teachers. If you go to them and say, this happened, I'm having a hard time, can I have an extension, like, this is going on, that relationship has really grown since that tragedy our junior year. So I think when you're doing that, just try and really focus on it. I know sometimes it's hard because it is such a broad thing, but it really, mental health in students is a growing issue, I think, and I think we've all experienced times where it's just so hard to be a student sometimes, and you're just so stressed, but luckily we're fortunate that we have great outlets here, but a lot of schools that are so focused on funding and getting grants, they can't always focus on that, so just giving them the idea that it's okay to focus on that and take a break from the test scores and the finances and just really focus on your students' well-being. I just really encourage you all to really focus on that because it's so important.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing all those voices
Yeah.
today. And so in that theme, we have a little bit of appreciation for Callahan. Oh, is this, we're gonna get that? Oh, sorry. There's multimedia presentation here. So we have a short resolution for you, Callahan, as we like to do. I'd like to read this. This is Vermont State Board of Education Resolution of Appreciation for Callahan Beck. Whereas Callahan Beck has served with distinction on the State Board of Education from September 2017 through June 2019 and provided a mature and well-informed voice. And whereas Callahan has drawn from the experiences as an educational athletic leader at St. John's Gray Academy, balancing the demands of school, athletics, work, senior capstone, and extra State Board of Education meetings to determine the final state plan for Act 46, along with your. Whereas Callahan has informed the State Board of Education with monthly updates, highlighting important issues in education, how students are impacted, and affecting change in these domains. She brought attention to many topics, including student protest, financial literacy, and issues of equity. And whereas Callahan shared her opinions and her votes with conviction, and whereas Callahan is a vital member of the State Board of Education, not just as a student voice, but as a voice for Vermont. While students have 1 year as a voting member in the State Board of Education, her year was full of marathon meetings and a multitude of difficult decisions for the governance of the state. And be it therefore resolved that the State Board of Education bestows its appreciation and commendation to Callahan Beck. We thank her for her service and comradeship. Furthermore, we wish her continued success in her next adventure at the University of Vermont College of Nursing and Health and Sciences. And do we have a motion to make this official? So moved by Oliver, seconded by John. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Here you go. Thank you. Thank you. And this is the little thing. We also have a little present. I had to switch when I thought you were going to Seattle to then UVM, and so that's why when you texted me, I had to get back to you. And John has prepared a little bit of a new tradition we're starting. We did this with Connor last year, and much to the board's chagrin, we're going to now continue it. And John, I'll let you introduce them.
Well, I want to just be clear, this is not a solo, this is a choral performance.
Stand up, State Board. Let's go.
Everybody has the lyrics. It's okay to stand. And you all can just sit and laugh at us.
Yes. We are not known for our singing, and this was not rehearsed.
Yeah, they don't pay us for our voices. So this is the alma mater of Universitas Viridis Montis, which is the University of Vermont. UVM. But we're not going to sing it in Latin, and we are going to follow along with a performance by people who can sing.
Is anybody else going to UVM? No, okay. Lofty peaks of Mansfield to the shores of Lake Champlain comes the mighty swelling chorus. Will echo, will remain. Vermont, 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 our university. My loyal sons and daughters in love and praise to thee. Vermont, 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 our university. Thy loyal sons and daughters sing in love and praise to thee. solo for Connor, so we decided we'd enlist everybody for this one. And you can find that on YouTube, so that's if you didn't understand that. And we can give you a copy of the words so you can bring this with you. But I mean, really, Callahan, it's just, I can't think of a student that had more pressure on them and through a student year to make such decisions. And you really had the grace and courage to just go through, and I'm so proud of all of that you've done. And really looking forward to having you. Actually, I teach in South Burlington, so we'll be even closer, so you can come for coffee. All right, and we have your mom in the audience too, so we asked so to come for lunch. So at this point, we can head to, I believe, right, that we can head right to lunch. All right, thank you. So let's come to order. Come back from lunch. Thank you. And Callahan, thank you for having your mom come and join me. That was great. So we're going to get started up again, and we have now on the agenda public to be heard. Is there any public to be heard? Mildew? Okay. All right. So that being said, we are then a couple minutes early, but what we do have on the agenda, I believe Rick is coming. So for Compass School, but he's not here yet. So I guess maybe if we want to talk about process, so that way we're ready for a presentation. So if he comes in. So first thing, I just wanted to draw your attention. At our last meeting, we had taken a vote, and this is sort of the step 2 to that, is coming in and allowing, was that?
I was going to suggest before, just in fairness, because we've got this on the schedule for 1 o'clock. And
I know, but do we want to just review as a board what the process, or
but I think in fairness to the
Okay.
school, we probably shouldn't even have that discussion until that time, and they're here.
Can we do the chair's report?
Okay.
Does that make sense? Or,
We
I don't
can
know.
put that on hold for right now. We do say it's always a flexible schedule, but it's a couple minutes early, but we can give them a couple minutes. So let's see. If you wanted to do the chair's report, I can do that. So is that fine with everybody then?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. So we had talked earlier this meeting about changing our retreat. So that's something that came up in the early session under strategic vision planning. So we will be changing that date. The next one, I thought this would be after 173, but if it's not, 173 has put us in a little bit of a conundrum when it comes to, again, I've been connecting with the legislature, and they are right now considering delay of implementation. So we are stuck in this of an awkward spot because if we are following 173, the law and the way it's written is that we can't possibly get the work done if we don't start today. And we did communicate to the legislature that even with the current deadline that we would extend it most likely to March to get the work done. But we then are also in this precarious position where something could happen today, tomorrow. Secretary could check his email and we could have new news about what's happening with 173 and delaying of implementation. So I was hoping to have this conversation after 173, but maybe we can then have it during our 173 update, is that we are now having an advisory commission that was put together by the legislature who is advising us to slow down. We have the legislature who is deciding on whether or not in the next day or two whether to act, and how we're going to move forward with 173. So that is going to be maybe a conversation we can have when we talk about rulemaking process with 173, because we are in a bit of a dilemma, because we do initiate rulemaking, we're really not respecting the process pulling out in the legislature, but at the same time, there's what's on the books. So just, we'll have to have that conversation again with 173. Another piece of information, we are working with the AG's office securing a lawyer to deal with sort of a procedure of a licensing. So there's a licensing appeal which comes to the State Board of Education, and there has been a case made, but the counsel that worked on that, general counsel, So when Emily, before she was general counsel, worked on that, and now it's coming before us, she cannot then advise us. So the AG is securing another lawyer for us so we can go through that process. And so I know it's out to bid right now, so they are coming forward. So by next meeting, we should have had time to have representation come and help us through that process. And typically what's worked is we've had one case in recent memory with that, and so we would appoint somebody from the board to be a lead investigator and to go through and then make a report to the board. And again, they would have independent legal counsel to help them through that. So that was last. Yeah.
They put it out to bid, there's some qualifications involved in that, I hope?
Yeah, so
Or just don't take the low bid for lawyers,
No,
right?
it's, there's a process you have to, in government, you have to, if
Yeah,
you're
of
going through a
course,
lawyer,
yeah.
you have to put it out, and you have
Yeah.
to take in, different people, allow them to bid, and so
Yeah.
it was not an expedited process, so it's been taking a while. We've been working on it for about 2 months.
Yep.
And so hoping to have conclusion on that soon. So I reached out to AG's office just the other day, and their paperwork is getting through, but as you know,
I mean, the
government
last
can
lawyer
be.
that we got through the process, I thought was very good.
Yes,
So,
exactly. So
For
I've
whatever it's worth, but
helped faith in the AG's office that they'll
I'm just
give us
hoping we
good
don't have
representation.
Lionel Hutz. He's the attorney from The Simpsons who works at the mall. So,
don't think we'll get
okay,
that.
good. That was my concern.
I don't think that will happen.
Good, good.
So for right now, I also want to, sort of in the vein of the students report, just a little personal experience and just share with everybody. So I'm in the process of helping my daughter enroll into preschool and navigating 166 paperwork. And it's quite interesting going through Act 166 and being on the receiving end. I know it's a report that's going to be coming out this summer. I have to get the deed to my house. I have a lot of interesting paperwork that you have to collect. Yes, I have to get a copy of the deed. Yeah. So it's all this interesting, it really is a half ream of paper going through all the applications, filling out the report, getting the different, collecting everything. And when we talk about equity, it's a lot of work to do that. And on the other side of that, I was lucky enough to secure a location for her to go because I went when I was 7 months pregnant and secured a location. And we got in, which I was on a waiting list, and so you had to get in, but again, before she was even born. And if I hadn't done that, there really would be no options. So there is no 166 provider in my area, except for this one preschool. We have another preschool in town, but they're not 166 certified, so you could go there, but you pay full price.
Yep.
And we do have a town program. And because of the 10 hours, which is part of 166, their 10 hours is from 7:45 to 10:45, or sorry, 12:45, 2 days a week. And so it's a half-day program, which is very difficult if you're a working parent. And so for me, that really wasn't an option. I started looking around, and my option was, because I have 2 days secure, because of 166, you get the 10 hours, and now all the programs are set up around 10 hours. So I started calling around because I had nowhere to look for daycare. And so I started calling around. I started calling other schools. Well, what is your 166 in the pre-K? And it ranged from one school district was every Monday through Thursday, 8 to 10:30 every day. So 2.5 hours for 4 days. Another one was 3 days, but it was for 3 hours, 3.5 hours apiece. And I just bring this up because there's this complicating factor when we're looking at our students and we're trying to, with equity, if you're a working individual, how do you navigate that schedule? I solved the problem by resigning half my job and staying at home, so to make the schedule work. And I was privileged enough to do that because even with a part-time, I still can take home money, and I have a husband that makes money too. So I just think it brings up the broader question of equity when it comes to our policies in the state. And I'm living the 166. I'm seeing the parents around me living 166, and seeing actually the students that are in the most need actually not being able to access pre-K. Because of the way the system is working. And in every case is so different around the state, and everywhere it's playing out very differently. But I think it's mindful just to think about how, if we're trying to help our students that need it the most, how are we doing that with our policy? And how does 166 create equity or not? And it's been very interesting being on the receiving end
Well, I
of,
think,
of that.
you know, I think I told you that I moderate the school meeting because our elected moderator fell down on the job.
Literally felt it.
That's Oliver, by the way. Small table, but,
Still got reelected.
yeah, still got reelected. They still didn't like the job I did, and they reelected him. Yeah, he didn't even show up, and he got reelected. But I heard that exact same story down south on 166, and it's definitely a big challenge. I mean, some of the systems that are set up just do not work for regular parents.
And that's, I think we started having this conversation last meeting, just how school in general is not set up for regular working parents. So it's, I've been working with a couple of families navigating these issues, and especially if you're a single parent household, how do you navigate this? How are you picking kids up in the middle of the day? And it limits your economic opportunities because then it can limit the jobs that you can have. So we're actually creating cycles of poverty with our educational system. And so to be very mindful of that, if we have a system that ends at 3, how many jobs end at 3? And what does that mean? And how do you fill in those gaps? And we fill in those gaps with daycare and what's being provided to students, is it high quality or not? And that's what we are aspiring for our students, is the way to get ahead is to get that high quality when they're younger. And I'm also worried about precarious positions that then parents are putting their kids in because they don't have a lot of options. And somebody down the street has to watch them, and maybe that's not a good fit. Bill?
Refresh my memory, wasn't there a report on 166?
And we talked about it, it's coming out in July and August, correct?
Yeah, there was there's 2 different studies going on. One report really does look at how 166 is working. The legislature received a sort of a draft update on that work, but the final version isn't due till July, as the chair said. So I think you saw the interim report or progress report.
Okay.
And then the other report looks more at, I won't say equity issues, but also looking at sort of the broader application of equalized pupils and the funding and so forth. And that's sort of done by the REL. That'll be coming out in August, somewhere in that time part.
So this is setting up for the legislative season, or?
I think that was part of,
The thinking?
part of the thinking was that we have maybe some information coming in that might be helpful.
Krista, the one other thing that came out of that, by the way, that came out of your comments, though, and I've had some friends sign up for Medicare, talking about how difficult it is to sign up for Medicare. It sounds like it's more difficult to sign up for preschool. The amount of paperwork that you were required to put together, and I can appreciate paperwork working in government, but it seems like I think that the ability for parents to be able to put together that paperwork may vary from family to family.
And as you know, if you have to go to the town clerk to get a lot of this paperwork, can you access the town clerk? And can you access those paperwork? I know in my town it's done, but it closes at 4.
Yeah.
So, and they have no weekend hours. So if you have to access that, how do you do that? And then you're taking off time from work. So it is an onerous process.
Yeah.
And so how do we give more access and make it so it's not putting such a burden? Because I've met parents who are like, well, I can't do that. Well, I can't access it. I can't meet those hours. I can't do this paper. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of ways that then students are paying for their parents not being able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, John?
About 15 months ago, we received a report. I recall Amy and a colleague of hers presented a report on participation rates. And the data seemed to show pretty clearly that children from low income or otherwise disadvantaged homes were participating at a comparatively low rate, which was confounding and very troubling and precisely the obverse of what one would hope. And we asked why, and there was no answer. Absent any data, some of us were left to speculate, well, maybe people prefer not to have their children participate, but what you're saying suggests that there may be some preferences, but there are a lot of practical obstacles for people who are disempowered or are disadvantaged in some way.
Or
have
work.
Have a car that's not reliable. You fill in the blanks. It seems like a perverse system of hurdles, as if one were, if you were trying to design a system to exclude those that you had in mind, that would be this system. I'm sure there are good reasons for it, but frankly, I don't understand why anybody needs to know whether you own your own house or not. It's just, that seems, no one has ever asked me if I own my house. I mean, I can't
You
understand.
have to prove your residency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about just
Yeah, but
showing that you're
I
a
did that at the
registered
DMV
voter?
without
That ought to
getting my-
suffice.
No,
You
and
get-
By
no.
deed.
Yeah.
there's a lot of residency fraud, so that's why they ask for a lease or lease agreement.
Yeah, lease agreements or notice of sale agreement.
Yeah,
So I could send you a picture of it. It's quite interesting.
I'm sure there are reasons, but
That's a reach from early education, though. Rental properties and so forth.
No, but that's part of to prove that you have residency, so the town will pay for your 10 hours. You have to have all this documentation proving residency. Yeah, Kim?
I'm wondering
Who
if the
moves to
report will
Vermont
have the data.
game that system?
I imagine it'll have participation
That's not part of
data
the
and
use of
demographic information, but aside from that, has it been around long enough to see any impact on, student outcomes? And it would seem as though we are actually creating a situation that broadens the divide rather than narrowing the divide by all the obstacles in place, all at the same time that we have increasing capacity in our buildings to do something differently, potentially.
And that's been, I would love to, if the reports are going to speak to that.
Yeah, I'm not confident they will. But, those reports were commissioned a year ago, essentially, and I think they'll be useful to a certain extent, but they'll probably end up, giving you the opportunity to create new questions for research. But I think it's pretty clear to me as I travel around, we have some work to do to repair, create a better, more effective approach to pre-K education. But that's not necessarily a universally held position. There's folks that think it's just more a question of putting more money into the current structure to make it work. And I think the structure is fundamentally flawed. But I think there's definitely consensus and interest in at least revisiting it starting this summer, so hopefully we'll be able to do that.
And the infinite wisdom of the 10 hours, I have to say, that creates the most difficulty. And I think I'm always reminded policy is blunt. Policy is not swift. And so when you create something as blunt as 10 hours, you're going to get 10 hours. And what does that look like? It looks like it doesn't work for a lot of working parents. So I think that's another reminder of policy being blunt. Yeah, Kim?
Well, and also, if it does work, the likelihood, and I apologize for making such a broad statement, but if you can navigate just 10 hours, you probably didn't need the financial incentive to send your child to preschool. So what is the value or ROI on that investment at the expense of whom is, I think those are really important questions.
Yeah. Peter?
My understanding that the was copied the kindergarten. I think kindergarten is targeted at 10 hours, but it's the funding formula that makes the difference. That was what is it, 40.46 or something? I don't know if it still is, but it was something close to that.
Preschool is 0.46, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
it's the
about.
same,
Yeah.
it's just an arbitrary number. I mean,
Right.
yeah.
But it has consequences.
Oh, it does?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It has consequences, and that's just, instead of it being something flexible like 2 full days or so many, it's very concrete. So that's just something I wanted to bring forward, so as a personal experience, and that I had to make the decision as a Vermonter to decrease my economic capacity to then fill in those gaps, and that's so I'm willing to do that, but I know I'm privileged, and that not everybody can do that, and how it affects them. So that was just a short report. So we're gonna go back. We moved the schedule a little bit to make room. So we are gonna get started again looking at Compass School. So if you remember our last meeting, I'm just gonna bring up the language. The law up here. So the last meeting, we met and we, as a board, took a vote to ask Compass to really talk about their financial capacity and provide more information. So now we're here today. I'm just reading from the actual law. 173. So before us today, if the state board, after having provided the school reasonable opportunity to respond, does not find that the school has satisfactorily responded or demonstrated its financial capacity, the state board may establish a review team that, with the consent of the school, including a member of the Council of Independent Schools, to conduct a school visit to assess the school's financial capacity, to obtain the school such financial documents as the review team requires to perform an assessment, and 3, submit a report on its findings and recommendation to the state board. So for here today, we've gotten records from you, and so we'd like to be able to take a time just to review those with you and talk about those. And then as a board, we have to decide if the board finds that after getting the supplemental information, we're satisfied, we'd have to look at that. If not, then setting up a committee to visit the school that, again, would visit, look at documents and write a report, or another option. But that's where we are here today. So do you want to come up to the lectern here? And we were provided with a series of documents. Thank you, we got the email, we sent it to everybody, and there's copies up here for people that needed them. But for the record, do you mind introducing yourself? And,
yes.
And everybody, if you could just introduce yourself and your role with Compass.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, all the members of the State Board of Ed. Thanks for giving us this chance to come back and really explain to you, update you about the actions that we've taken since the last meeting and the plans in place for the future.
Oh, can you just make sure we introduce everybody?
That's my next line.
Okay, sorry.
I'm Roxanne Blake, as you know, the co-chair of the Compass Board, Rick Gordon, the director, and Connie Kincaid-Brown, who is a volunteer with us and a CPA and a parent at Compass, who has been very instrumental in helping us create, formalize our financial manual, which is included in the packet, which reflects many of our current practices, but importantly now includes in writing the dates and process for filing the 990.
Can you just hold on? Mel, are you? It's difficult to hear. Yeah, do you want to come up here then, like a little bit closer then? I would just prefer just to give a little bit of space. I understand I want to meet your needs, but I also want to make sure we're just, we usually don't have people come up and join us at the table, but I'm perfectly willing if you want to sit right at the end over here, just so we have.
And maybe you can all be clear to project.
Yes, yes. No, and come right up, yeah.
Yeah, it's very hard to hear.
Okay, so we'll do they were trying to turn down the fans.
Good, that would be great. You can't hear anything out there.
Okay.
So our Compass Board has appreciated the opportunity to look more closely at our practices. We've looked for improvements to make our organization stronger for our important work in service of our students in our community. Our board agrees and takes your concerns about our financial processes very seriously and the resulting effect on our capacity as a serious matter. We're not taking it lightly. We understand about transparency around taxpayer dollars and how important that is, as is the necessity of filing required paperwork, especially the 990 with the IRS. We know going forward that they must be filed in a timely manner, and there's a risk to the school in terms of our tax-exempt status if this does not happen. The board wants to make this right, and we've addressed the concerns that you raised at your last meeting in detail, which you will hear about this afternoon. We did also provide you with materials, which sounds like you did get, and especially the letter restoring our tax-exempt status back to 11/15/18. Phew, we're in the clear on that. First, just to give you an update of what we have worked on. Former treasurer and past board chair, Dean Dorman, is returning to our board as treasurer. His resume is in the packet. He has a strong financial background. We're confident that he will be able to support the financial functions detailed in the manual and also support the board in our oversight of the school's financial processes. The board has also engaged the firm Lawrence Reed CPA PC, who prepared the 990s that were filed with the IRS on 4/2/19. And you have a copy of the engagement letter with him that we have included in the packet. Mr. Reed is available to consult with us about financial procedures. We'll be filing our 990s into the future. And based on his professional recommendation, we also plan to have him conduct an annual compilation of our finances at the same time he completes the 990s. And then we'll do a review once every 5 years in conjunction with the school approval processes. The Compass Board's strategic plan for 2014 to 19, which is not included in your packet, included a goal to update policies and procedures to govern school expenditures. Fairly simple, but not detailed. The first draft of planning for our 2020 plan, which we started in January, includes, in addition to that, complete the financial manual with a copy available in our business office and review annually in consultation with our CPA advisor. We'll also goal 2 is to create a budget for the annual filing of the 990 tax form and CPA services based on the timeline for these services, so that the timeline is in the manual. We'll create a budget reflecting those costs. And finally, we're creating a more inclusive board handbook with additional detail around financial oversight and governance responsibilities of the board, which will be given to each Compass Board member and new members as they join the board. The updated board expectation sheet is in the packet, added more detail to that, and a more thorough section around financial oversight. We'll also utilize online resources for training, such as Common Good Vermont and other nonprofit support kind of mediums that are out there on the internet. So Rick will go ahead and provide some background about the school, the staff, and review the contents of the packet in more detail around the financial issues. These have all been prepared quarterly for the board for the past years by our bookkeeper, and were reviewed by the treasurer and the finance committee at each board meeting. So Rick?
Again, my deepest apologies about our failure to file the 990s in a timely manner. This process has certainly helped us appreciate the seriousness of this matter and hope the documents provided of our past finances and the clarity of our financial policies and protocols outlined in the new financial manual will assure the board of the sound financial capacity of Compass School, both in the past and looking ahead to the future. In the materials we have provided, you can see that our annual budgets show surpluses over time, and our balance sheet shows a growing level of equity, reflecting our consistent attention to fiscally responsible budgeting. The information in these budget documents is mirrored in the 990 forms that are available on the school website. Finally, we have a working draft of our financial manual that details our policies and practices, many of which have been in place for years, with additional attention to a reliable procedure for assuring timely filing of the 990 forms. The financial manual outlines our procedures for segregation of duties and internal controls that were affirmed by our A133 audits in 2014 and 2015. The important addition in this manual is the clear attention to the annual review and reporting, including the 990 form completion by our accountant. Compass School annually serves 70 to 80 students from all backgrounds, with 50% on free and reduced lunch, and depending on the year, approximately 25% who get specialized support services. And many have other individual needs that have impaired their success in other educational settings. At Compass, these students have found success. For many, Compass has been transformational, and for some, it has literally been life-saving. We have tremendously dedicated teachers, almost all of whom have advanced degrees and have been at Compass for more than a decade. We're all dedicated to doing what's right for kids, and we work hard to meet responsibilities for accountability to government requirements, parent expectations, and the needs of our larger community. Again, I deeply regret our delinquency in filing these 990s and appreciate the opportunity this has provided us to improve our internal systems. Thanks for your time and your consideration of our efforts, and we're here to answer any questions you have.
So first question, if you could just speak to just a confusion I had. So has the board met since the meeting we had last? Has your board met to
We've
discuss
had-
this? And because there was something mentioned that this wasn't going to be adopted until later because
To
they
the
aren't
June-
meeting.
the June
So
meeting.
Could you just outline, has the board, when did you meet since
We've
our last
had
meeting?
we've had an online meeting, but we have not met physically to oversee these documents at this point in time. But it is on the agenda for the June meeting, which is our next meeting.
Questions that people have? Oliver?
So I just wanted to get some clarity on the, because for some reason in my packet, I don't have a copy of the engagement letter with the CPA. I'm a little unclear, is this the scope of services that you're asking the CPA to perform, does that include an audit? Is that what you're?
It includes the compilation, which is, Connie can explain it.
There's a difference
She's
between a
CPA.
compilation and an
Yeah.
audit, so I want to be.
So,
Yeah.
little accounting 101 here. CPAs, everybody says, well, CPAs do taxes. No, the reasons we are licensed as CPAs is to do attestation services.
Right.
Those attestation services have multiple levels. Compilation, review, audit, and then you can have the government A133 single audit sort of layered on top of the financial statement audit. And the lowest level of service is the compilation. Of course, as a professional CPA, the more higher level we're doing, the more paperwork that's involved. So at a compilation level, we can pretty much get a good handle of what's happening on our organization, but we're not actually going to test individual transactions. In theory, we don't have to test anything at a compilation level, but none of us would sign a compilation report if we had done nothing. I mean, the theory being we just take your numbers and we make the footnotes, but we have to ask questions to get the footnotes right. We have to do things to sort of eyeball things and make sure that they're okay. So Larry's recommendation, having done an audit at Compass once, knowing how small the organization is, that to do a compilation, I think he's doing 4
Each
years,
year.
and then the 5th year he would do that higher level of a review, but that an audit is almost a waste of time and effort, and it's not because he can see how it is and how it's going, but there is no actual opinion expressed in the review, but other than to say that we're not aware of anything. But there's been no testing of actual individual transactions on that sampling basis.
So his professional recommendation is this annual compilation.
Right.
And then in conjunction with the 5-year approval, you would conduct the next higher level up,
Right.
which is one short of a full-scale audit. And so that is his professional recommendation. And you didn't say it explicitly, but I'm reading between the lines that you would concur in your CPA as well?
Yeah, I mean, again,
Yeah.
yes, and just knowing how small things are. You can almost tell everything that's going on by reviewing the bank statements, because there's one thing, but you're not doing some of those other tests for reasonableness. So that compilation or the review, get those other tests brought in.
So I was not at the last meeting. I unfortunately had the case of the flu, but I'm in a little bit of an interesting position because I was able to review the video. So my perspective is a little different because I wasn't here in the room, but I did sort of get to sort of objectively look at things. And I appreciate you guys coming back today and sharing this information. Honestly, when I reviewed the tape, I heard a number of comments that were really a little bit concerning to me, and not concerning as to the administration of the school, but more around governance, board governance specifically. And there seemed to be sort of an attitude of sort of dismiss, like it's not our job. And so I just want to express that. That was just me looking at it as objectively. I think this presentation has been, from my perspective, has been very helpful. And I don't know if you guys have I previously served on the board of an independent school, and one of the first things I got was this book. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. It's a trustee handbook that's put out by the National Association of Independent Schools, and very clearly maps out the fiduciary responsibilities of the board. And I just wasn't hearing that in the last presentation. I think I'm hearing much more of that now, so it certainly gives me some comfort. And then just from a board perspective, I was hearing some questions that also concern me a little bit. And for example, there was a question about GASB accounting standards, and you're the CPA, so you can probably speak to this more intelligently than I can, but you're not a government agency. GASB doesn't apply. Or maybe it does.
So, again, there's Section A133, that's part of GASB. There's Section A122. I think they may have restated that a while ago and given it a new number. The fact of the matter is that any nonprofit organization that accepts any federal money, either directly or as a subrecipient from someone else, is responsible to some of those GASB things. Now, and all of a sudden, but there also, materiality comes in. And so, yeah, for example, Compass, about the only, well, they got the USDA loan, so that's why they were subject to the A133 for 2 years, to make sure all that money came in and was dispersed properly, because it was over
$1 million.
Over $1 million. And it was more than $500,000 in 2 years. They have the federal school lunch program, and the people come in and they monitor the lunch program. But your public school districts that are getting large federal grants in any way, through the state or directly, are all responsible to those GASB things, because that's federal money. Whether or not it gets audited at the A133 level is measured by how much money they get. And so GASB can apply to any organization if you signed a contract accepting that federal money. And the federal government actually has programs for small nonprofits to take, that the executive directors in places can take to say, okay, here are the extra things that you're signing off on. They're incredibly complicated. There's a lot of minutia, but a lot of times too, you get down to that materiality and it goes to, there's all this. Oh, but if you're below this, none of this applies.
But your draft manual here states that you're following GAAP.
Right, generally accepted accounting principles, because and as far as when federal money was awarded, then the GASB, the federal financial extra things that had to be done were followed. And that's where they got the
Specific to those federal funds.
Specific to those federal funds.
Okay, great, thanks.
Bill?
On GASB, was there a period of time in there when you didn't have the audits or the 990s in which you weren't following GASB procedures? And I guess what I'm trying to get at is, could you tell me a little bit more about your checks and balances so that we know that the money that came in went out in the proper fashion?
So, Compass has a bookkeeper. She's very competent. So she will get invoices in. She will present those. They often go to Rick for him to, because the electric bill comes in. She sort of knows the electric bill is the electric bill.
Yes.
She doesn't really need an approval on that. But say something comes in that's using grant money or is an unusual purchase and she doesn't know what to do with it. She gets a sign off from Rick. She makes sure that expenditure was approved before she even puts it into the system.
Okay, so...
She puts it into the accounting system, and when it comes up and it's due, the checks are cut. And I do not believe she signs checks, right? She doesn't sign.
I sign every invoice and I sign the check.
So then it would go back to Rick again to see that that the invoice is there with an invoice packet, that the invoices are the check is for the right amount, and the check is signed. The treasurers, the various treasurers they've had also can get involved and will come in and review things, and then the board, all those financial statements comparing to budget come back to the quarterly board meetings and are reviewed.
Okay, so the bookkeeper, the headmaster is your second, the board, treasurer looks at the individual orders.
I don't know how often treasurer looks at individual invoices. I think they look at budget comparisons and could look at, if something were out of line, then they could come down further.
Okay.
the treasurer doesn't sign the checks? Just that it,
I,
usually treasurer is distributing cash or distributing
actually,
funds.
no,
Not really.
most times it's generally, in most nonprofits, the treasurers are not actually coming in and signing checks. A lot of the little tiny ones, yes, they will come in and sign checks. But the larger ones, there's a designated person, such as an executive director and some sort of backup signer. And then the treasurers actually receive reports and have an oversight. So if you look at the fiscal manual, oftentimes it'll say the treasurer is responsible or their designee.
So do you think that there's a proper number of people involved in the process? You have the same person who's approving expenditures also signing the checks.
But you also have the bookkeeper in between. You have another person who's going to say, wait a minute, this just doesn't look right to me. You have that opportunity.
Not
And believe
to
me, Compass is small enough where
Not
it
to
gets
be
around.
persnickety, but that person also reports to the same person who signed off on the expenditure and signs the checks too.
And again,
so.
you do have the,
Yeah.
you have the review, you have a treasurer involved.
And I get it. There's not a lot of people in the organization.
small
so there's
budget.
only so
Right.
many.
And one of the things we're doing with the fiscal manual is as this is completed, and they've actually do that, there's a second matrix that happens where you sort of lay out all the recording responsibilities, all those things, approving, recording, responsible, and then you sort of lay it out across the top as to sort of who's doing what. And what that matrix allows you to do is, if I go across the top and the same person is doing the recording through all the different levels of transaction, I don't care. That person's the recorder. What I care about is if I start to see a line this way, where everybody, the person's recording, reconciling, da-da-da, all of that stuff is coming down through. And, ideally, you always want 3 people involved. And with 3 people involved, you can generally make really good internal controls. Can't control collusion, but you can control for that.
And, I work for municipal government. The ones that you see that tend to end up in the news are the smallest organizations that have one person doing
Right.
typically all 3 operations.
Right, and we don't have that at Compass, but there is certainly room for, as we go through this process, for pulling a third party from somewhere as we go through and do the matrix. We just haven't gotten to that step yet.
I'm appreciative of the effort put towards codifying this work. A little bit concerned, and I know the timeline was tight to have enacted it, have it adopted, but equally importantly is to see it in practice, because there were 3 years where it wasn't caught in the previous methodology that the proper filing wasn't happening. So I put that out there as a reservation, despite the fact I'm appreciative of the materials you were able to provide. I hold that reservation about that chart. Sounds like it will be fantastic to really see the flow and the materials, but that's not something we have yet. It's not in your practice yet. It's not demonstrating this in effect just yet.
Did you look at the manual? Have you looked at the manual? The steps?
No, I see it, but I understand
And
this to
I
be
think I want to
draft.
clarify something about the wasn't caught. The reason that there was already this quick turnaround to get that letter was, in fact, it had been caught, and all the information was already at the CPA's office. What wasn't caught was that we were at the 3-year point. We thought we were at the 2-year point. But everything had been turned in and was already at the CPA's office, and the 990s were started when the rescission letter came.
I guess I meant the quick turnaround on you guys providing this material. Oh, I'm sorry, for us. But I understood from Rick's that he learned about it from Digger.
No.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought that's what you told us last time, and that
we
I thought.
learned about the IRS rescission, but the 990, I had, in the fall, I had figured, I realized it wasn't being done, and we had done all the paperwork in the fall, and it was at the accountant to be filed.
And was that, I guess,
But that wasn't communicated to the ARB.
I was just going to say that if you knew in the fall, isn't it an obligation to have reported that?
Yes.
Okay.
But I didn't realize that was I didn't realize the importance. As I said before, I totally regret I did not understand the importance of the 990. So when they were late, I didn't realize that was something to report to the AOE. I just did not know they were as significant as they were, and I've certainly learned that in this process.
Yeah, I think looking back on the approval that was issued, the last school approval, it did say contingent on if there's any big event, it needs to be reported, and it had it immediately.
Yeah.
Now we've refined that to 5 days, but if you knew about in the fall, I think that's where it's been confusing with the timeline, because originally it was, we heard about in Digger, and then it was no, we knew, so I think that it's been hard to follow some of that.
I mean, I can't say anything more than I did not know the importance of them. I feel like an idiot, you know, like I know a lot of things in the world, and I've learned a lot of things as being a director, but you're not born with all knowledge of all things one needs to do as a school director. And I realize now, like, this is like the biggest thing I should have known. But I didn't realize it at the time, hence I didn't report it. And I apologize for that, but I can't change that fact that I made that mistake not knowing that.
Okay, Oliver?
So Rick, and I appreciate your apologies, and so this is one thing that continues to concern me. I keep hearing the apologies from you, but what I see transpired here is a real failure of the board and board governance, because the board should have caught this much earlier. So I guess the question for you, for the board, is at what point did the board detect and recognize that these hadn't been filed?
Well, I joined the board in November, was my first meeting. So I had 2 meetings, and prior to that, I do not know what the board knew or didn't know, but my assumption is no one did pick it up. Otherwise, something would have happened, and that was a failing of the board, and we are going to rectify that with hands-on board training. Here's an article about how best practice micro-learning module, what to look for when reviewing the IRS Form 990, and our board expectations have it spelled out that that's the job of the board.
And I guess
that's
what I just want to impress upon you is, this is not just about the 990, right? There's a broader set of audit responsibilities, and when I say audit, I don't mean audit in the formal CPA sense, but just general
reviewing,
oversight.
Right.
And
right.
As I read your finance manual, you've designated the finance committee to effectively also be your audit committee, which is pretty common with small nonprofits. Large ones sometimes have a separate committee, but it's a lot of it's focused on the finances and your 990, but there are other sort of audit responsibilities as well. Looking at how is the school, is the school meeting its objectives from an educational perspective, things like that. So I'm still detecting there's still some more opportunity to enhance the board's oversight role. And that's the only area where I'm still a little concerned.
John and John.
Yeah, I think what you're hearing again today is what you heard the last time you were here. We're very concerned about the quality of the governance provided by your board. You mentioned that you joined the board, how long ago?
November.
November. Did you become co-chair immediately?
Kind of a long process. I was one of the original founders of the school, and I was on the working board at that time when we started the school. I moved out of the area and then came back to the area, and last summer offered to be a board member. And just due to various people's personal family situations, the president had to resign due to an issue with her child, and I became president of the board and became co-president with another person, Randy Solon. So I'm coming at this from a gap of knowledge. I cannot speak before.
That's understandable. I don't fault you personally in any way.
Yeah.
But it does suggest an institutional fragility and a lack of robust resources on the board, so that, typically when a chair is no longer able to serve, there is a vice chair who has been kind of brought up to speed. That's the purpose of having vice chairs, to step in. And you were brought in kind of cold turkey from having been away for quite a while.
Having been involved with the school over those years, I had a sense of a bigger picture than
So I think what we're trying to convey to you is that sort of robustness and resources, talents and experience that you have on your board have not served you well in the sense of not providing the kind of specific oversight about tax filings. And it's, I guess I have a question. Who wrote this and when was it written?
Connie had the beginning draft of it, then the executive committee, Randy and Roxanne, the co-chairs.
When?
Since
Within the
our
last 2 weeks.
meeting.
So this must replace a similar document that already exists?
No. A
No.
lot of the procedures were in place, but Compass did not have a fiscal manual.
Does Compass have does the board have bylaws?
Yes, we do.
Have you furnished those to us?
Are they on the website? I think they're on the website.
So the answer is no, you have not. Okay.
No, we didn't provide.
In the packet? No.
I would think that, wouldn't you have provided them in the original, isn't that part of the whole approval process?
This is separate of the approval process. This
Yeah.
is,
Yeah,
I
no,
think
here's
that
the
is a good
copy.
distinction, that this is a separate entity. And this came about because of Act 173, which initiated if there was not a filing of the 990, then the board had to decide whether or not to find that there was financial capacity. So these are two separate.
They are posted on our website, but I did not include a packet in your packet with the emails. So they're on the website, though.
I mean, again, all of this bylaws, incorporating documents, all of that had to go back in with the new 501c3 application. I forget what the application number is, but all of that is part of the IRS's review process. Whistleblower policies can get in there, and there are other
Conflict
pieces.
of interest policies.
Conflict of interest policies that they require.
If I recall your most recent 990, there are a number of questions on there. One of the questions is whether the board has reviewed the 990 before it was signed, and I think the answer was no.
No, I reviewed it before I signed it.
But I think if you look on the 990, I think it was, I have to go pull it up again to double check, but I think it said no, that the board had not reviewed it
Oh, prior to,
prior to that being submitted.
well,
But so when you say you reviewed it, but did the full board review the 990
No.
before it was signed? Okay.
And that would be something that needs to be done going forward.
Okay, John's been waiting, and then Kim and Bill.
Actually, John asked most of the questions. I was looking at the list of trustees. Tenure for all of them? Can you tell us about how long? I know you are sort of a second-generation board member.
right.
How long have the other ones been on the board for?
Randy, I think, has been on for 6 years. Eric has been on for over a decade.
Okay.
They're student members, and they
Yep.
rotate every few years.
Bill has been on,
Bill Stevens, who's works in finances but can't serve as treasurer because he works in an investment firm. He's been on for 3 years, I think. And Rebecca's been on for 5 years, 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
And I think that's, and then Felista and Michelle are new members this year. And their parents have been involved in school in other ways for 3 or 4 years.
And what's the process for, when you have a vacancy, what's the process for filling that vacancy? How do
People
you go
sub-
about it usually?
people submit sort of an application, but a letter of why they're interested in serving, what they think they could offer to the board, and then a resume of their experience, job experience, education, that type of information. The
And
board,
do you feel like the board members are looking for, I guess there's two ways to look at it. Some boards are looking for a diversity of opinions. Others are looking for, sorry, I'm going to drown out.
and I have a little
John
hearing
Philip
loss.
Sousa. Do you see that there tends to be, are you seeking out board members that have diverse experience, or are you looking for, team members?
What we did, several years ago, we had a...
And I guess my concern is I do see some boards looking for people that sort of get along with others well.
No,
Okay.
different
We did a
roles.
matrix some years ago of this, and did note the lack of support in the financial area particularly, and that's why we recruited Dean, who was on at that point, and then like Bill Stevens, who works for, not AG,
Edward
works
Jones.
for Edward Jones. You know, so looking for people like that. And also, another person I didn't mention, Wilson Schreiber has been on the board, who works at Dartmouth, and he's a researcher there. He's been on the board for over a decade as well.
Okay.
And so we try to fill in the matrix as best we can. I mean, again, we're a small school, so we can't necessarily pull people in. You know, we're lacking in a lawyer, for example. We had a lawyer on the board for about 8 years, and then he's elderly and has some severe health issues, and so he got off the board last year, I believe. So, you know, we're looking for a lawyer who's willing to serve, but
Sorry, last question. Students, are they voting members or non-voting members?
they're voting members.
Voting members, okay.
Okay, Kim, and then Bill, and then Oliver. Oh, and then Peter, too.
Again, I'm a little bit trying to wrap my head around the timeline. So, Rick, if you knew in the fall, I know I heard your apology, and I don't want this to have you feeling defensive or personal, but how did the board not know? If you discovered in October that had not been filed, something that had typically been filed before, even if not appreciating or realizing the importance in retaining your nonprofit status by virtue of those forms, how did that not come up in earlier board meetings than before it showed up in Digger?
Again, honestly, the analogy to me, and I know this is going to sound like ridiculous, is if someone said to me they filed their individual, they paid their tax all along, they didn't file with 1040EZ, you know, but their taxes were there, it seemed to me like it was only a piece of paper. I didn't realize this was what it was. You know, I hadn't been responsible for the 990s that were filed previously. They've been done with the treasurer of the board, the accountant, and the bookkeeper. I'd never seen a 990 until then. Again, that may have been the board earlier should have been telling me I should have, but they were being handled by people. And again, we have strong accountability in terms of money. I look at the budget. We have an incredibly tight budget. We work with very small sums of money with kids with low-income homes. So I'm always trying to pinch pennies and trying to figure out how to make the budget balance. I know where the money's going. The board knows we have over the years. I just never knew this form was what it was, and I hadn't been responsible for the form. I was responsible, and the board oversaw at every quarterly meeting, good record keeping. I just didn't realize what this was, and I'm embarrassed about it. I regret it. So I didn't, like when that came up, it was like, oh, here's one of many forms we file. I don't tell the board, like IFTA forms, these little, they're tiny for buses, the interstate bus form. We get like $3 a quarter from that, but we file that. This to me was another form that was just another thing. And I hear now that was like ridiculous that I didn't understand that.
Okay, and I guess hearing that sort of essentially lack of accountability, whether it be with respect to the board monitoring through governance or fully understanding the scope of responsibilities to retain nonprofit status as a director, particularly where all of the purse strings or like the approval of the invoice and the signing of the check is all happening through you. I understand in a small operation you have resources that you pull in and you hope for the attention of those who are doing it at the time they're doing it. That being said, I don't think that's sustainable as an organizational structure. I don't think it's accountable, and I think that just as you folks are sort of working through your processes differently, I think we have to take our responsibilities seriously in this, in that we have to think about whether or not these become practice and maybe need to see that they've been both approved and there's a commitment to the practice, at least in my thinking around this. I appreciate the draft and I appreciate the attention.
Bill, so we have Bill, Oliver, and then Peter.
Since these irregularities have surfaced, have you folks gone back and done the equivalent of a forensic audit?
It wouldn't be necessary. They had audit opinions with the
2014 and 15.
2014 and 15, they had complete.
From 2014, 15 forward.
And again,
stop.
none of the actual day-to-day systems broke down. And it's those day-to-day systems that give you this thing. And the board has throughout this time looked at quarterly reports that have been compared to budget and that sort of thing. People have looked at the bank statements and overseen, reviewed the bank reconciliations. So there's really, again, as far as the financial reporting, there was no breakdown. The reporting breakdown happened with the 990, and you've heard Rick basically say he didn't realize that it was important enough. You know, he heard it was on extension. He didn't realize it was important enough to bring to the level of the board to say, hey, we've had a change and I need help. He didn't, you know, and so that maybe particularly didn't get to explain to the board. In fact, what was happening as we were coming out of those audits, and you've heard the story that we thought one tax preparer was doing it, another one wasn't. The accountant that did the audit thought the other one was doing it. It didn't get done, and then there was a person who did know that they weren't done, and that was me. In August of 2016, my 20-year-old son committed suicide, and I fell off the face of the earth. This board worked hard to recruit me to come onto the board, and I had to keep saying, I don't have time, I can't do it right now. I've actually told the board that I want to go away to seminary, and in 3 years, please ask me again. And in the meantime, this happened and this surfaced. And as I said, I got with the bookkeeper, I said, no, we got to get this in. We got the contract done. We had everything in place. I thought we had one more year before we would be looking at rescission. I also didn't know about this regulation that it should have been reported to this entity or DOE or whoever it was supposed to be reported to. Or I would have said to Rick 2 years ago, hey, I'm falling off the face of the earth and I really just can't function right now, but you got to do this. And I just was off the face of the earth. So if you want anybody to blame for this, right here.
And that's the thing, there's no one person to blame. This is an organization. And the
I
organization
agree.
has to have accountability, and that's the thing, it's a system. It should never be one person.
And I think that the board has had a huge lesson in this right now. As far as, you know, when I said I couldn't come on the board, but I would consult, and we worked on improvements, and we've done a lot of things. And the fact is we were able to pull this together pretty quickly because of those improvements. Some of those recommendations coming out of the findings in the A133 audits. So a lot of work has been done, and it is, you know, it's been a wake-up call. But that's where it is, and it hasn't been that they haven't been trying. But any of you who actually have anything to do with finance know what the shortage is in the industry. And most of the nonprofits in this state are struggling to find accountants to serve on their boards as treasurers.
Oliver?
So Roxanne, I was asking you before about sort of when the board learned and how the board learned that the 990s hadn't been following. I believe your response was that you didn't know because you're relatively new to the board. But then I just heard that your co-president's been on the board for 6 months, which raises a question in my mind. How come you're the 6 years? 6 years. How come you're the one that keeps coming? You're in the hot seat now twice, and we've been asking questions. And there were questions at the last meeting. There were questions today about things that happened, and you're in a position. You're in a tough position because you weren't on the board.
Right.
So
no, she's a small business owner, works in Brattleboro. Just the timing situation, she couldn't make the first meeting. This meeting, she is in Italy visiting her son, which was a long ago scheduled trip, just per chance. But she has met with us. We have met with the executive committee of the board, with Randy, treasurer. We have met and worked on all of this paperwork and done a lot of it, you know, online also with each other. So she's been at all the meetings and has been a part of the process.
So that helps explain it. So the question that brought all this to the forefront is, you know, does the school have, you know, financial capacity? And from my perspective, it was certainly, you know, there were certainly some questions. The documents you submitted, although they haven't been formally reviewed by a CPA or attested to by a CPA, but prima facie, they, in my mind, demonstrate financial capacity. The larger question in my mind still is around, board governance. And I think you've made some huge strides here in the past month or so in terms of rectifying these issues and demonstrating a commitment to taking remedial action around these questions. But I think we're going to have to see see this and how it plays out. So,
Peter?
I was not at the last meeting also, but I did watch the tape. And when it's interesting watching it after and on screen, I saw it more in perspective of how the public might perceive this situation rather than just as my sitting at this table. And it did not look good. It did not look good in terms of just I'd say sloppiness. And there's federal and state money involved in this, and the fiduciary role of a board is absolutely critical in terms of safeguarding and protecting the operation of an institution. I happened to sit on a credit union board a number of years ago when we on the board learned that there were irregularities in how the credit union was being. It wasn't like it was money was being taken, but the books were just not working well. And it went on, and they wanted an administrative audit, not a financial audit. And finally, we insisted on it, and somebody, the second in charge, spilled the beans that they were just really winging it. And the feds came in and shut us down. I'm talking overnight. We were told never to. The board was. It was pretty dramatic. And so in other circumstances, you don't get a second chance. As a board, you can get things really. You can get shut down quickly. So I'm just saying this is serious, we're still. Looking at this, but things have, this has got to improve, and I don't know, I guess we have the authority to shut, but it's you don't get many second chances in this situation. What I see.
The authority, just again go back to the law, is after 173, if the board does not find that the school has satisfactorily responded or demonstrated its financial capacity, it may establish a review team. And so that's
as much as we can do.
Right, for right now,
Okay.
in this step, is to decide whether or not to have a review team that would conduct a visit, obtain financial documentation, and give a report back to the state board. So that's where the law stands. Yeah, John?
I want to express some sort of understanding and sympathy for where I think some of this originates. The school started, 20 years ago? It was just a glimmer in the eye. Started on money out of your own pocket, probably. And it's evolved into quite a solid and impressive institution that serves a lot of kids in 20 years. So that's a lot to be proud of. I think every organization, as it grows and changes, has a hard time realizing how its world is changing. This board struggles with who will we be when we grow up. The world around us has changed, and have we changed with it? And I think, in fairness to you folks, you're like a lot of organizations. You sort of haven't caught up with how big and important you are, and you haven't created the governance organization that is suited to taking on the responsibilities that you now have. That has the institutional heft to it, to overcome individual foibles, tragedies, circumstances. The goal is to have an organization that transcends all the individuals. And you need to get there. I would just, scanning through your list of board members, and I put a C beside everyone who seems to have some personal association with the school, either as an alumnus or a parent, alumna. It's almost everybody on your board. Well, robust boards, robust institutional boards move beyond that. I understand how that came to be. Those were the people who cared.
Right.
You need to move beyond that to an organization that brings outside perspectives to what you do, brings outside expertise that you have not had. My hope for you is that you create a board that's worthy of your institution in these senses. It's not to question your individuals, but to simply say that institutionally you're not as robust as perhaps you need to be. The next question for me, and I think all of us are struggling with, is so you're not there yet. I mean, when we talk about financial capacity, we're not talking about how many dollars you have in your checking account. We're talking about your ability to manage a $100,000, $200,000 enterprise that enjoys the benefit of public trust. And not yours personally, Rick. I mean, much of this is not stuff that you should have to know, but you should have access to a board of directors with this expertise. And you haven't had that kind of access, or you haven't used it. So the question is, are they there yet? Have they established the financial capacity that first caused us to invoke the provisions of the statute? And my own take on it is that you want to get there, although you may not. I think you're a little bit slow on the uptake about where there is. We see there as a different place than perhaps you have, and we're trying to convey to you what there looks like. But you're not there yet. I mean, heck, you haven't even adopted this yet. You haven't even let alone grasped what it really means. You still have a board of directors that's all essentially insiders. So it would take some time to make this transformation of your governance capability to be what I think you're hearing this board advocating for. And I suspect that if you speak with other, this morning we inquired of the headmaster of this school about his board of directors. How is it structured? Well, they've been around for 150 years. It's a pretty mature organization, but there's stuff to be learned from that. So now I'm just rambling, and I'm just saying.
That's why we love you, John.
Yeah, I'm just saying that for me anyway, the challenge is, are you there yet? I don't think you are. Right. But so what do we do about it?
We've come here, but we want to get there.
Yeah.
Bill,
No, I was just wondering if we're ready for a motion.
are you ready to make a motion?
Yeah,
Do you need language?
Need a motion?
yeah. You want to make the motion?
No, not at all.
I move to establish the review team authorized in 16 VSA Section 166 that will submit a report of its findings and recommendations to the full board. Further, I move that the chair be authorized to appoint one or more members to the new team.
So is there a second to that motion? Second. Seconded by Kim. Okay, so discussion by board members.
So I'm going to vote for this, not necessarily because I am convinced that they lack financial capacity, but I think that we need to look at it. And if we don't take that vote today, we miss that opportunity. I'm hoping we go down there and we find that things are heading in the right direction and we don't have to do anything else. But if we don't vote today to do it, I think that we could be the board that turned a blind eye to something that we may discover, or a lack of capacity that we discover. So I'm going to vote for it, but it's not because I'm 100% convinced that our findings will be that the organization lacks financial capacity.
It's a middle ground motion.
Yep.
It isn't saying no and it isn't saying yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Oliver?
I'm going to listen a little bit more to the discussion, but right now I'm leaning towards voting no, and my rationale is that, let me just take a step back and say, and point out that we, coincidentally, the school is up for its 5-year renewal. So I'm mindful of that, and if that was not the case, I would certainly be a yes vote on this motion. But I think the school has adequately. I guess it really comes down to how broadly you define financial capacity. And I think based on the material that we've received and the testimony we've heard, and I've been particularly moved by the testimony we've heard from, and I apologize, I forgot your name. Connie, thank you. As a professional, and also, I haven't seen it, but based on your representations of the recommendation that the CPA you've retained has made, those are all, I think, really important points. My larger question is around governance, which does I think John made a good point around financial capacity. But I think those are questions perhaps best left to the reapproval process, since we're going to be dealing with that here in the next few months. Because I'm just worried that this particular review, that the focus is narrower than the issue that we're really trying to address here. The issue that I see here is a failure of board governance. Rick, I know you've said you've apologized a million times. There's an internal failure there, but really from my perspective, there's a failure of board governance.
I guess my one, these are, to me, I think, two distinct processes, and the actual approval process is very narrow when it comes to financial capacity. So the way that and the way you told us last meeting is that the way that in your application, you had a letter from the board saying you had financial capacity, and that's what they submitted. It was a letter signed by the board saying you have financial capacity. We had asked, and you said, well, because we looked at the books, and that wasn't very convincing. So if that's the only bar that then is for the approval, I think this is a totally separate process that was initiated because of the legislature initiated in 173. If these things are not happening, the state board needs to look in deeper. So I do feel like this is something that because of that new legislation, is different and has asked us to go in and do a deeper dive, and not to have the answer, but to send a team in to do that analysis that would actually not be done during the approval process. So that's why I feel like this is very separate.
Yeah, but the approval process is broader than just financial, right? And that's what I'm trying to say is financial capacity this is actually narrower than there's a broader issue that we've identified, and I think the AOE and the board can look at some of these particular findings and address those as part of the approval process. And I would suggest, given everything that we've learned, when we, speaking a little out of turn here, but when we do get to that approval process, I think we'd want to see a much shorter approval window so we have an opportunity to revisit and ensure that the follow-through has actually occurred. And I just think that it's a better process than this, which is much narrower.
Bill, then John, and Kim.
Oliver's point, I think, is a good one, but this review team would have the authority to have these findings and recommendations be broad to include the things that you were talking about. So that doesn't hurt it. And the other thing that I'd mention here is that the school would still be allowed to operate during the time that the investigation's going on.
But I'm not sure, and this perhaps is a question for our legal counsel, the parameters of this review team are fairly narrow. I'm not sure that you can expand them, and that's...
Financial capacity.
It's financial capacity, and I'm just going to go, sorry, it's just on my phone with the reading. And again, it's because we took a vote that we questioned the financial capacity, and then if we don't feel like the demonstrated financial capacity with evidence they brought in, they're going to go in, assess the school. So it's going to conduct a school visit, obtain such as financial documentation and review team required to performance assessment, and then submit a report to the state board for its finding. No. So it's somebody doing a deeper dive from the outside.
Yeah, but it's purely financial, and the issues we've been talking about today are governance issues.
Yeah. John?
Yes, that is true, but governance plays an important role in securing and protecting the financial capacity of the school. And a failure of governance can threaten the financial capacity of the school. And so they're clearly connected. I have a couple of thoughts. Number one, I think we need to be careful in our language so as not to cast a shadow upon this school and its reputation. I don't like the word investigation.
Yeah.
It
It's not
It's just not needed, I think, to visit, to understand is appropriate, but I would wish that we be careful about that. My own sense is that we have your attention. I don't think anybody here can not sense that these people come in somewhat chastened and certainly eager to address, not just make this go away, but address the root issues. I think in fairness, and I think we're seeing a good faith effort on your part to do that. I think they need some time to make these things be in place. And what it might be more than just a document. It might involve some board training. It might involve bringing some new, fresh outside blood onto your board. I could imagine this taking a couple of months to have it begin to be in place. So if that were the case, I sort of wonder, well, I'm not uncomfortable saying that we wish to have a review. And I'm not comforted by the idea that there would be a review in the school approval process. I've sat through enough of those to see that the AOE does not do a particularly good job on looking at governance and financial capacity. It just tends to be around academic and so on concerns, understandably. So I wouldn't want to rely upon the review, the approval process for this. So what I'm wondering about is okay with the language here, but I'm wondering if we could see it as a team to come to visit after they've had a chance to put some of this stuff in place. End of June, say. And then go visit and have a conversation and tell us what's in place now, what's on your roadmap for the next 3 months about strengthening your board. And if we're satisfied with that, then that's our report.
So Kim's been waiting a very long time. So Kim.
If Dan had information to illuminate the process.
Comment on AOE.
Yeah.
We will be reviewing our process. So just as you've experienced it to date doesn't mean that's how it will be going forward.
Good.
In particular, this statutory language references your ability to consult with the Department of Financial Regulation. We met with them yesterday, and they're certainly interested, I think, firstly in providing some sort of not specific to the Compass School status, but providing some generic guidance on what would be some essential elements of financial viability, so we'd have a little more structure than just going down and visiting. And secondly, if you did need their support on this specific case, they'd be happy to apply that as well.
Okay.
But I think in the next couple of weeks, we'll be formulating sort of the beginning of a better process and bringing DFR's expertise into that, which I think will be helpful to both you and to us.
Okay, Kim?
So thinking about and understanding, because I'm the rookie, I'm going to keep saying this, I understand them to be two separate processes, and that this is the greater opportunity to look into financial capacity, which is, I think, very much so driven by governance. I think good systems and good organizations can't run on a person having to be solely responsible, whether for several tasks or for the general oversight of the one thing that's super important. So understanding that, I think this is our opportunity, this is our responsibility, and it is going to set the standard for any other future situations that might come before us on how we approach it. And I think it can be a patient process that looks at your good intentions and sees them borne out in commitment via your board and practices. The one question or suggestion I might have is that you were talking, I thought about an audit on the same cycle as a 5-year renewal, and being that the last audit was conducted in 2015 and you are now up for renewal, I wonder if it isn't timely to consider a full audit at this time. Obviously yours to consider, but you talked about that as possibly part of your process moving forward, and I recognize that it's been 4 years since the last one. So
looking also at the time, we scheduled half an hour, it's been an hour. Is there any last comments before we take a vote?
So
Oliver.
just to follow up on John's, I like where John was taking this in his last comment, the spirit and the tenor of this being more providing them opportunity to continue. I think we can all agree that Compass School is making some good progress here in remedying these issues, but we're not quite there yet. And I think what you're suggesting, the spirit of this review team is not to go in tomorrow and go through a gotcha exercise, but actually give them some time to continue down this path, go down and really sort of verify that things are as they have been represented, and that the systems that you've been talking about today and have proposed in draft form have actually been formally adopted.
Okay, Phil, very short one, and then we're going to...
Yes, I think the motion allows exactly that kind of flexibility.
All right, so on the table is the motion to establish a review team authorized in 16 VSA Section 166 that will submit a report of its findings and recommendations to the full board. And further that I'm authorized as chair to appoint one or more members of the review team. So at this point, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. So we will establish a review team, so we'll be reaching out and setting up that with the school. So thank you for coming up and giving us this information. At this process, I know we've also been holding up 173. People have been waiting very patiently, so if we could hold here for a break for a little bit. So thank you for coming in, and we'll be in touch. Thank you. So part of the next item on the agenda is 173. We've talked about it a little bit, but I know we had the advisory committee asked us to have some time to speak to, so if you remember, part of 173 is there's an advisory committee that was created to advise the state board and to advise the agency as well as in working with rulemaking. And so there's been sort of, as rules are developing, we've been hearing more from the review team, and you wanted to have a chance. You prepared a letter already that was sent to the full board, so everybody received that in advance, but you were here to speak to that.
Right, thank you. My name is Marilyn Mahusky. I am a member of the advisory group. I'm an attorney with Vermont Legal Aid. The Disability Law Project is one of the members on the advisory group.
Can you maybe bring the microphone?
Oh.
Well, that's not going to help.
Yeah, it doesn't help.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You're going to have to speak louder.
I'll try. I'll try.
Yeah, can you tell me, I didn't catch where you're from.
My name is Marilyn Mahusky.
Yeah.
I'm an attorney with Vermont Legal Aid's Disability Law Project, and I am a member of the Disability Law Project is a member of the advisory group.
Thank you.
So at the last meeting, the group voted on an assistant chair. That's me. I think it's because Megan couldn't make it here today. So that may be the impetus for having a chair, a vice chair.
Are you speaking on behalf of the board?
I am speaking on behalf of the advisory group. That's right.
part
I'm
of
not
the advisory
speaking.
group.
I'm not speaking on behalf of Vermont Legal Aid. I'm speaking as a member of the advisory group.
Thank you.
We all wear so many hats, it's hard to keep it
It's
straight
very
sometimes.
true. It's very
And
true.
you've
But
been
I'm.
before us on behalf of the Chester Andover School Board.
Yes, I did. Yes, yes, yes. Which is now the Green Mountain Unified School District Board. I'm still wearing that hat, but that hat isn't here today. I left that one at home. So you have the letter that Megan put together on behalf of the advisory group. I think the group has some concerns about that they have shared with you in the past, that they've shared with the legislature in terms of the need for there to be delay in the implementation of Act 173. Of course, we're waiting to see what the legislature is going to do with that request. I imagine we'll have an answer in the not-too-distant future. There are some concerns on the advisory group that if delay is not approved, or if it's pushed back until January, where evidently there's some members who have, and the legislature have mentioned that's going to be particularly problematic, in part because service plans are typically due in October for independent schools, and for kids who are homeschooled, there's just going to be a lot of problems with, if we don't know about delay, there's just going to be a lot of problems in terms of implementation. In terms of the rules that the board has, that were presented to the board at the last meeting, I believe, that you've not taken any action on, that's my understanding, is the group does have some concerns about a number of things, and I would As you know, the intent of Act 173 was to provide school districts with some flexibility in terms of providing services to kids. There are going to be major programmatic changes and, of course, major changes in how the funding for special education is utilized. Of big concern to the advisory group is the requirement under the federal law that the school districts maintain their what's called a maintenance of effort. And the maintenance of effort has to do with documenting that school districts are continuing to spend the same amount of money, putting it rather crudely, in terms of the provision of special education services. The agency has looked at that. They've looked at the law, but they haven't really provided the advisory group with a lot of information about what their interpretation of that law is. So school districts don't really know yet how they're going to be affected by this change. And that's obviously of significant concern, is that we want to ensure that school districts are continuing to comply with the federal requirements of the IDEA, but we also want to be able to implement the intent of Act 173, which is to provide some flexibility in terms of the services and the programming that are provided to students. So that's a concern in terms of that flow of information of what is this going to look like. You have, as I mentioned, the rules. The agency has made clear that in terms of feedback on those proposed rules, that feedback is now to be before this body. So I think you may be hearing from, you'll certainly be hearing from my organization, and I imagine some of the other stakeholder groups in the near future with more substantive response to the rules that have been presented thus far. But there are some concerns that remain in terms of procedures and guidance that are referenced in the law, in the rules, in terms of what's going to be happening on the ground. I mean, one big issue, of course, is professional development. Schools are not feeling prepared for this, what I think everyone sees as a pretty major change on the ground in terms of the delivery of services to students. Students who struggle, there's certainly concerns about some schools are farther ahead in terms of implementation of MTSS. Some schools are probably way behind in implementation of MTSS. There's concern that on the group that the agency may not be fully aware of who are all the groups and schools that are not as prepared as others, and what services or what guidance is the agency providing them or will be providing to them to ensure that they are up and running. So there's certainly a concern about that. Of course, as time goes on, schools are already putting in place, and they certainly will have in place by September, their plans for professional development for the next year. So if the agency doesn't have guidance to them in terms of how professional development is going to be rolled out, then there's another year delay in terms of real implementation of substantial professional development. And that's certainly a concern of the school boards and I think the Superintendent's Association. But if I draw your attention to page 2, the issues that the advisory group feels as though we still need to be able to give feedback to the agency on, as I mentioned, are the issues about maintenance of effort, implementation of the multi-tiered system of supports, and how the agency is going to ensure that school districts are implementing and monitoring the MTSS and not running afoul of the federal child find requirements, which under federal law, when school districts have reason to suspect a child has a disability, they have an obligation to timely identify, evaluate, and provide services to those students. And so we need to understand how MTSS and special education are going to overlap for those students, where some students who will be getting MTS will not have disabilities, some of them will, and we need to make sure that school districts are not running afoul of child find because they're continuing to implement MTSS, and we don't know and how children are going to be moved through MTSS, and there needs to be more guidance on that. And I think one of the things that we want the flexibility, we want school districts to have the flexibility, but we also need to make sure they understand their responsibilities of accountability to the students, and not running afoul of what the requirements are under child find. Certainly, there's lack of funding about clarity relative to independent schools. That still is an open question. There are conversations going on about that, but certainly the advisory group has not had any reports on how that's all going to play out. Then we're also waiting for information about the weighting study, which of course you remember was part of the legislation, and that could affect various schools in terms of how all of this is rolled out. So I think that's sort of a pretty good overview of what the concerns of the advisory group are. We are certainly in support of a delay in terms of the time frame. We would like to see a professional development plan before the end of the school year. And we'd like to see more movement, obviously, in terms of the independent schools. I don't know if any of you have any questions, but that's sort of what I have to say.
All right, well, thank you. And first of all, I know that this bill is extremely technically complicated.
Yes.
And it was great that I think it was very in the wisdom of the legislature creating the committee of all different stakeholders to really advise AOE, advise us as we're going through this process. And thank you for, I know it's been very hard work going through that, and I'm sure there was not consensus on all of these things.
That's right.
And trying to work together as a group and find those common grounds and where there's disagreement. So, Bill, you have a question?
Yes. In terms of your advisory group, you had a good complement of people who were knowledgeable and experienced in special education and know what all these terms mean.
Yes.
Question mark?
Most of them, yes. Some of them are complicated, yes.
Yeah, but that's very important
Yes,
that you have
yes.
qualified people.
Yes.
In here, you have a sentence that said that the advisory group has not had an opportunity to review these documents from the agency.
Well, because some documents haven't been prepared yet, right? In terms of, for example, policies and procedures around MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support. You know, those documents are not available. We haven't received any documents regarding the agency's interpretation about maintenance of effort. You know, we've heard a presentation about the law and what the federal law says, but we haven't really understood how that's going to play out in terms of school districts and what their obligations are going to be relative to that.
A rhetorical question is, how can we approve things in which the advisory group has not yet reviewed them?
And I would just say you're not being asked to. We haven't, I mean, that's the next piece of work to do, the maintenance of effort work. So, I mean, we can't do it all at once, nor was the law anticipating us to do it all at once.
Right.
So the issue on the independent school, you know, we've provided the beginning of that, but the law doesn't say we take on the independent school rules till 2022. So, you know, the idea that they haven't looked at it yet is true because it's not on the schedule to do right now, you know, so.
It's certainly
Yeah.
It's
but-
not my intention to
Yeah.
to be critical of the agency. You know,
No, I'm not
understand.
taking that, just process-wise, things that are coming to you, they've looked at already. Nothing's coming to you that hasn't been reviewed yet.
Yeah, I'm just careful about going into a rulemaking process that is
Right.
tied down and we get stampeded into doing something that isn't wise and deliberative.
Yeah.
Has that ever happened?
Once or twice.
Peter.
So it's curious that there's some parallels between 173 and 46 in regards to delays.
In the same bill.
And, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And meanwhile, a lot of with 46, a lot of people have not waited for the legislature to take action. They've gone about their business and done what the timeline prescribes. With that in mind, how do you see this playing out with the special ed arena? And are people waiting for this, or are they still acting under the timeline that was initially set? Do you understand that?
I think I understand what you're saying, is I think that there are some school districts that are better prepared to move forward with implementation. I think they're better poised to take advantage of the flexibility. I think that there are some school districts that have not paid much attention to this. I think in my own practice of representing students with disabilities, I have some real concerns about some school districts' abilities.
Can I just say, might that happen anyway, even if this was postponed?
I think that this is an enormous change in the way we're delivering services on the ground. And so I think that the timeline was ambitious on the part of the legislature. I understand why they did it. I understand that there is anticipated to be cost savings, and I think that there is a lot of anticipation about trying to find the flexibility to be able to serve students who we have not previously served to the extent that we would like to. I think there's a lot of positive movement in that direction, but I think that there are going to be some school districts that are really challenged by this, and their students are going to be affected by it. And I think that the agency has worked hard to try to get us to this point. It's a pretty ambitious bill. And, so I think what the advisory group wants to see is this done well. And yes, under Act 46, some school districts, kicking and screaming, we did it. I'll tell you, we did it. And some school districts, it's been a bigger challenge because they were in a different place and had different challenges to face in trying to get to some sort of agreement. So I think this is bigger in some ways even than Act 46. I think the feeling among some of the other stakeholders is that this is even bigger than Act 46. We thought that was big. This is bigger.
So could you speak to that well, at first that we were given draft rules, and because of the tight timeline by the legislature to meet that timeline, which we've already decided as a board we could not do. We cannot meet by November, have rules completed. We communicated that we could potentially get it done by March if needed. But a lot of that relies on a very aggressive timeline. And we're now in the position where the advisory group is saying, don't go forward. The legislature is considering not going forward. And so really, by not acting today, we are pushing out and pushing further down the line. So I would assume that we're, instead of going rogue and going on our own and just going forward, that we would slow down and look more at the rules themselves. And as an advisory group, what would you tell this board? Are there certain areas of that bill that we should really pay attention to? Is it just the ones that you outlined in that letter? And what should we be really seeing as, and I'm just questioning because sometimes a letter is what there's consensus on, but what is there not consensus on that causes the most controversy that we should be diving deeper into? Because once we start the rulemaking process, it's really our rules to go out and to put out and defend and move forward. So what are the areas that you see as your group that are the most controversial, maybe not what the most agreement is on, that maybe you presented earlier, but the one that has caused the most discussion in the advisory group?
Well, I think there's been some disagreement over the agency's approach in terms of focusing at this point exclusively on the funding as opposed to really looking more broadly at the funding and the interplay with the multi-tiered systems of supports and the special education. Are you hearing me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I'm just trying to write down notes
Okay.
for her, too.
I think there's not been agreement about that. I think that there is some agreement among the group that once the rules are open, the rules are open. So right now, the rules that you have before you are really focused on funding, and I believe the agency's view is that they stand alone, but there are also some changes that are being made to the special education rules. So certainly my group, the stakeholders that I represent, we will be providing this group, this body, with pretty substantial and significant comments about the changes that we think need to be made to the special education rules and trying to do some of that heavy lifting of making sure that the there is consideration given to the interplay between the MTSS and the special education. So I don't think there's agreement about that. Certainly there's some disagreement on the group, among the group in terms of what some of those special education law changes, rule changes would be. I think you'll hear different comments from different stakeholders. So that will be a challenge, I think, to try and resolve some of those. You know, I think it remains to be seen about maintenance of effort because we just haven't seen enough about that. And I know that there are certain groups that have real concern about making sure that school districts have flexibility. As a parent advocate, as a student advocate, I want to see that flexibility too, but I also want to make sure students get the supports that they need. I think there probably will be some disagreement over the independent schools, you know, unless that group is able, there are people who've identified themselves as wanting to focus on that exclusively, and I think that you know, maybe they'll reach consensus. I think they haven't to this point, so that remains to be seen, I think, in terms of how services to kids in independent schools are going to be provided. Is that enough?
Yeah, just looking. And then, Bill, you were trying to get my attention?
Yeah. This is mostly a comment. First is, what we've got is this thing, which weighs, I don't know how much, but it's hard to carry around. I don't have a summary document and don't have a presentation on it, so I'm a little bit adrift as to what's in here and what the implications are. And I'm reminded of the 2200 rules when we go into rulemaking before we have all of this stuff worked out. So this is just the reservations I'm sharing. But I've heard this $40 million figure as being at jeopardy or something to that effect. Does that ring a
I think you
bell?
were quoted in the paper. That's what it's from Digger.
I'm just worried about process here because Marilyn wears a couple hats and she's trying to influence your thinking on a deliberation. I can provide you an update on the legislative process, or we have staff queued up to provide you precisely the information you're asking. Yeah. Judy's been waiting to give an update.
I don't care where the answer from
comes. I don't want to.
So if we are just right now,
give Marilyn a chance to,
so if you have questions that can be answered from this advisory group perspective only.
I mean, I think what you were provided, and certainly the Secretary's right, is, you know, the agency can fill you in, but I believe what you just showed me are the existing special education regulations that the agency has made some changes to. The proposed changes, that's that. And then you also have what you were given at the last meeting, I believe, were the Rule 1300 changes, which are the standalone funding rules.
So, yeah.
Just a question for you as Vice Chair of the Advisory Group.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair to Vice Chair.
Yeah, well,
yes, it's a very lowly position, I understand.
Yeah. Megan does a great job, believe me, I don't want to wear that hat.
I thought I heard you saying that the advisory group would have comments in unison, that would be an advisory group unified position about the rules, but also that individual constituents or members of the advisory group, which I understand to be kind of a loose federation of lots of kind of specialized interests, niche interests, might also break away from the advisory group and present us with their. And I must say that's a rather chilling prospect. I mean, democracy is great and all that, diversity too, but I guess I'm just troubled at the prospect that you may have a lot of splintering when we get into the particulars. And I guess it probably goes without saying that the more you can come to us with unanimous view and the deeper into the complexities your views are unanimous,
Or majority.
There's a consensus, let us say, a consensus, if not unanimity. The more likely we are to hear you and the more expeditiously the process is likely to move. If we are put in the position of arbitrating between sorting out differences that you yourselves could not sort out, we're not very well equipped to do that.
I think the advisory group, it's challenged, and I'm going to put on my own hat here. So I think it's a little bit of a challenge, given the format of the advisory group, to be able to do that deep dive into some of those rules. I think we thinking about how we might be able to do that more informally, separate and apart from the advisory group. I think part of it is that some of the decisions that the agency has made in terms of the enormity of the workload and how they're approaching it is that some of that feedback has just not been able to, we've not been able to do that deep dive, and some of the time constraints. For example, the advisory group really didn't have an opportunity to look at the special education regulations. We were asked to look at the Rule 1300, and some folks gave specific feedback to the agency, but I understand not everybody did. So they were a little bit at disadvantage in terms of what feedback they got back on that as well. And of course, some people are better able to give feedback about some rules than they are about other rules. So I hear what you're saying. I wish we could reach that kind of consensus, but I also think that the advisory group has come into this understanding that we may not be able to reach consensus on everything, and that that we've been invited essentially to present our views to this body, because it will be this body ultimately that approves the rules.
Questions? Or before we bring the AOE staff? Yeah, Kim?
Have some caution or reservation on rules addressing only the funding, when if the practice doesn't change, there's real risk for the service delivery. And I think that is a professional development consideration and concern. And so I don't think they exist independent of one another, and would each dramatically impact one another. It would be my caution in what I understand of this.
So at this point, do you mind, at this point, we're going to switch and ask the agency to come on up. And Thank you for coming. I know that as we move around the state, it's not always convenient for members of your group to come to our meetings in different parts of
Right.
Vermont,
No, that's
so.
no problem. Could I just say one thing in terms of the time frame that, depending on the rulemaking timeline that the agency did put together, I would like, I think there was consensus on the group that in terms of hearing from the public, the timeline currently, as the agency put together, of course, they were looking at what the rules and the regulations are about that, is August is a particularly bad time for school districts to provide feedback and parents to provide feedback. So I would encourage you to lengthen that. If this timeline is a timeline that the agency needs to live with, I would encourage you to expand the amount of time for public comment, because you're not going to get much meaningful comment in August or September from school district folks. That's a pretty busy time of year for them.
No.
Okay.
Good feedback, thank you.
Yeah, we talked about that actually at the last meeting. We did talk. Thank you. Yeah. So we do have in our packet, it was prepared as more thinking about the process itself, how working through this, and I think Marilyn was talking about the proposed timeline, and do you have a presentation?
I had a PowerPoint. I'm a little old-fashioned, and I'm happy to just refer to my hard copy if everyone else is good with that.
Yes.
It's a little easier for me to actually communicate without the distraction. So before I get into the timeline, I'd just like to address Bill's question. This is, at the last meeting, I ended up handing out 3 little packets of rules. This is really intimidating, and this is the one that I think you are showing. This is the existing special education rules, and what is in there are the line-by-line revisions that we've made as a result of 173. There really aren't that many in there. The other, and I'm only telling you this because I think at some point we will have a substantive conversation about the content of the rules, and as you're preparing to do that, I just want to give you an understanding of what each document is. The other document that I handed out is the Rule 1300, and these are the new proposed funding rules. And then the red line document is what would be, or what are the current 2366 rules, which are the current funding rules, but the red line version with some of our justification for the revisions that we made. So don't be intimidated by this. Just look for the red and pay attention to that if you want to know what the agency is proposing to change. There isn't a ton of changes in there, but there are some important ones. So that's just sort of for future reference as you dig into that in the upcoming meetings that we have. So today,
Just before you get
yes.
just because as you brought it up, and I'd ask the same thing, what are some areas that we should be paying attention to? So before we talk about process, I just asked that question before, so would you agree with those areas, or would you recommend others that the board should be paying attention to?
I think Marilyn accurately identified the areas that we're really working on actively. MOE is a big consideration. What we're trying to do with these rules is make sure that we are affecting the funding change with fidelity to current state and federal law. And MOE is a really hard nut to crack with respect to flexibility. And so I think what the agency has tried to do with the draft rules is draft a somewhat broad rule, leaving ourselves room for some flexibility within policy and procedure, which we have work to do on as far as getting some definitive policies and procedures out. I agree with Marilyn on that. But that is definitely an area that would need your consideration. Yeah, Oliver?
So can you, and I know it's a little bit complicated, but maybe very briefly explain the MOE requirements, I guess, in practice. Is it on a per-student basis that you have to maintain the same level of fund?
So I'll start with a caveat that I'm not a financial expert.
Yep.
I've spent 7 months trying to get up to speed on it, so this is sort of a layman's explanation, but we have people at the agency that would be able to get into the technicalities with you, but very general.
I think we want the layman's,
yep.
yeah.
Yeah, so maybe I'm actually a good person to say this to you.
Yeah.
So maintenance of effort is basically the tenet that requires, there are two aspects of maintenance of effort. The first is in your budgeting. An LEA must budget the same or more from year to year on spending for special education. It's not a per student,
okay.
It's a total amount.
Oh, so that's tough in a declining student.
It's very tough.
The costs are going up.
And it's
in spite of declining.
Yeah.
And it's tough when you're talking about flexibility and spending on something that might not necessarily be an allowable special education expenditure. But now we're getting into the weeds, and I'm getting out of my.
So that's really the rub there is if you want to make an investment, if you want to redirect those funds in something that is not technically special education, but will prevent special education cases from developing further down the line, the feds don't consider that as an MOE.
That's right.
Okay.
So, and then the second aspect of MOE is at the end of the year, you need to be able to demonstrate that you did indeed spend as much or more on special education. So there's an eligibility and then a compliance aspect to maintenance of effort. It is something that has vexed me for the last 7 months, understanding it, understanding the limitations, trying to probe different ways of handling it. Again, it's a very dense topic. It's difficult and complex.
But this isn't any different than how we currently operate in that you don't know what you're going to expend over the coming year, and you budget for it, but you don't know. And then you're reimbursed the following year for what you actually spent. Isn't that more or less the scenario?
my understanding is that's how it works.
And is it going to be a different situation with 170, in terms
Yeah,
of
I
on the
mean,
census-based
I think
model?
it prompted me to think of, Judy, if you don't mind, I'll just jump in.
Absolutely,
You know,
I do not mind at all.
It's useful to look at the UVM study, which is the underpinning of 173, which speaks to the analysis is that there is savings to be had. We're spending more on special ed than we should probably. And at the same time, part of the solution is to make investments at the front end of the system. So how do we make that shift? You know, but there's a rationale there around your question around shifting practice. MTSS has been a policy of the state since the late 80s. You know, in one form or another, IST, EST. It's in statute, in your regulations as of like 2014, 2015 timeframe. What the UVM study suggests is that you cannot get the change in practice unless you change the funding system. The funding system that we have today, the reimbursement model, is actually causing the change, preventing the change in practice. It has the wrong set of incentives. So the idea that we could somehow address the professional development without addressing the finances is inconsistent with what the research report is saying. They kind of have to kind of go forward together, but we've been at it for a while trying to change the practice without any success or limited success, uneven success around the state. The assumption, the logic behind the UVM report is that we have to move forward with a change in the funding model in order to get the necessary changes in practice. So it is a big piece of work.
So for MOE purposes, how broadly is special education, do the feds define special education? Is 503, 503, IEP? I mean, how?
It's very well defined. Yeah, 504 is not special.
Or
504 is not, no. And that's something that is in the proposed rules is our allowable cost rule that we've proposed, which would guide districts in making those determinations. And what we have strived to do is draft a rule that allows a certain amount of discretion on a school district's part in categorizing those costs, and we've tried to highlight the permissive uses of special education funding that exist that can be used for something that is not, I mean, it all has to be traced back to a special education need, but there are areas already existing of flexibility that we've tried to highlight in the rules. So take a close look at those as well when you're reviewing these.
And trace back to an individual need?
Well,
Or could you take a block?
There's some flexibility in there where while you are providing a special education service, it can also benefit other students. It's limited.
Okay.
All right, so I think that was enough little sidetrack. But,
Sure. No, I'm happy. I mean, I'm happy to have these conversations. I think we're going to get there soon enough. So what I've prepared for you, I understand we're fairly behind schedule here. What I've prepared for you, and you can tell me if you'd like me to go forward or give me the hook at any time.
I say just a lot of us have been through this process in one way or another, but I think this is a good reminder. And then we're good readers too.
Okay.
So we have a great thing here, so just going over the process and maybe answering a couple of questions.
Sure.
Yeah, so that way we don't have to read every slide by
Right,
slide.
right. So what I've prepared, first of all, and I cannot take credit for it, this is modified from the Secretary of State's PowerPoint, but is a general overview of the administrative rulemaking process. And then the second document that I've prepared, I've labeled it Presumptive Act 173 Rulemaking Timeline. This is just a practical application of the general process onto the 173 process. And this is not meant to be a proposed formal timeline. This is meant to demonstrate how the process would work in given the timeline that we've been provided with. But that said, for those of you who have been through this process, know that each step is subject to various pressure points that can affect the whole timeline. And really,
the board has some control over how fast or slow you want to take those steps. So this timeline is not meant to be a formal offering. This is just meant to be more of a demonstrative exercise. So I'll start with the broad overview. As you know, just by way of introduction, the requirements for filing proposed rules are set out in statute. And when the advantage of following this process is that the resulting rules have the force and effect of law. So that's why the process is so rigid and set out the way that it is. There are various entities that have rulemaking power, and they're granted in various ways. State agencies, boards, and other governmental agencies can make rules, and typically they receive these result from legislative directives or petitions to agencies. And the way that rules are adopted are by this general process of filing, hearing, and review. And the three main entities that an agency must go through in order to get their rules adopted are the Interagency Committee on Administrative Rules, the Office of the Secretary of State, and the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules. And each of those bodies serve a bit of a different function in the process. The Interagency Committee on Administrative Rules, ICAR, consists of appointed members, and this committee is essentially intended to help an agency create a strategy for maximizing public comment, and also review the rules generally for style and consistency with the law. And that's the first gate. The Office of the Secretary of State is charged with setting up the procedures for rulemaking and sort of the administrative oversight of the rule process and any resulting rules. As a result, they've adopted a rule entitled the Rule on Rulemaking, which I'm glad I wasn't a part of that because I think it would drive me crazy. And then the final gate for adopting a rule is the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, LCAR. LCAR consists of 8 members of the General Assembly. I don't know how they're picked, but I'm sure there's a process for it. And LCAR can do a number of things with proposed rules, including approve the rule, recommend modifications, not take any action, or object to a rule. So the general process begins with, first of all, the state board voting to initiate rulemaking on a proposed body of rules. Then those rules are filed with ICAR. Then they're filed with the Secretary of State. That initiates a period of public comment and notices. The rules are then filed with the Secretary of State again and LCAR, and finally they're adopted and filed with the Secretary of State again. So that's the general overview, and like I was saying earlier, that the timeline can vary on that process. So, yes.
I wasn't here when this board went through a difficult rulemaking process. This process seems to me to be an invitation to a lot of misunderstanding. It seems to me that what this says is that the board is handed a document by the agency, spends some finite amount of time saying, yeah, okay, that's good, files it, which makes it appear to be an official document of the board's, and then goes out and asks the rest of the world, what do you think? And they come along and say, as I think happened, are you guys crazy? there's a lot of stuff in there that's ill-advised. I can't imagine why we would do it that way. I would think that the board would like to have a process of receiving a proposal from you folks, applying to it its own intelligence, inviting the community at large to give it guidance and shape, revising it, getting you down to the bottom of the sort of the August period, and then put that forward, and then go through the rest of the process as required by the statute, because there may be fine-tuning after it becomes official and all of that. I know that that makes it more complicated, or maybe it doesn't. It certainly appears to add steps. But I'm just wondering, if there's that old expression, if it weren't invented this way already, would you do it this way? Or would you invent it this way? And this isn't how I would think the board would want to be doing things, is to sort of putting its name on something that it has not been vetted out in the wide community yet. And in the past, that made the board look kind of awkward, I think.
Oliver?
Well, as somebody who was a little bit involved in that process and not on this board, I would concur with John's comments. And the big problem with the last contentious process was that the board literally had no discussion before moving to pre-filing. They literally took the document and moved right to pre-filing. And I question for you, because my memory is a little rusty on the process, but on page 5 here, it talks about the filing with Secretary of State, and there are a number of things, including the economic impact statement, et cetera. I believe that actually has to be done as part of the pre-filing.
That does, yes.
Yeah,
That goes to ICAR.
And this was one of the many major technical and legal faults with the board's process last time. These documents were pre-filed and signed by the chair of the board on behalf of the board, and literally had no discussion. I mean, the board never authorized the chair to sign those, never had any discussion about what was being signed off on. So you have to have some discussion of the draft material before you start signing off on economic impact statements. So
I guess what I'm hearing from John, and this is the process that has to be followed. It's not that we can't add to the process.
Yep.
So am I hearing maybe some more deliberation before even taking to say these are rules that we're adopting to start the process, initiate? So that is there can be a right now we have to initiate formal rulemaking, but we can also have an informal rulemaking.
I think that's
And is that the will of the board, is to have more of an informal rulemaking, taking this draft that is currently out there, studying it, asking for more input, and then seeing where we want to go from there. So I guess those are two different processes, and you're also playing with the timeline from the legislature.
Yeah, right.
And this is the other, when you look at timelines, what is required of us? What is required takes 8 months to a year on a good day for rulemaking. And so when we have a deadline by the legislature of meeting it by November 30th, that's where some of our flexibility goes away. And so we are waiting in this holding pattern. I feel like our hands are a little bit tied because we don't know what the legislature is asking us to do. We can push back even stronger, even if they say there is no delay. Well, we can't get it done. I mean, that's the other thing where we can as a board, but that's where we've already pushed back saying if we are to do this, we can't promise anything before March. We already told them we're not going to meet the November 1st deadline. It's just not going to happen. So that's where we would have to decide where to push. And if you want more process in front with getting public comment, we can surely add that in. It just creates this timeline which is longer than what's outlined here.
That's right.
Yeah, and Dan, I know you want to
Yeah,
speak
let me
to
just to get back around to answering Bill's question about the $40,000 or where we're at. I don't know at this point whether there will be a delay. So we're literally monitoring that on an hourly basis. The second point I'd make is not all delays are equal. So our delay, the agency is advocating for a delay as well. Our delay is substantively different than what the advisory group is advocating in terms of the delay.
Do you want to clarify that?
Yes,
further right here?
yes, a little teaser, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Suspense, okay.
the overarching, if you go and read the UVM report, and both the DMG report to a certain extent, but the UVM report in particular, which is sort of a research review of our special ed funding model, the overarching impetus, the takeaway you'll get from reading that is the overarching impetus of 173 is cost containment. You know? So what we've proposed to do, we would agree, many of Marilyn's comments in terms of the PD end, we haven't been satisfied with our response to that either, though we will say that, you know, this is an initiative that's been before districts for close to 30 years now. But we're trying to bring greater coherence to our interventions so that we can serve that need better, because it is hugely divergent around the state. Districts have had different capacities. You know, some districts haven't, or centralized special ed under 153, which was passed in 2012. So we have that sort of diversity of district experience and capacity. And then I don't think Act 46 was ever considered when 173 was contemplated. So the fact that, you know, all these timelines we've been talking about, the legislature, to my view, never really considered what else districts were going to be doing, including fundamentally restructuring the governance model and implementing new governance or new accounting systems and so forth. So there was never a broader appreciation of all the work that's happening. But our approach under a delay, if you will, is to maintain the go-live date essentially of fiscal year 25, but to extend the use of the reimbursement model for an additional year.
And where did you fall with the rules themselves, with the delay?
I don't think this is a big issue for anyone. I think, you know, the logic is that, you know, the rulemaking would be extended out, and we're actually advocating for additional time for you. But I don't think anyone would, you know, find fault with your inability to hit November 1st. You know, I think it's an unreasonable timeline, frankly, due to the complexity of this issue. But just, you know, back to the substantive differences that we're advocating for, maintaining the fiscal year 25 deadline, but extending the reimbursement model for a year. The advisory group's version of that is different. It basically pushes everything back a year. So at one point, we did some cost analysis of what pushing back everything a year would be, assuming, you know, there's a number of assumptions that would go into that, projections of special ed funding and so forth, or service plan versus actuals. And that gap between what the reimbursement model would track at versus what implementation of the block grant would do points to about a $40 to $60 million difference. So for a full-scale delay in the law, you're looking about costing the state $60,000 in that ballpark.
Million, you mean, right?
Million,
Yeah,
excuse
yeah.
me, over the, what did I say, 1,000? No, that's, yeah. It would be like 9 million in the single year, but over the cost of like a 5-year, 6-year trajectory, it would be about 60 million. We just, you know, that caught some press. We just made sure I wanted the legislature to have that information from them. I think, you know, where we're at right now on a daily basis of working through this is I think they are struggling, as you are struggling, with arguably one of the most complex policy issues that we've had in a long time. This is much more complex than Act 46, and I'm not sure what the legislature will do. But my takeaway for you is that there's no urgency for you to take action today on any aspect of this. But I would point out you've had these materials for a week, and we've certainly offered, I know, to do presentations in more detail about what's in here. To defer all of those educational experiences for you is a waste of time, in my view. I think you're missing the opportunity. You're going to have to address this issue at some point. I would encourage you to take advantage of opportunities to read through the materials, to ask us to provide summary information for you, essentially in advance of having advocates come in and starting to sort of take their shot at it, because they're interested in doing that, and rightfully so. But I just want to make sure that it's sort of like today, I feel like we're coming into sort of like chapter 4 of a conversation instead of starting out at a framing of an overall outline for you, what we're talking about today. And I know we're behind schedule today, but bottom line takeaway is I don't think there's any urgency for you to do anything today. 2, I would suggest this is a very complex issue. So the point of, I don't want to intimidate you with the size of the book, but even the small slice of it is complex. There's going to have to be some front-loading education on your part to navigate it effectively as a board. Let's start doing those activities. We'll find out where the legislature is going to land, you know, shortly. And we'll be able to, you know, amend this kind of schedule or so forth, or at least propose an amended schedule to you. And then I think fully armed with the information, then you can go into a conversation about what is your responsibility and how do you want to approach it.
Can you better define what the delay for a year versus how we're conducting ourselves? What in particular, what will change and when?
So what we're advocating for is maintaining the target implementation of the block grant in fiscal year '25. To get from here to there required a sort of a 4-year transition period of getting people closer to where the block grant would ultimately put them. And we've published those sort of metrics for people so they know what that starts to look like. What we're advocating based on the, getting a little more time on the front end to ramp up a coherent approach to professional development is to basically keep people on the current reimbursement model for an additional year.
Okay.
They're still going to end up sort of in a steeper transition at the end of that period, but until we can, like as Marilyn said, districts need to know some certainty about this fall in terms of developing service plans or not. Okay. And it's really too short of a timeline. The issue for you as a board, though, and I think the chair was sort of bringing this out, is what does that all mean about rulemaking? Regardless of whether there's a full-scale delay or the AOE's delay of an additional year of transition on the reimbursement model, you have the responsibility of rules. And when does that process start or doesn't start? We're interested in advocating for a pushback of that November deadline. It's in the scale of things, it's not a big piece of the advocacy of a delay or not, but I think it's something we'll work for on your behalf.
But with our time period of 1 year to get this fully, to do our work, how does that segue with what your timeline is doing?
Well, I think, the bigger piece for us, it doesn't really interface so much with the reimbursement model per se, other than we need clarity. But we have other rules in this Act 173 work we need to bring to you. So, there's a schedule that we have to develop sooner rather than later of here's the bigger piece of work. You have this section of the rules, but we have other things we want to bring for you. We also have to work on the maintenance of effort issues, the independent school issues. So for us, it's like the analogy I used the other day in the House. It wasn't a very effective analogy, but I'll try it again. It's like, this is a very complex project, and I don't know nothing about building a house, but I'll say the legislature in passing 173 has basically signed off on blueprints to build a house. Okay, as sort of the main contractor, we've produced a blueprint of what the framing in a house look like. People are now suggesting that they can't support building a house until they know what the bedroom paint is going to be in bedroom number 3. And we're like, we can't really tell you that until we get agreement on what the framing of the house is, So it's sort of an iterative process, but one that people need adequate assurance on.
So can I ask you, just for the board's work moving forward, if there is a delay, and one of the delays on the table is everything in the bill is delayed by 1 year.
Right.
And that, if that goes through, would the agency be looking at filling in all of the rules? So instead of doing rules part 1 and rules part 2, is doing that all together if there's an extra year? If there was an extra year in there, would the agency take that model?
I don't have an answer for that. What the process we're going to go through as soon as the legislature is over is we have to look at everything we're asked to do, and we have to schedule and basically work out a plan for everything. We're going to do that for you. We're going to do that for the legislators as well, to say, here's how we understand the scope of all these significant policy things, and here's a calendar of work. So, for instance, we might say, well, we feel this is in pretty good shape. We're starting a conversation with the independent schools. That's kind of heating up. Let's carry that through. That'll carry us through a couple months. Let's get going on the maintenance of effort work. We might just say that's an easier area to go in. If people need, and I think people do need more specificity on maintenance of effort issues, we see that sort of falling into our guidance that we would provide districts, not necessarily in state board rule. But we'd have to reimagine or reconsider our scope of work based on what the legislature does.
So I guess between now and then, I'm hearing mostly from the board that next month we'd like more of an overview of details of what's in there. And maybe some of those areas that came out today as being the ones that we should know the most about, and going deeper into that.
Yep.
And I don't foresee putting on the agenda next month formal rulemaking.
Correct. Yeah,
Correct.
And just to follow up you, because I just want to clarify a short while ago you made the comment of going through an informal rulemaking process, and I would say there really isn't. We shouldn't say that. We're going through the rulemaking process. All we're suggesting is that
Adding another.
we have a step before we.
You need to ramp up.
We
a little bit.
initiate, yeah, so it's the ramp up, it's educating us as board members, understanding what's in there, and then spending some time going through the draft and making changes before we essentially present a formal draft, right?
You need to be more comfortable.
We need
and
to
confident.
understand,
Yes.
we as a board need to understand the substance of the material, what's in it, and what the impacts are before we actually move into that formal process.
Right, and I mean, that's just why I was calling
Yeah.
it the info, because it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
officially, that's not what we're
Yeah.
required to do, but what I'm hearing is that the board wants to do more work than is being required.
And I just say, that was never our plan to have you just go into it cold. We've been sort of chomping at the bit to sort of start this educational piece with you to get you ready
But
for that
regardless
point.
if there's a delay or no delay, we should start this like now.
Yeah, I don't see it going away.
Beyond having the board understand, which is essential, it seems to me that the board does not understand until it has heard also from constituencies and interest groups that the perspective of the stakeholders informs our understanding. And so a process of the board getting up to speed is one part. The second part is in having a grasp of that. The second part is inviting stakeholders to come and critique what is before us or to express their support of it. And then the board, I think, goes back to the agency and says, this is the shape we want as a final product. And it's different in the following ways. And then you have your guidance from us as to what we will accept as our rulemaking proposal. We need to own it, and it needs to be shaped by this board. It can't be just sort of put in our laps and we say, okay, whatever you say. So this process is to give the board not only understanding, but also guidance from stakeholders whom it feels we should be hearing from, and then come back to you with
I would just,
suggestions.
it's going to be a more efficient, I mean, that sounds great, but you're going to have concrete timelines, regardless of delay.
I think there's a 3-month.
What I was
block of
speaking
time.
more of was preparing you to even be able to ask the right questions, which I think is, because we also have the advisory group, they have a discrete role. They want to present consensus view, but then the individual members would love to participate in the process. What we've been struggling with a bit at the advisory group is to say, I think Marilyn introduced it, the rules are in the hand of the board. It's not like they haven't had opportunity as a group to weigh in per se, but there's going to be a whole public process, which is the rulemaking process by which people engage in that, so I would just say,
What are you, right now, what's the role in the AOE in the advisory group and how we're working together? Because what I heard was that the relationship has ceased and now it comes to the board.
No.
I just want to clarify.
No, they have, I think, interestingly, for whatever reason, I believe the statute describes they have 8 meetings a year. So
Right.
it limits, per se, how many meetings they meet a year. I am a member of the advisory group, a voting member, I might add, not just the, this is nice.
Don't get any ideas.
Yeah. But we have, certainly the rules have been the better part of the focus of the meetings we've had this year. There was one, the topic of the independent schools work, I offered to bring that internal to the agency. We've sort of worked through that for a couple months, and now we're sort of working with stakeholder groups to refine that a bit, and then we'll be presenting that back to the advisory group at some point for further feedback. But I think we're all more or less in a holding pattern now until the legislature decides where we're going, because I think if things stay on the current trajectory with some modification of timelines, we'd be looking at the maintenance of effort work as sort of the next place we'd like to go with the advisory group.
Do we need to do anything today?
No. And I think what I have on for the agenda for next month is having a 173 really an understanding overview and starting
Briefing.
that process of really.
Yeah, and I would say we could do the 173, but also specifically the rules themselves as being
Right.
proposed, because I think
Yeah,
it's sort of
that's
like an
right.
efficient way to get into the topic.
Yep.
As opposed to just admiring the statute.
By then, we'll know what the legislature's
Oh, absolutely.
doing.
Yep, absolutely.
And can act accordingly.
Yep.
John Less.
On process, though, I would advocate that the board modify this document, since if we're going to keep looking at it, it ought to reflect the conversation we've just had, and that there needs to be a preamble process at the beginning of it, where we provide for and build into the calendar time for the board's briefing up, the board's really comprehending what's in the material, and time for the board to receive input, and then begin the process.
Well, I think Judy just did this based on what we said last
Yeah,
meeting.
this is
So
just
this
good.
was not a working document per
So,
se,
well,
but this is
let's-
what it could look like.
But it's
Yeah.
leaving the whole preamble out. So I'm suggesting that this document be modified to show the board's preamble process
Yep.
at the beginning. I don't know if,
Yeah,
if
and
we're
that-
serious about doing it.
Yeah, and that needs to include some of this pre-filing material.
Right.
You know, such as, you know, the big one that I can see is the economic impact statement. I mean, we all know, I mean, that's what these rules are all about, right? So what is that statement going to say? How do we arrive at you know, at that statement as a board? So that all needs to happen, actually, as, you know, right up front here.
All right, so any,
Let's move
It's
on.
going to be a big project, you know, and it's very complex.
and the teacher keeps changing the due date. Right? And we don't know when we're going to do it. Okay, so at this point, I would say let's take a 10-minute break, and then when we come back, we'll start with the consent agenda and move forward.
Thank you.
We are going to come back, quick break, and now we need to move to the consent agenda. So is there any motion to be made for the consent agenda? So moved. That was by Peter, and so that item N. Can I just see that for just a minute? Just the top part. So on the consent agenda was the minutes, the Addison Northwest waiver request, and the renewal of Independent School in Putney. So were there any questions? Yes. John?
I had a question on N3, the Putney matter. So I don't know how you want to take this up. Do you want to separate it out, or?
Well, just before,
all right.
yeah, and see if we need to do anything different.
So who do I address this question to?
Well, I think you have a point of order because the consent agenda is non-debatable.
But you can ask, it's not debatable, but can you?
No.
You can't ask any?
You have to ask questions before the motion's made. Am
We
I right?
haven't,
We haven't made a
we
motion.
haven't made a motion.
I thought I heard somebody moving.
No.
For discussion.
Okay.
Or I actually have no idea. I'm so bad at
I mean,
Robert's
yeah, I
rules.
mean, in the past, we've usually we haven't taken a motion yet. If anybody wants to discuss it, and then we usually then take them.
If the answer is easy, then we can just proceed.
Right, I think that's what we've done in the past.
So who from the agency can I address this question to?
I think just ask it, and we'll see who can answer.
The question is, I'm now looking at N3, green sheet. Paragraph 2, Putney School is accredited, et cetera. Other annual reports, the next major responsibility regarding accreditation will a 5-year interim evaluation report. It would be nice to know the date that is expected. I mean, it doesn't seem to say. It's important enough to point out, but we are given no information as to this so-called important event.
And maybe I can answer this, is because I don't believe NEASC has that date certain. So it's a 5-year report. So the way NEASC works is it has different accreditations, and it has the 5-way point, and it's not a date certain, but in the 5 years there will be.
But 5 years beginning when?
From the last, and this can correct me if I'm wrong, Emily, but 5 years from when the initial approval is given.
So in the secretary's recommendation, it says the approvals for 5 years through 2024. You're saying you want us to subtract 5 from 24?
No, I'm just trying to understand when this 5-year interim evaluation report comes.
Yeah, I would.
So so I would assume that the school got a 10-year. For NEASC sometimes does 10-year recommendations, correct? And they have a 5-year check-in?
My experience is going through an interim, yeah.
Yes, and so they would have been given a 10-year approval, but then at 5 years, there would be a check-in.
Right. So does that mean that the 5-year check-in happens 5 years before 2024? That is halfway through the 10-year approval?
It happens in 5 years from this year.
I see.
To coincide with the 5-year recommendation from the agency.
Okay.
I think we'd be speculating. We're trying to respond to your question.
Yeah.
I mean, the larger question would be, do you want us in the future to include specific dates from NEAS?
Something
approval?
like that, yeah. It seems to call for it here.
Yep.
If it's worth mentioning that it's happening, it'd be nice to know when. In any case, thank you for responding to my question. I would, Madam Chair, move that we adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Is there a second? Seconded by Oliver. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, so we've adopted the consent agenda. Okay, we've already done the chair's report. Any board announcements?
Yeah, I can just say that I've applied for and been accepted in a program being sponsored by the NASB, the National Association of State Boards of Education, in what they call an equity cohort. A cohort, in this sense, I guess, is sort of a group of people that will meet and learn together about best practices in equity in education. There'll be 2 meetings in Washington, D.C., and then 2 telecom meetings. And this will involve, I guess, a look at best practices from around the country in addressing issues of equity in education. I'm just doing it because I feel like I'm pretty ignorant, and I thought it was a good way to attempt to correct that. So, and maybe I'll learn something useful to this board. And it's not at any expense to this board, I might point out.
It's good use of our dues, right?
I hope so.
Well, yeah, I was going to ask, we are paying the NASB dues, right? I can't remember. Weren't you a NASB warhawk?
He yelled at them for like.
I know.
I know. Now he's a convert.
Yeah, now he's going to their conferences.
Now he's going to the
Sounds like
events.
Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah. That's our John.
Very good.
Anything else for board announcements? All right. So, secretary's report.
Not much going on.
No?
Yeah, so,
Just try to.
Yeah.
Led.
Yeah, lead. No, I think the biggest, as I alluded to, one of the things we're endeavoring to do after the legislative session over is to sort of produce a project plan of all the different major initiatives in front of us. And I would argue the initiatives before us are major, and they're structural in nature, meaning that they have implications for the larger system. And we'll certainly, the legislative process is a very dynamic part of the process right now. I don't have much of a legislative update other than to say that it's a very dynamic part of the process. And they're working on the final, compromises, if you will, of proposing.
Can you compromise on what I missed then? You say the compromise?
Say, for instance, conference committees on a variety of issues.
Yeah,
They're trying to reconcile different points of view on major policy, so. But other than that, no, I think we are, still queued up to move the agency on schedule, so that'll be a big piece of work over the summer. I talked already about our visioning work, so we'll share out a draft of that with you. Other than that, we're, staffing-wise, we're making progress on filling vacancies. I still have an active recruitment underway for a new CFO. And we've added an additional position into that division to beef up its structure and capability. So we have an new assistant division director position open as well. I was hoping to fill those soon.
What are you finding as challenges with, in terms of recruitment?
I think firstly, just the broader demographic challenges of the state. We, as you heard a little bit on Act 173, we've had challenges filling a lot of our special ed positions, and I notice that's a pattern across the state. So there's labor shortages, period. I think, especially if our positions are often compared to vacancies at school district levels, our compensation isn't comparable necessarily, so that's proven to be a barrier as well. But, it takes a certain, I think, personality type to be successful in state government, and, how to entice people and to do that. And we have, a lot of people that do work for us are dedicated to the larger civic and common purpose of, serving the state. And, we have to find people that are interested in doing that kind of work.
So between, sorry, this is kind of a combo secretary's report, legislative update then?
Okay.
Is
Yeah,
that?
sure.
Okay, so since we've seen you last, and I've been trying to follow this, has there been anything, nothing has been passed from both? I mean, everything's still kind of been passed in its own version in the House and the Senate?
Yeah, I think really there's only, I mean, just real roughly, I think there's only been one major policy initiative passed into law this year in education, and that's Act 1, which is the Ethnic Studies Bill.
Okay. And so other than that?
Yeah, we have major, the major, I would say, delay pieces. We have Act 46, Act 173 that we talked about today. Those two have sort of been brought together. And we also have contemplating delays in the rollout of the required statewide accounting system to school districts, what we call the SSDDMS initiative. So those are the major pieces right now. There's some smaller initiatives, but those are the big things.
And what about study committees for the summer? Has any been, I know that I've been following, especially the Title IX, looking at post-secondary and then how that's going to affect high schools in particular, this idea about sexual assaults and the rights for students. And I know that's in the miscellaneous bill. So what other sort of thing, and that forms a committee. So what other sort of committees have been proposed that we should be looking at?
There's lots of things popping up this time of year, but you know, I think one that's might be of interest more so, it might go forward a little bit, is the examination of success by six mental health issue, and that gets to, I sort of put it into the context of pre-K, but it gets into interagency cooperation around investing Medicaid funds at, you know, our most vulnerable students at the early end of the process.
Mm-hmm.
So, as I said, I think there's going to be interest in examining our approach to pre-K. So I think that conversation, though there's interest in studying Medicaid and global commitment as a separate topic, I think it belongs probably in that larger context of early intervention and integrated services between agencies.
Can you give any more detail on the pre-K situation?
Yeah, my impression was there wasn't much interest in addressing any revisions to Act 166 at the beginning of this session. Several legislative leaders had commented that they would be interested in starting that conversation over the summer. Particularly, as we mentioned today, there's a couple reports coming in. So I'd like to get the reports and spend a little time probably out in front of the process to figure out what will be the approach. But I think it's going to queue up to be a major focus in the coming
Who's
session.
doing the reports?
EDC is the contractor.
Educational Development?
Yeah, I don't forget their acronym, but they've done frequent research on the topic of early education in Vermont. And they also are one of essentially a part of the research group that's sponsored by the Regional Education Lab out of Brown that has the other report.
Oh, yeah.
So,
And have they looked at Vermont in particular?
yeah, I mean, particularly some of the researchers that are directly involved in the work have a fairly long history of doing research on early education in Vermont. Another big, that was Marilyn mentioned earlier, is the weighting study will be out in November, December timeframe. So that'll be a big, interesting piece of work to review.
All related.
All right. Any other questions for Dan?
Yeah, we're turning over the final data sets to the vendor for the report card on Friday this week. So it'll be a couple weeks, I would think, but we'll see what it looks like, and we'll probably, do some internal quality control on it. But yeah, definitely. in June.
Live to districts then?
Yeah, live to the world. It's
The
a
world.
portal. Yeah.
Nice, thank you.
All right. So, and no other questions, legislative update.
I would like to tag on to that a little bit. Sean Marie sent out to the world one of my op-eds which looked at the effects of socioeconomics on best schools and worst schools. And guess what? There's a huge equity question in terms of our schools and what's happening. There's a lot of difference in there. And I think it's demographics. In fact, the evidence says that. We'll be looking at our own test score release, and that's just something we need to keep in mind for further discussion as we talk to the media.
All right. Anything else?
Talking to the media? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Media does call occasionally.
So, moving on to the proficiency-based graduation requirements. This really came about, it's come up a couple of times actually in the State House, and about whether to stay the course with proficiency-based graduation, and where we are in the state. And one thing I think that the agency hasn't got enough credit for is the work that they have done in creating proficiency-based graduation proficiencies models. So they run for every single area identified in EQS. It's a pretty aggressive going through graduation requirements. And based on what the standards are adopted by the state board, because that's what EQS asks, is that your graduation requirements actually have to be tied to standards adopted by the state board. And then you can go on and there's a whole rubric of how do you meet these standards or not. And when I go out there and people are like, oh, the agency hasn't done anything. And it's like, well, there's actually, if you go onto their website, because I know I use it as an educator, I go on and use and say, okay, here is what the agency has come up with. How can I use some of these resources? But then when I go in, it's like, well, the agency hasn't done anything. They haven't given any support. And it's like, well, there's actually a whole website with every single EQS domain. If you want to be proficient in global citizenship, you go look up global citizenship, and it gives you a whole area. So do we have... Is Pat Simmons here?
No, with the legislature being what it is,
Yeah.
I brought up minimal staff today, and I actually just sent Emily back. So we have a summary in your packet. I was going to speak a bit to it.
Okay.
It's an interesting political topic, but I think for your purposes, it's one that falls into this, as the chair said, in the education quality standards domain, because you sit on those regulations and this requirement's in there. But it has. There's been a lot of work done, but the implementation has been uneven around the state, and it's sometimes manifests itself into political controversy at the local level. One of the ones I find that's mentioned in here, districts, Mill River's mentioned as having a transcript example, where parents would say, proficiency-based learning means transcripts don't have grades on them. That's not necessarily the case. I mean, locals have a lot of discretion on how to do that. And most folks who have sort of navigated that have ended up including both grades and proficiency language on transcripts for folks. So, I mean, there's been a lot of controversy around this. We've also, we have provided a lot of technical support and continue to do that. I would argue, not unlike MTSS that you heard so much about earlier, how we haven't done anything. We have elaborate MTSS websites with data and so forth. You can go find that information. But, we have to constantly do a better job of supporting districts with this complex work. I think the trick, to keep harping on 173 talks about connecting the multi-tiered support system to personalized learning plans. So we're about to sort of get into that work, how to connect some of these initiatives. How do we connect personalized learning to MTSS? And the only other thing I'd mention too is that I've listened a bit to folks I know on the Tarrant Foundation who do statewide work on personalizing learning with technology with students, and they've done actually really truly statewide work at this point. And they would conceptualize this issue as being, Act 77 and your quality standards talk about there being 3 strategies to achieve personalizing learning. One of them is proficiency-based learning, but the other 2, personalized learning plans and flexible pathways, are equally important. What they find working with districts is that they've done one of these things or 2 of these things, but not necessarily addressed all 3. And in particular, the personalized learning plan, which is precisely the place where MTSS connects on Act 173. So, the idea that students would have an individual personalized learning plan where we'd be setting goals and measuring outcomes to make sure they're growing and meeting their aspirations as well as our needs, that's a piece of infrastructure that has to be re-emphasized, I think. People have gravitated, particularly high schools, because of the requirement of 2020 on proficiency-based graduation, but there's 2 other important elements that need to be attenuated a bit and supported more.
So I guess the question for the board too is that we put together a policy with reacting to Act 77 in EQS, the idea that you need to graduate based, it can't be on credit alone. I think that's how Act 77 words it, that you can't graduate high school based on credit. That it can't be credit alone. It can be a hybrid approach. You can do credit and proficiencies, and that's what a lot of schools are doing. Some have gotten rid of grades and have gone just to proficiencies, so we do have that range. So we put out that policy. The agency did the hard work of putting together sample graduation requirements that are very easy to use. I actually brought them in when talking about ethnic studies to the legislature.
Yeah.
It was like, well, if you look at the graduation requirements for proficiency, it actually addresses all of these things right here. So if a school is actually adopting these proficiencies, they would be meeting these objectives of telling things from multiple perspectives. So bringing those in. So if we, so that the work has been done by the AOE, and now it's coming back to us again in the policy side when the legislature is asking, should we be getting rid of proficiency-based graduation before it starts, or should we delay? And so this is where, again, we get in this precarious position that we reacted with what the legislature wanted, we created the policy, then the work was done by the AOE, and now it's coming back to us for almost a review to think about proficiency-based graduation. And so the AOE, I like how these, and when you go, it's actually live links, so you can go see how this is playing out in different schools. So you can see there has been uneven play out. And I guess I would challenge the board is to go and use the website by the AOE to look at the graduation suggestions for proficiencies, because again, the way with local control, they can only make suggestions. They can't tell every school you have to adopt these. So if those are what they suggested based on our standards, our local areas doing that. A great way would be just looking at them and comparing it to your most local high school and see how they compare and are those being met. It's an interesting, as you say, it's a different rollout across the state, and there's lots of different stories about how this is playing out. But I think one of the incorrect parts of the story is that the AOE hasn't done the work to support the fields, because those rubrics are up there. I mean, rubrics, not even like here's a suggested proficiency, but here is the proficiency, and this is what it would look like in middle school, high school. So that work has been done. And so I just need to have a sense from what the board wants to, with this topic as we get pulled in, speaking about proficiency
And I think
graduation.
my sort of logic was that we'll turn on the report card, which I think is the first time we've ever measured this policy. So when I say this policy, I mean the education quality standards. So the state of Vermont, through the board, adopted quality standards post No Child Left Behind Act. So it's like we did this to ourselves. We made those standards satisfy the requirements of ESSA, the new federal requirement, but these standards are really Vermont standards. But we've never measured them. We've never visualized what, if you remember adequate yearly progress and what that looked like under No Child Left Behind Act. So for the very first time since we've enacted this in 2015 or so, we're now going to turn on this report card thing that shows, here's our expression of quality. So I think it's a great opportunity to go back in and start to look at that and say, is how we defining quality adequate, and also is how we're measuring it adequate. Because we pick up on, as mentioned in this memo, we'll do a report for you by January next year. So we're going to actually go out and collect some information on where are people at with this initiative. But we'll have the opportunity to look at the broader issue of education quality standards when we turn on the report card. And I think it's a good question to ask. Is this policy getting what we need? How could we better support it? And I wonder about having a date in the quality standards. It stuck out to me as an odd thing that we would have. It's like saying all students will be able to read on grade level in 2020. Okay, well, what do you do in 2021? And I think we've learned our lesson from No Child Left Behind Act about just plucking arbitrary dates out of the air. It's sort of like the old Soviet crop reports. So then we end up moving the goalposts in the middle of the night. So I wonder if. As we get into this conversation, is it just more appropriate to express this as an aspirational thing and not have a hard deadline? And because we go in on an annual basis, almost annual basis, on the integrated field reviews and test to see where districts are and to give them some incremental feedback, like, oh yeah, here's where you're strong, here's where you could improve.
But that's definitely not how it's interpreted by the
That's
field,
correct, that's
right?
right,
So
yeah.
there's a date, and there's
Yeah.
this concern, that's why we keep getting pressure from the legislature about the policy, is what happens in 2020 when you don't meet it. And so that's been,
There's no proficiency jail, as we like to say. you know.
right, and that's where the pushback has been.
Yeah.
And so with the board, what's questions that you need to know more about proficiency-based graduation? And would you like more on the agenda, because it was asked for? So this was the memo that was put together to sort of answer some of your questions.
Well, what is our role?
Because we created EQS. EQS is our document that we created, and that is our role. We were the ones that wrote in the 2020 date.
And it requires folks, high schools, to have proficiency-based graduation requirements.
Right.
That wasn't part of the original bill?
No. The original bill says you cannot graduate, and I'm not sure if the date was in there. Maybe that's right.
was in there.
Maybe the
In
date
Act
was in there.
77?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That may be where the date, but it basically, you cannot graduate just on credit alone. And it had to be proficiency. And so then taking that 77, put into rules, into EQS. EQS, the work was done by the agency, and now questions arising around EQS. I think another part of our conversation is that EQS that we've been continuing to look at. This is another layer to that, is the proficiency-based graduation.
And that's and there's another layer down, and there's a mandatory policy requirement for school boards. Proficiency-based graduation requirements often equated with proficiency-based grading. The two aren't necessarily the same thing, and the conflating of those issues emerges in the model policy put out by the School Board Association, which I think we helped develop, unfortunately, that sort of kind of puts those two things together in a way that's not necessarily helpful. So I think another outcome would be to look at the model policy to see if we could give some feedback to the School Board Association or school boards about how to approach that issue. Because I know the districts I've worked with, that's always a point of confusion of what should or should not be in that policy.
Krista, can I just ask a quick question from the second and third row of my minivan that I
Okay.
hear while I'm driving around? So I have two
Yes.
students. One is under the proficiency standards, the second one isn't.
Yeah.
And the major question that I hear from students is, so how will, they don't use the word post-graduation institutions, but how will those institutions evaluate students for admission? That's the big question that I hear.
And
Go ahead.
so there are a lot of, there's a history of that being done in the state, one for our homeschool students. So there's a history, NEAS, or New England Secondary School Consortium, correct? No, not NEAS,
Grade
but
schools?
New England Secondary School Consortium, so NESSC.
Yes.
It's New England Organization of Secondary Schools have come together to say that they'll accept the proficiencies. And it actually sometimes gives more clarity to what a student can know and be able to do. And we've heard from some admission counselors, it's almost easier when you have some of the proficiencies. Because what is an A in my class opposed to an A in the class of someone down the hall, or opposed to an A
Well, it's
in
kind of like the
somebody in
Harvard
school?
A, isn't it?
Right, exactly. But, districts do lots of things. They often do conversions and provide GPA. I mean, so it hasn't been that big a deal. But as the chair said, there are groups of colleges through this regional organization that are pledging to sort of accept that, to sort of deal with the political blowback on an issue. But
I think the angst again, that I hear from students is, how do you separate out the 80, the 90, and the 99 student that was under the old system? And now, under the proficiency system, it seems like it might be a little harder to differentiate between those students. I mean, does that mean that there's a greater emphasis placed on, like, the SATs? And I don't know.
yeah.
I would guess answering that from someone that deals with this in the field level.
That's why,
is
yeah.
that, so when I'm evaluating students now, it's very concrete. It's, if you're looking at history standards, can you identify pivotal moments? So you have to know what makes a pivotal moment, and if you're going to identify a pivotal moment, you have to know what was before, what changed the direction, and what's changed the future after. So it's much more concrete, and it's not just did you memorize these dates. The day of memorization is completely gone, of just, that's a quiz, that's not a summative assessment, that's not an end goal. The end goal is how do you take knowledge and apply it. So in that way, it's changing the way that you're teaching and evaluating a student. And it's no longer arbitrary, well, you got an A in the quiz. Well, what does that mean? It's, well, I made the quiz and you got most of them right. And so this is more, there's a concrete skill that you have. And so if it comes down to economics, or I'm thinking geography, I'm working with geography skill right now, can you map geography population based on historical events? And can you predict where different groups of people have come from based on history.
And I'm just
So-
asking the question more from, my answer has been, I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And that seems to
And
be
that's-
getting old.
that's I'd say the issue about grading versus just proficiency-based graduation requirements. So, unfortunately, districts have all different levels of good implementation on this, and some have not implemented as thoughtfully as others. And I would argue that proficiency-based grading can be just as arbitrary as letter grading.
Exactly.
It's nothing new in that regard, but,
Yeah.
we have to help districts do a better job of doing this, so.
Can I
Kim-
just say,
oh,
Cabot has been doing this for years. And
yeah.
they have terrific,
Yeah.
acceptance, and it hasn't hampered them whatsoever. Also, the New England Secondary School Consortium doesn't have the authority to enforce anything. They recommended it, they're advocates. Nellie May recommended it.
Yeah.
It was all part of that, but they don't have the authority to.
Right.
No, they've negotiated with colleges, though, to say that
Yeah.
they'll
Yeah,
accept.
yeah,
So it's
yeah.
all the New England colleges.
They've been a very useful convener, particularly with the college admissions folks.
Right,
too.
and they've been very active on this, this program and instituting them at the secondary level as well.
Yeah, Kim?
A question for Callahan, but just as a parent having gone through the 4th round of college applications, I appreciate the angst, and Essex is still using, GPAs, so that did not come into the thinking, but it has come into conversation when, parents have been convened over the last few years, even as a parent, not a board member, on the topic. So I appreciate that the distinction between graduation requirements and grading is not one that the lay person can make in their head in thinking about it, and I think it'd be really helpful to
Yeah.
revisit the model policy for sure.
Yeah, the model policy actually says you can use letter grades
Yeah.
to demonstrate
You can
proficiency
do-
in graduation.
yeah. And I think, from an equity standpoint, to the extent, teachers teaching the same course are using the same standards and students can have similar expectations, that's an equity issue that I think is really important. And it's probably a professional development teaming PLC body of work that I hope all schools are working on. For Callahan, I just didn't know how, or not even directly just for you, but Callahan and other independent schools, how does PBGR affect them? And I apologize if everybody else knows that answer and I don't. But do you guys have, what are your grading and standards for graduation?
Our grading system is, so like an 80 would be a B. Like you get 80, 90, 95. So that's what you got on your report card. We don't have A, B, C, but you can kind of estimate what that would be, so you kind of know generally. And then when you apply to college, we give our GPA. And when you apply to college, basically it's your average. So, and ours is unweighted. So when you apply, you distinctly say that you're unweighted or weighted. So I don't think it affects us that much because generally schools can look at you and be like, okay, their GPA is this, so they generally got A's and B's or C's and D's, and they can look, okay, it's unweighted, so obviously, and then look, okay, well, they took 2 APs, so that gives a little more credit to that, their GPA is still at that level with the APs. So I think generally when you apply to college, colleges know when they look, and they don't just say, okay, that's their GPA, they look at the weight, if it's weighted or not, they look at your courses. So I don't think in any school, whether it's ABC or 90, 95, it would generally affect the process. Colleges are pretty specific in looking at, they really evaluate the student before they.
And you don't have proficiency standards. Like, you don't have like a list of, my daughter goes to an
1
independent
to
school
4
too. and-
with
Yeah,
proficiency
my
standards. So
understanding
I'm
is the
understanding that's fairly
independent schools
traditional.
are not covered under Act 77.
Independent schools are not bound by the Act
No.
77.
And my daughter's even
and it-
different. She has
and-
weighted grades.
Yeah, you can,
So
yeah,
it's
it's
even
kind of up
more-
to the school.
Yeah,
what
no,
they choose to do.
and it sounds like that's a fairly traditional, at least that's what the process my kids all went through as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't weighted, it was a GPA, it was
Yeah, so
a
then the
number
schools
and-
themselves will
and a
make the
transcript.
choice. Yeah.
But that's different than what I understand places that are more fully implementing proficiency grading and standards. There may be a different looking transcript. I just don't know.
And I think some of the confusion is you can get 2 parents at different schools at the same event, and they're having a conversation about it. And one is upset because they're just simply a proficiency standard, and the other one is talking about a proficiency standard that also has grades. So there's these 2 parents that don't even know they're talking about really 2 different systems.
Yeah.
This morning earlier, we heard about the capstone program here. That's a terrific example of what this is about. These students came up with what they wanted to do, they applied themselves, and it's a great way to deal with what we call senioritis, because you can get the seniors really focused on doing something, and in many instances, it's working. So I
think that's the purpose of just proficiency-based graduation in general, is that it's supposed to be more authentic
and personally driven.
And right, and so the idea of those skills, that you're teaching those skills, and how, for instance, my 9th grade, we're looking at how to look at current conflicts and how you go back and to understand current events and bias in current events, and all these skills, which then comes out with how do you take action. So I think that's trickling down to a lot of different grades and not just seniors.
Graduation was measured only by the Carnegie units, and it was you reach this number and bingo, you're good to go. Oftentimes they got there and got that number in their junior. My daughter did that, and she graduated a year early based on she had enough of it. But I mean, this is how to just turn kids on and get focused on what they're going to do with their lives, and get them in,
I don't think, even where, it's not necessarily happening everywhere. Some places remain pretty traditional. Our high school remains pretty traditional.
I just say one more thing. The reason the New England Secondary School Consortium got involved in this, because at the time, this was 10 more years ago, there was, in some schools, 40 to 60% of kids that graduated, particularly males, that didn't have any idea of what they were going to do afterwards and have and that's what was really concerning. So this is part of why this is all done.
I think even within traditional schools, we have a few different academies within the high school at Essex. It's just if you are not in one of the academies, there isn't a capstone, and the PBGRs are not as articulated in a way that as a parent you're aware. And I've not, again, having PTSD on a 4th kid getting through the college application process, that, the transcript and all that's been made very public about the crazy process of college application has the angst, I think, being very real for parents to know how to differentiate their students, or how students can differentiate themselves if it's on a piece of paper that looks dramatically different than the other things that folks are seeing. And I know, and I've heard since Act 77, the support of colleges looking to see more deeply. And we also know the reality that for merit scholarship, for many schools, there is simply a cut score before anybody live ever looks at anything, and that's also real. So,
Krista, can I add just one more thought from my perspective, because I didn't want people to think that I wasn't in favor of the proficiency standards either. But at the school that my youngest daughter attends, I have seen, something that was a change in thinking with the proficiency standards, which was in 6th grade there was a group of students that were really strong in math. And their SBAC scores were really, really good. And under the old system, before proficiency, they would have just taken 7th grade math. And then in 8th grade, they may have been afforded the opportunity to take more advanced math, 9th grade math, and 8th grade. Well, with the proficiency standards, it required the school to really look at those students and say, well, if they're proficient at this level, why aren't we moving them into 9th grade math and 7th grade? And I think without the change in proficiency standards, without saying this student is proficient at this level, the conversation would have never been had. And there was a whole bunch of these kids that kind of got wrapped up in this larger conversation. I think it was a benefit. And interestingly, at the end of the year, all those students passed the 9th grade math test. So now they've all been moving on. Now there's a new challenge, because now they've got these students that have passed 9th grade math that are going into 8th grade. And what do you do with them? But my whole point is, and I think this goes back to when Dan was the superintendent in our area, we are seeing those benefits, though, where they're evaluating students on their own achievements and pushing them ahead instead of kind of waiting for others to catch up.
We have to move from a growth
to
a growth basis.
Yeah.
So this would be under the heading of tilting at windmills, I suppose. The critique that I hear most commonly is the wide variation from district to district and how this is being rolled out.
Yeah.
And there are all kinds of consequences, but the obvious one is if it's a good thing to do it, then it can't be a good thing not to do it. and there's a lot of not doing it happening, or doing it ineptly. So this, you introduced this by sort of referring to local control as though it is sort of a law of gravity or something. And I know that that's how it's sometimes held. But I'm just sort of wondering, is there a way to push this thing over the goal line by, especially in light of the fact that the agency has already developed such rich resources and materials, and there's the models that the School Board Association, is there some way to use this as an opportunity to give people a deadline to get something up and running, and if they don't meet it, to require them to adopt a model standard?
So I guess the way it is cemented in EQS, that it is the local SU that creates the graduation requirement. So it's cemented in there.
Can we change the cement?
Potentially, yes. It's in part of the education quality standards. So that, again, would be, and we've looked at the education quality standards multiple times and to see at what point do we need to revise. And I think we'd get lots of public comment at that if we started going down that way. But I think you are right that when we have different systems doing it very differently, the most vulnerable are students that move from system to system. And so if you have a student, and as educators, you probably see students that it might be their 5th school.
Sure.
And if you're going to 5 different schools or more, a lot of times more, each time you're going, it's a different set of expectations. Especially when if you look at the schools and if they actually are adopting standards tied to the state board standards, or if they're adopting graduation requirements, based on the standards passed by the state board. And a lot of them, when you go looking on the websites, actually do not.
Right.
They don't coincide.
So I'm just sort of saying, this is yet another instance of where our kind of passive acceptance of this right to do it, the sort of local control premise, causes the quality of what we do educationally to be less than it could be in worshiping at the altar of local control. And I guess I'm just sort of tossing it out there that it could be this board's legacy would be to challenge that that local control premise and start to dismantle it.
The one thing, I just throw this out because I just love debating John, and I'm not debating him, but the one thing that I think the fear factor in this is that instead of doing this, that we do this. When we start talking about statewide standards, that will be, and I guess that's just the one thing that when you talk about a system like that the high performers and the low performers, if you want to call those, meet in the middle rather than everybody gets pulled up. And I think that you'd have to develop a system that keeps pushing the best schools higher instead of dragging everybody into the middle and saying, okay, here's the new standard, everybody meet it, and this one school says, well, we are. And I think you see that nationally with national numbers where some states have stronger systems, and when we start rolling out, I really feel like most of the federal standards that we roll out aren't geared towards the Northeast. Like when you look at like the minimum standards that the federal government rolls out, there are some states, I'm not going to list them here, but they show up in all of the different statistics, whether it's poverty or other things like that, that I think that most of the federal standards are actually geared towards those states to try to bring them up. But when you apply them to the Northeast, some state, they don't apply as well because the standards may be higher, or the outcomes may be higher.
Bill, meeting.
The wagon.
Damn, they disagree
The state board was voted out of existence twice before in the early 19th century and also in the early 20th century over the same issue of curriculum and textbooks and what should be taught and whether it should be local or not. So we can keep that in mind according to where our
historian.
I think there's, to modernize the conversation, though, there is an alternative to that, and that is to develop from the ground up and then implement from the top down, meaning we try to get consensus on what is the best way to do something. Then what comes from the top is merely a weight to make sure we have fidelity to do what we all said we would do.
A serious point.
Yeah, we have the technology to do that today, which is different. I was just thinking about the conversation on rulemaking with 173. And when particularly Mr. Carroll was expressing an interest in having more ownership or whatever that piece of that conversation was, and I suggested it, but it will be time-bound, and you knew immediately what I meant by that. That's really the context of this conversation today. It's not a question about local control for me about curriculum, is that we have some emerging needs that, as expressed by 173, with kids coming into the schools today that have really some elevated levels of anxiety and stress for a variety of issues. We need to be able to intervene more directly for that. And when we start looking at our finite capacity, we have to wonder how much time do we spend on curriculum development as opposed to working on the quality of the instruction to deliver a curriculum. And right now, I would just argue, as a state, as I go from district to district, we spend a lot of time reinventing the wheel in the development model and not having enough time to really polish our quality of our instruction. And I think if you go in and read the UVM report and the DMG report on 173, the fundamental assumption there from a lot of research is that what makes the biggest impact on kids is high-quality instruction. Not high-quality curriculum, actually high-quality instruction. So we've put way too much emphasis on the curriculum development piece. Under our paradigm in Vermont, every Vermont teacher must be an expert curriculum developer. You know? And we need to put way more emphasis on every teacher has to be a really good teacher. It's the quality of the materials I think we can standardize to a certain point. I think there still needs to be that local embellishment. But I think we have plenty of room to negotiate that. I don't know if I'd characterize it as letting go of local control altogether, but we need to find a way to convene people across district boundaries and just sort of let go of this idea that I can't teach it unless I touched it and developed it myself, you know?
Well, I think you're driven back to the curriculum question as well. And the decision points that you have in South Burlington does that definition mean the same thing in Winooski, or do they even have it?
Right.
It depends if you use the state ones or not.
At a certain point, you're ending up deriving some kind of state curriculum, no matter what you do.
Yep.
If you follow this path.
Yeah.
Well, EQS, regardless, says you have to be proficient in these 9 things.
Standards.
Right, based on the standards that have been adopted by
Which
state
also
boards.
gets to grain size. Is it
Yeah.
agreement at this level, or is it down here?
Yeah,
This
we need to have that
multiply
broad
into
agreement on
10,000.
things. Yeah, but I think we have plenty, and I would say the other takeaway, I'm getting ready to do some speeches on Act 173, so I'm well fluent and versed in this topic, I think, from my perspective anyway. The other takeaway for me is where it's not only grain size, to Bill's point, but it's also, there's some areas where we need to be more impactful and top-downish than others. One of them is literacy instruction. You know, the big takeaway, if you read through the UVM and the DMG report, is we need to have our act together on literacy instruction, particularly early literacy instruction. We can't be messing around with curriculum development in that area, really. I mean, that has to be, we have to nail that as a state, and we're all over the ice on it.
So on that note, just looking at the time, I would like to transition to the last thing on our agenda, which was something we looked at last month, which was the career and technical education and the goals. And I know Jay is here. And you've been provided, we'd asked for the goals and some of the draft ways that maybe those would be put together. So you also got that in your packet. And so we have what you're being asked to do is that the state board would endorse the strategic vision and goals for your career center education. And so those vision goals were 5 steps, really 5 goals. And you're not asking us to endorse the methods. It's just the vision. And that's just to clarify for everybody. So those are found on page 3, going into 8. Or sorry, 3, going on to page 4, the idea of supporting high-quality, rigorous, aligned CTE career pathways, and moving on down through that list. Jay presented this last meeting, and this is the point where we allow a month for people to digest and to see how they feel, and if this is something that we want to endorse. So at this point, do we have a motion, or?
Be happy to make a motion.
Yeah.
I move that we adopt the Secretary's recommended action, that is, that the State Board of Education endorses the strategic vision and goals for career technical education.
Is there a second? Seconded by Kim. Bill?
I'm going to vote for this motion, but I do have to, tongue-in-cheek, look at things on page 3, for example, on C. where it uses language, developing and implementing career advisement systems that support career exploration that allow all learners to be successful in pathways of interest. I'm trying to figure out what that means, but I'll vote for it.
We'll help you later.
Yes, Peter.
Similarly, it talks about all students. We heard earlier today again about regular ed kids really being inspired by having access to tech centers. That's not the case in most situations. And the critical thing from my standpoint, which isn't even mentioned in here, is the whole the funding. There's a great reluctance in some high schools to let their kids go to tech centers and lose their student count, and that isn't addressed here. And I don't understand how can we just talk about it from 30,000 without really looking at what's happening at the ground level in regards to the specifics in terms of how tech centers are funded and how they've been. Anyway, I've been on a RAB board and I've seen it firsthand, and so I just saw this document for the first time, and I have concerns about why aren't and I was on in the Ed committee for 8 years, and we kept on talking about really looking at tech centers, and we never did, and to me this is, I hate to say it, it's a little bit like wallpaper. I'm not sure what it's going to do.
So Jay is probably going to talk to us about his wallpaper, right? And I do think the accompanying document does speak to that in number 3, and really how building relationships with guidance counselors and career counselors to make that available, but it's really not in your purview to determine how funding happens. So as you're playing with CTE, you can't say, oh, now we're going to change the model. That's a different, it's not under your wheelhouse. I know that's come up, and you talked about that at our last meeting, but maybe you want to address Peter's concern.
Sure, and some members weren't here at the last meeting, so that's why I came. Jay Ramsey, I'm the state CTE director and the assistant director of the Student Pathways Division. So the process for creating this involved 3 phases. There was a survey, there were phone interviews, and then I met personally with about 130 students around the state to check in with them to make sure this made sense to them. The instructions in one of the meetings in June of last year, we had 30 people from various stakeholder groups in Burlington. The instructions to them were, we're not going to address the funding or the governance issue. That always comes up. It's not in the purview of this particular activity to address. And that's because a parallel process, Act 189, was passed in the legislature. It emanated from the House Commerce Committee. And it created pilot projects that would last for 2 years, that the agency would lead the selection process of up to 4 pilots, where the technical centers would be the primary applicant, the primary proposal, and they had to have a partner high school, at least one, participate in the proposal to propose a new way of funding technical education, or to propose a new governance model, or both. We extended the pilots because it was kind of a big ask for technical centers to analyze the statute and pull out what they thought should be changed, and to pull out the state board rules and to say what they thought should be changed. So the extension just ended on May 1st, and we have 2 pilot projects that have been selected, and they both are independent tech center districts who have their own school boards that run them, made up of members from the region, and the public votes on their budgets. So it's a step above what most of the other technical centers do. And they've both proposed essentially the same funding model. And so we're going to support them over the next 2 years as they work to implement and study this funding model to hopefully change how we've always done it. So that's why it wasn't addressed in here. But we did want to make sure that their proposals aligned with the goals in the vision.
Why don't you go to 2 independents rather than which is the majority of the, were there 16?
There are 17.
17?
And it was an
how many
open-
are, how many are autonomous? 3?
3. So it was an open process. Any one of them could have applied. And we had 3 proposals. One of them didn't fit squarely within the parameters of what we were asking for. So that is where we ended. I provided additional technical assistance to the centers who might have been interested in proposing, but only a couple of them took me up on it and ultimately decided that they had other priorities that would distract them from this process.
That's too bad. I think the tech centers are tremendously underutilized, and they were the last ones to get serious state funding. I think it was at Springfield and Newport got 100%, and I was on the RAB board at Lamoille when we got 50%.
Yeah.
And we were glad we got that much.
Yeah.
And it made a heck of a difference in terms of those programs.
And you're talking about school construction.
Yeah.
So this is really just as you're moving forward, having these vision statements. And maybe I think we're getting off into some more broader areas. And when we're thinking about how do we take some of this vision, and you're going to be, what's sort of the next steps? Could you just review that just so people can see that this is just as we're moving forward,
Sure.
we are approving, endorsing these vision statements and this vision, and what would be sort of after that?
Sure. Well, first and foremost, we're working to develop the Perkins 5 state plan. And we believe that having these goals is necessary so that the federal funds can align with what our priorities are instead of the other way around, which is what it has historically been under Perkins 4. So that's first and foremost on my mind. When we go into the next legislative session, it's nice to have these as a reference point, so when proposals come up, we can measure their proposals against what these goals are. And does it further the vision that the public told us they wanted to have, and the goals that the public told us they wanted to have? And if it doesn't, can we make it fit in some way? So we're furthering ultimately the public's vision and goals for what technical education was. And so that's not in the immediate future. The immediate future for me is the Perkins 5 plan. At some point, the state board rules. At some point, the ongoing work of our career pathways coordinator, and all of the grant programs that we have for state funds are going to be aligning to this.
So any more questions from the board? Callahan?
So looking at the visions and goals, is letter C, like, what would be a career advisement system? Is that like a business that could work with the C? Like, what does that mean? Like, what would be an example of that?
It could be businesses coming in to talk. So in our vision for career guidance, work-based learning is part of that. Okay. So that's the range of having businesses come in to talk about what they do, to job shadows, to more intensive work-based learning. But it's also the individuals who are helping students develop and implement their personalized learning plans. A component of that is career awareness and career guidance. And what I heard from students that I spoke to was the first time somebody talked to me about what I wanted to do for a career was when I got to the technical center. And across the board, they all endorsed the idea of someone earlier than that talking to them about what are their aptitudes, what are their aspirations, what do they want to do for work, knowing that everyone has to have a job at some point.
Yeah, because I think the job shadowing part is a really huge aspect of CT, because here I know students really go off and they work with businesses within their field. So I think just really highlighting that in these goals, because I think that can really change a student's outlook on what they can do, seeing someone actually doing it. So I just think really highlight that in these visions and goals.
And I think some of the additional thinking around it is about student loan debt. So we know that people are going to have some amount of education beyond high school, but using the first 2 years of college as career exploration is a little expensive. So, can we have secondary education fill that role so that we're reducing the burden on students when they finish high school?
Yeah. All right, are we prepared to vote? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and so we have endorsed the goals.
Mr. Ramsey, I want to commend you on your presentation last month.
Thank you.
I thought it was lucid and very clear, nice sense of ownership.
Thank you.
It was just terrific.
Thank you.
You should see him at the national level. I've been able to see him run a conference, so Nate for the national level, so makes Vermont proud.
I always strive for lucidity. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Callahan, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
By Callahan, do we have a second by Kim? All right, excellent. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those
Whatever
opposed?
Callahan says.
No?
Yeah.
So Callahan, we will see you next month, but
Hopefully,
still, this is St. Johnsbury, and it's your turf, and thank you for sharing.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to see your school.
I'm sorry we embarrassed you by singing. but-
No, that was great. I loved it.
Oh, man. Come on.